Yeah, I feel you. For 5 minutes, Marv. For 5 minutes. I feel you on that one. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you? I did not expect to be discussing this today. However, with recent developments, chat, it's time. We got to talk about it. I literally last night, I'm like, yeah, guys, we're good. Like, we'll wait on talking about this, and then boom, never mind. Things happen. So, here I am, chat. We're gonna discuss what's going on with the Radia and Adora allegations, guys. Yeah, 2025 has fucking hands, man. Yeah, it's funny too. I was talking to some people, and I was basically gonna wait to cover this. However, I'm gonna explain to you why I decided to cover this today, as well as some of the developments that happened that have led me to that decision. So I know we literally discussed it yesterday. We're like, yeah, no, we're gonna wait till we get Adora's side and all that stuff. But yeah, this is unfortunately not a unexpected turn, but a turn that we maybe envisioned, and unfortunately, it's going down in not the best way possible. So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna explain it to you here in a bit as to why I'm covering this today, and my reasoning for it. But first up, I want to say hi to you guys. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. I hope you guys are doing absolutely incredible. Thanks for hanging out with me last night. I had a really good time in Elden Ring. It was awesome. So don't forget, later today, I'm not sure if I'll be live again. Who's doing what where. I will be playing with Max or and somebody else tonight. So we're going to be playing a Night Rain later tonight. So that'll be fun. And then tomorrow we have the big Bandai Namco event. So I really need your support on that one. Yeah, I really need your support on that one. I already mentioned her chapter is finished. Either post today or tomorrow. Where did she post that? Yeah, where did she post that? You'll be raining the night with Maxler. Yeah, I'm very excited. He's a real gamer. So I'm gonna have to play my best. I gotta really be on top of it. Do you have a screenshot of that? Would you mind posting that inside of my my news of VTuber news stories? I would appreciate that because I did not see that. So she kind of made like a bit of a response, and so I'm gonna cover that response actually because that's why I decided to cover it, right? So it was her response basically to everything going on. That's why I decided to cover it today. So I'll show you guys here in just a bit. I want to be on top. That's a high risk of suffocation. I mean, maybe for you. Except you don't have a chance. So what am I talking about?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Got him. For 5 minutes. Well, look. Here's the thing, Pepper, is I saw something this morning, and it's very true, and I want to remind you all of this. Guys, people, just because there's like some bad people in the community, does not mean the community at large is bad, right? Normally you see the louder people are, it's normally because they're angry or they're not nice people. There's a lot of different reasons to that, but normally I find that 10% of the like people that are just really, really angry and upset or are like just spewing hate and vitriol and stuff like that, they're normally the loudest. So when you see more hate and horrible things going around, it's only because by the algorithm itself on Twitter, that stuff spreads more. So I understand that you might see it a lot, but it's not like the full story, right? The 10% of those bad things is always the loudest. There's another 90% of really awesome things that are going on. I mean, think about all the stuff that happened with Mousy. Think of the Mighty Mouse event, guys. We just did so much good. That was amazing. So you see that there's a lot of good in our community. So I just want to remind you that because I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, VTubing's cooked. Everybody's bad. Drama. Look, guys, there's drama every day in every single subsection and niche of the internet. It's everywhere, right? So talk that talk. Yeah, drama. There you go. You can clip that. But change your mind to cover this topic today. Snow Silver. I'm actually going to show you why that is here in just a few minutes. I will let everybody get in here. Because as I was telling you guys last night, I had no intention to cover this until I get Adora's side of stuff. I see it now. I see it now. So this literally went live 15 minutes, or this post is there 15 minutes before. So so the reason that I decided to cover it today was Adora made a Discord post last night. And in this Discord post, she basically said that she will be stepping away from VTubing. She is going to make a response, and that's it. So when I cover something, right, I like to get the full story because I want to look at all the sides of the story, and that way we can come up with like a final thing, right? We come up with our final thoughts, a final verdict, etc. Right? However, with this one, what's changed since last night was basically what this reads to me as is number one, we might not actually get a response. I know they say they're going to do a response, but according to this, they already have a draft, so maybe we actually get a response. But to me, when I read that, it seems less about a defense and more about scorched earth. So I think, having read that, I think that we need to look at the document because it's very pertinent right now. And on top of that, I don't really think that having Adora's response is going to necessarily defend anything. I think it's going to be more about just sharing additional information. Does that make sense? And so that is why I decided, late last night, I was like, okay, I've changed my mind. I'm going to go ahead and cover it. And not everybody might agree with me. And, that's fine. I totally understand. For me, I read this as more like, yeah, we're not going to get a defense. This is more like, I'm going to share all the bad stuff that's been going on with everybody else. And I'm walking away, right? So normally when I discuss stuff, for me, like, it's more like for me, like we're trying to find a verdict of who's right and wrong, if that makes sense. But this is more of just, I think that this one person is being accused of stuff. It's not good at all. And then now they're just like, well, I'm going to drop my document. I'm not going to really refute everything, but I'm going to tell you how bad everybody else is. That's the way that I'm looking at it right now. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, but based on the response that we got last night, it's going to be scorched earth. And that is not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see the accountability, maybe like try to fix it, stuff like that, but I don't think that's going to happen. And so, God damn it.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
Damn it. So, for me, that is what changed since last night. Aside from Powder, Dockey, and a few other things, it just turned out she got done dirty. Oh, wait, what are you talking about? Did Powder release a document? Or are you talking about something else? What is really sad is that you have hosted on your streams, you rated her multiple times, yeah. I mean, you gotta remember that I've known Adora for a while. I've known Adora since she started, I've seen a lot of things that have happened, right, with Sylvie and Marina and all that kind of stuff. Oh, they're talking about Cinder. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, that Powder document really didn't do anything extra. The Powder document spelled it out for people that could not, like, put together the timeline themselves, if that makes sense. But I guess there's some people it's helpful, so... But it didn't, like, reveal any, like, secret information nobody knew before. It just kind of, like, it helped a little bit, in case you were confused with the timeline. Loot tuber drama, who could have seen this coming? I don't think they're loot tubers. I don't think Adora Radius is loot tubers. I mean, even if they are, why does it matter if they're loot tubers? I seriously doubt there's anything Adora can do. Yeah, I mean, I don't think so either. If you read the document, and we're going to read the document together. I mean, I've already read it, like, 1.5 times in full now, but we're going to read it together. I'll try to give you what my thoughts are about it, everything like that, etc. I haven't looked at the document based on how Alicia responded. I assume that Riddy was in the wrong here. Grievous, that is You know, we're gonna go through the document, and I'm gonna let you decide. I don't want to play your opinion on anything. I'm just gonna show you. I'm just gonna show you. Blue crew cute tubers all are welcome. Exactly. Yeah, Goose. I don't think they're lewd tubers, sweetheart, but yeah, I feel you, Plus. I'm tired too. Please do read it. I'm interested in what this drama situation is about. So to give you a little bit of a nutshell, to wrap up what this document is about. So Radio has accused Adora of some pretty rough stuff, right? Doxing, gaslighting, manipulating. It led to Intimidator getting to VIP. Holy shit, congratulations, Intimidator! VIP, let's go! Congrats, wow, 200,000 points, bro. That is crazy. Congratulations. Oh my god, there's your VIP badge. So they've accused Adora of some pretty heavy stuff. There's a good bit of people supporting it. There's evidence. And we're gonna take a look there in that. So now look, guys, I wanna keep this on focus. So really quickly, if there is time, I will mention the Alicia stuff, but I don't want to get too off topic, guys, because I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, Alicia said this, Alicia said that. Like, guys, let's be real. Like, Alicia's like was mentioned in the document, and that's why she said something about it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like, that's kind of it. So I know that you guys might want to talk about that, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's not really that pertinent or super duper important to the overall narrative of what's going on. So let's just get out of the way right now, because I see like 5 people talking about it. Yes, I understand Alicia was mentioned and Alicia had something to say about it and you know, whatever. But at the same time, guys, that's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about accusations made towards Adora. So let's keep it focused. Let's keep it on topic. I just want to remind you guys of that. We'll talk about it if we have time. Because there's a lot to discuss on this. So a whole 90 plus page document. What's up, Ghost? How are you? Yeah, it looks I mean, if you want my opinion, I'm doing my cop chop. If you want my opinion, it looks really, 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 really bad for Adora. I don't think she's going to be able to refute it. And to be honest, looking at how she responded, I don't think, you know, I mean, just look at their VTuber models. Plus, I've seen a dozen clips. I think Ludo watching them has a second Ludo account. Post fan, OnlyFans content. Okay, so let me get this straight, guys. They're saying, so someone has a lewd-ish model. They're a lewd tuber. Nah, bro, that ain't it.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it, bro. That's entirely untrue. I mean, maybe they have like a alt account to post like, you know, lewdish stuff. Like, sure, but that I wouldn't classify that as a lewd tuber. But anyway, that's my opinion. What's up, Kaiju? How are you? Yeah, exactly. Like flirty, sexy, all that kind of stuff doesn't mean that you're necessarily a lewd tuber. So, but did Adora release a document? No. Killian. Radio released a document about Adora. Yeah. You literally just fell back on prejudice, is it? Yeah. Goose. I might want to rethink that one, buddy. Lewd tuber is essentially the first time I've heard that terminology. I mean, you know, it does, it is a terminology I think is fair with certain people. And some people adopt that, you know, but I feel like people slap labels on people all the time, and that's unnecessarily right. So I miss the Russia era drama compared to now. That's cake. With the what drama? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, that sounds like kind of like your own prejudices, but anyway, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about allegations against Adora from Radio on a bunch of other people. So what I want to do, chat, I want to show you the message that came out last night, and this is a big reason why I'm covering this today. So let's flip over here and I'll share this with you. So Dora posted this last night, and this was to me my shift in I'm not gonna cover this versus now I'm gonna cover this. So Dora says, I'll be working on this over the next week because it's a lot, and I want to give full context in all my conversations. In the end, I'll be saying my part and then going back to the engineering field after I do, most likely. So to me, this feels like they're gonna say their piece and walk away. And so for me, I felt like looking at everything all together, I was waiting to do that. to basically kind of prove who was innocent, if that makes sense. But I don't think this is going to end that way. I think it's going to be more like, hey, here's my thoughts, scorched earth, walk away. And so that is why I'm discussing it with you guys today. That is what changed for me as far as my decision making on that. So hope that makes sense. Hope it makes sense to you. If it doesn't, you know, I understand. Feel free to ask me any questions. I don't want to leave without saying everything I can. My creative passion for this is gone, but I have bills to pay, and content full time is started looking to end over the next few months. This is my friends online already know this, and anyone looking for this knows I'm going to be walking away regardless of the public response. I'm giving you my experience. So yeah, because they're like piecing out, it might be, in my opinion, it's better to discuss it while it's pertinent. Because if we do get an answer, we don't really know what that is going to entail, right? So I also thought maybe we might not actually get a response. I know they said they're going to work on it, but if they're willing to step away, maybe they won't. However, this came out this morning, 15 minutes before we went live. My response draft has been finished. I'll be posting in here either today or tomorrow after it's looked over my family. Thank you all for your patience. So, you know, apparently there is going to be a response in much less than a week. So, yeah, I don't know how you're going to respond to 90 plus pages that quick. But I think this document is going to be less about proving the allegations wrong and more so of just, hey, these are the things I have to say. These are the things I have to reveal. And that's it. Yeah, I assume because they're in a different 10:45. It's 10:21 for me, so I assume this was different time zone, probably EST. So yeah, this happened this morning. So this is 15 minutes before I normally go live. Because I go live at 11 a.m. EST. You guys know the longer it takes her to respond, the worse it looks for, right? You know, Siri, I'm glad that you said that. I want to tell you, I disagree with you. And you want to know why? Because it's a 90 plus page document. That is a lot to retort to. You know what I mean? That's a lot to retort to. So I would understand if it took a lot of time to respond to it. I would not hold that against them. It's one thing if like somebody drops a one page and you ignore it. Okay, right, that's fine, right? But you know, again, like if it's a 90 plus page document, you're gonna need time to be like point by point by point by point. This needs to be covered, right? Makes me want to cry, poor Adora. Why do you say poor Adora, BJ? If you don't mind me asking, have you read the document yet? I think if it's super quick response, she's going to cook herself. Right, exactly. Because there's two ways this goes. It either goes, you didn't read everything, you didn't respond to everything, you posted too quickly, or you took too long, we don't care anymore, right? And to be honest, the lesser of the two evils is the second one. It's definitely the second one. You want to make sure that you address everything, but again, by looking at this message that I just showed you, I don't think that's going to be the case anymore, so you gotta feel bad for her. I mean, I feel bad that she is leaving, but I mean, she did a lot of really unsavory things, you know. So, I mean, you have to take responsibility for your actions, you know. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm sad that she's gonna leave. Don't get me wrong. I feel bad about that, but like, also like, she did some pretty shitty stuff. So, I mean, you got to take responsibility, you know? Can the document be linked here? I will do that. My suspicion of the radio doc is how many people... Here, let me allow this really quick because it pinged you for a word. My suspicion with the radio doc is how many people seem to go to Adora's neck all at once. And also on my read-through Twitter was Alicia for Adora. Seems too coordinated on radio scene. No one takes her life, however, when the internet drama church is long enough. But when unaliving a sympathy bait isn't out of the question, that I'm doubting the attempt. It seems like Rady isn't a perfect victim, and there's no perfect victim in this world. I think the Libra, we do need the other side to see what there is. But I would say it's coordinated. I think you need to remember, I mentioned this in my Discord, but I'll mention it to you because you might have not seen it or you're not there. But when stuff like this comes out, a lot more people are willing to throw their hat into the ring because they've been holding on to info that they're probably too scared to come forward with. So I don't think it's coordination, more so it's just timing. Um, and I will think it's all people coming out about being bullied by Adora as well. And a few friends have been previously, oh, I didn't realize that, Kaiji. I'm so sorry. I mean, in my experience, I've never had a problem with Adora, but you know, I'm not everybody else, right? So, and that sucks. That really, really sucks. Libra, I do want to make sure though that we draw a balance, right? Because we do want to, there's two things that we want to do here. Number one, we want to acknowledge the issues that Radia has been through, right? And we want to be respectful of that. And we shouldn't try to denounce or water that down or take it away, right? So I think that's really important. But then number two, like when we go through the document, like we need to ask questions, right? And that's important, right? I don't want to, again, I don't want anybody to think when we cover today's document, I'll say this now, I don't want anybody to think that I'm taking away from the experiences of anybody that has gone through stuff. I may ask some questions though. Maybe there is something missing. Maybe there is a screenshot that would be nice to include. Stuff like that, right? So don't view my questions as opposition. View my questions as feedback and searching for information, if that makes sense. Yeah, does that make sense, chat? There's an extreme distinction between that, because as we go through this, you're gonna see it snowballs quite heavily. Yeah, like we can accept things, but we can also ask questions at the same time. So, and maybe Adora will explain some of it, but again, when you go through the stuff, chat, I don't feel like there's a lot you can explain, in my opinion, you know? Yeah, I mean, really, Sean, again, I think it's just, maybe it's inspiration, maybe it's timing. I mean, again, I think that when when things happen behind the scenes, people hold on to it, right? And so when that kind of stuff happens, and somebody gets outed, a lot of people will choose to come forward, right? And they want to throw their hat into the ring. I don't think it's coordinated. It's just more like a lot of people were like, oh, I feel vindicated now, so let me talk about it. You know, like I've had issues, but I just choose not to say anything. You know, I don't want to. I already have to read enough drama. I don't want to cause my own drama. You know, but maybe one day if something came out, maybe I would feel like now's the time to share it. You know, I mean, my experiences with other people, I made that decision before myself. So it just depends. Every decision is different. Every bit of drama or a bit of you know, stuff that's going on, it's different for everybody. It's different for you and me and everybody involved. So I know that there are a lot of people that were hurt, but there was fear to come forward for getting blacklisted. Yeah, there's always that fear. Like I said, I could be entirely wrong, but the indie scene eating itself alive has been a trend issue. Yeah, it's definitely been the Ouroboros, right? Kaiji, I'm so sorry to hear that. If you feel comfortable sharing your experience, you know, feel free to post it or pass along to me or whichever way you want to say it. Well, I can't talk. The same is true with accusations IRL. Exactly. Nobody wants to be the one that also destroy somebody's career. But when other people come out, they're more willing to come out to info as well. Yeah. So don't go after the people that are, don't go after anybody yet. You know what I mean? Like, I think that you need to remember there's a lot of people involved. There's a lot of drama back and forth, right, chat? There are people that, you know, Radia's involved, Dora's involved, all our friends, everybody, right? We don't know the full scope yet, but I do know that some people know it a little bit more than we do. So all we can do is read the information that's given to us and kind of go off that, and then we'll follow up on Sunday. If Adora does indeed post this document, as she is saying, then we will cover it, right? So, but I think now with the response that we got, I don't think there's going to be like, they're going to disavow the claims that Radia made. I think they're just going to make claims against Radia, maybe other people, and that'll be it, you know? Plus, my personal take is, it seems like everyone involved was messy, was primary to it. That eliminates anything. Yeah, I think there is more. I don't want to say anybody is innocent at this time. All I can do is say that I think that the actions that Adora did to Radia is horrible. I think that is wrong in many ways. You know what I mean? And I think that that those types of actions should be, scrutinized. We should talk about it and say, hey, this is not okay. As far as the full scope, I don't know that yet. Really, one or two people know that yet, but the mean girl stuff I think happens a lot more than we even know. Lydia, I can tell you. I will tell you, Lydia, I have had multiple experiences with that myself. It's absolutely true. It happens a lot more than you think. You're absolutely right. We don't know enough to make any conclusions either way. I mean, have you read this document? Because there's some stuff in there that's pretty concrete. But again, we'll dive into it here in just a bit. So what I want to talk about, wait, what I just started paying attention to what, where, when, when. Radio's made a document against Adora Bunny, accusing her of gaslighting, manipulating, and doxing her. So anyway, here's what I want to do, guys. I guess if you guys are ready, I'm ready. I'm gonna take a final sip of my coffee here. Everybody type 1 if you're ready, and let's do it. So the way that I want to treat this, guys, we're gonna look at a lot of the stuff kind of surrounding it, and then we're gonna go into the document. So you never downplay somebody who tried to take their own life and also driven to that point. Absolutely. Doris severely did not read the room. Understand what the issue was from radio confronted her. Absolutely. Yeah, I think so as well. But probably should have gone the attack rather than listen. Even more disappointing. I've lost all respect for them. You done about Alicia's response? I think one thing to remember about Alicia's response is she's only addressing what is about her, right? I think some people will take that as a way that she's not caring about the bigger picture, but I don't know if I necessarily take it that way, right? I don't think we can assume intention. I'll put that out there at least. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. So we're gonna go back to the document, but I do want to talk about everything else that's going on around it. But first, let's get the lava chicken. Good, I can drink my coffee. Yeah, that's my thoughts too, Libra. That's my thoughts too, Libra. I think sometimes in situations, it's better to talk about why you're mentioned and maybe absolve yourself, and then you can talk about the rest. So I think that's why Tomato and Alicia did that. So again, everybody reacts to every situation differently. What's up, Phoenix? Good to see you. Welcome back. Everybody reacts to different situations differently. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't want to assume somebody's intention yet, but we will look at that part here in just a bit. So anyway, guys, so here's what it all started back 2 days ago, where Radio said, I never anticipated having to make a statement like this. I no longer bear living in fear of somebody who calls themselves a sister. And of course, here is this giant document chat that is 90 plus pages. So we are going to read this. I am going to hand some of it off to Dear Art as well to read, just so we can get through this. But yeah, we'll certainly take a look. I mean, remember, it's a very emotional time, guys. I think to have some grace for everybody involved right now. You know what I mean? Like, have some grace for everybody involved. I think everybody's too quick to judge people when you're going through a really hard time. Remember that kind of stuff, right? We're not going to be our best selves when we're dealing with a bunch of shit. You know? I'm kind of waiting until Adora posts a visual response before I make any conclusions. I mean, sure, that's fine, Siriu. I mean, again, from this response we got, I don't think you're going to get much of a response. But anyway, we're going to dive into this. But first, chat, what I want to show you is everything surrounding this particular document. So obviously, when this came out, a bunch of people have put in their statements in here, but I do want to go look at all of the people that came forward and kind of weighed in on this. So, which does add a lot of weight to the article, right? It adds a lot of weight to the Google Dockey. If this many people come forward, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. It's a lot, right? So it's hard to refute that kind of stuff. So anyway, Laserpig says, I'll write this. I've written a statement within which goes over everything I want to say. I hope that day would never come around to write a cancel doc, but when one of your best friends have been accused to the point they try to end it, life doesn't leave you much choice. And just a little bit of a kind of spoiler, but foreshadowing in this document, Radio talks about how a lot of these actions have made her no longer want to be on this plane of existence, chat. So that's pretty rough. Everybody has different mental health, not barriers. Everybody has different mental health, like, levels. And to see this kind of stuff is really sad, right? It's really horrible. I know that we all might have different, mental health levels, but at the same time, to drive somebody to an action like that is really deplorable, especially if they're not listening or trying to actually, like, respond and take care of them, or at least, like, listen to what they have to say, right? So on top of that, we got Master Biggles here. Hey, Biggles, what's up? Biggles says, I have so many feelings. There's so much that Adora has put me through that she can never take back. I believe many people hated me, that I was some fellow's problem. You broke me, assume with Brady. I'm also a victim of Adora. Please support Brady and the other victims. Yeah, so I'd be interested to hear what your statement is on that, Biggles, as far as the particulars. But again, feel free to share that when you're ready to, no pressure or anything. On top of that, guys, Anna Markey also has a little bit to say as well. I didn't want any part of this, nor did I want this post to become necessary. However, that what Radio says here is true and verified to me by multiple independent sources. Yeah, I'm really sorry, Biggles. I don't know the specifics, but all I can do is just say I'm really sorry that you dealt with such a bad situation. I think that we need to continue to be more open and honest when people do these types of things to each other, right? It's just not okay. However, what Radio said here is true and verified to me by multiple independent sources. For me to say nothing would be a disgrace, especially when after enabled it, I'll be unknowingly a statement inside. I do want to share something with you guys a little bit later. That is semi-important. You guys know that I hear things. I'm around. I unfortunately can confirm some information that is in Radia's document as truth. So I will share that all with you when we get there. So Pomato goes on to say, I woke up to a 92-page cancellation document from Radia, and it took me a while to get through everything. I'm not looking to defend Adora here. Every implication I was somehow manipulated to confront Radia and remove her from the group is patently false. Also, going through the documents, clear that many events described between Radia and the member system were massively mischaracterized as an attack on her character. I'll provide more information and proof when I can. However, since I'm I'm away on vacation tomorrow, unfortunately I have to wait until I get back. So it seems like there's a little bit that Pomato is not happy about in this particular post, this document. So just keep that in mind as you read. It seems like Pomato wants to, at least refute part of it. One thing to point out here, though, is that something happened here. So Pomato actually retweeted this right here, and she didn't end up taking it down. So maybe just she did end up taking the retweet down. So I think maybe just too quick on a response, right? But Pomato said, you already saw my response, while I posted it again. I can think the doc is bad, while also not being okay with certain things Adora has done. I can only speak to my personal experience, so, which is what I plan to do when I can. And she said I was frustrated after getting dragged into something that should have been kept private. Having people speak for me when what they were saying on behalf isn't true. Admittedly, the retweeting, that was messy as hell. So I did that, so that's what she's talking about here. So at least Pomato Master's thoughts on it right now are that she thinks that she doesn't agree with everything that's in the doc. However, she does want to say that she's not okay with certain things that, Dora has done. So there you go. And again, I'm just going to give it to you, chat. I'm going to read all this stuff, and we'll talk about what our thoughts are at the end. On top of that, Harris says here, if a larger creator DM me for a gamer collab, Adora would DM me. That was me. Letting me know I was nothing and couldn't do anything by myself. We haven't heard anything from Fenari yet. Yeah, we haven't heard yet. Adora was learned time and time again that her behavior was unacceptable. People truly cared for her. People excuse her behavior for so long for fear of retaliation. The number game does win. Extremely scary to all of us small fries. I have spent quite a few nights in BC. My closest friends crying because of her. I'm sorry for all who have been hurt. If you got it, you can post it inside of VTuber news stories, Mr. Big Stuff. Pomato inserted herself. I think that's factually untrue because Pomato is in the document, right? And if they said things that she disagrees with, then she has the right to talk about it. So, yeah, I think that's factually wrong. I'm going to disagree with that, Daniel. Yeah, if she's mentioned in a document and doesn't like what people said about it, she has the right to respond to it. So I disagree with that. I don't think she's inserting herself. She's part of Project STEM, right? So that's something that, unfortunately, is going to be associated with her, period, at the end of the day. So I'm going to disagree with you there. But anyway, let's continue. I want to give a preface when I bring this one up, guys. This is coming from Marina. Again, take this all with a grain of salt. This is Marina, right? Not necessarily the most trustworthy source, but Marina goes on to say, hurts when your best friend goes for your career after hurting you as well. You mean like you did to me? Seeing Radius document made my stomach turn. I've sat silently and dealt with the multi-year smear campaign behind the scenes from Adora, who's my former best friend. So, again, I know that they're trying to make it about themselves. I don't want to say too much, but I mean, if somebody has a story and it's true, okay, there you go. You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe they are actually affected, exactly. So, I mean, it is worth a consideration if they actually are, if there's proof behind it. But, I got to be real with you. Take it with a grain of salt. Let's go take a look at what Fenari had to say. Fenari says, just wanting to pop in for my vacation. Please tell me real quick about the ongoing situation. There's a lot going on right now, and I know there's a lot of hurt both here and there and elsewhere due to how close-knit we are to each other's communities. Not immune to stress and hurt. Been a lot said that's now more in the public eye for now. I'm working on what I'm able to privately and would like to continue to do so until things are at a point where I'm able to be more open. Thank you all so much for your patience and understanding. So, honestly, W statement, big W statement. This is a good one. I think this is how you should handle stuff like this. Tommy goes on to say, looking through the document now, and as somebody who has personal experience with Adora, it's unfortunately not surprising this kind of stuff is there. You give a lot of stuff to VCs. This is before the document, and it said things about people, a good amount of people. I can have my own experiences about hers. So, again, another person kind of weighing in on this as well. On top of that, guys, Kono also adds to this. Not a graduation post. My name is in a couple of the screenshots included in Radius Doc within Adora's messages. I want to give some context regarding these messages. Also, please read. As a TLDR, Radius and I are in great terms. It's been awful seeing her in such bad shape. So Kono goes on to say, today I read Radius document with the accusations of abuse and other issues with Adora. While reading, I saw the 2 screenshots in the doc briefly mention me. I was hoping to speak about this here, just to provide some additional context to Adora's messages to Radius that involved me. Adora and I separated in content from one another about 5 months ago in March. I have not had any ill will about the separation and only have wished her continued success in the space. She was someone I've been very close to for over 2 years. Regarding the doc, my name appeared twice for the same reason, including an alleged Cliff Notes document that Adora appears to have sent to Digi towards the end of May. It reads in part, Adora never brought this up, but having had Kono bring it up to me, in private, you complained about lack of gratitude towards Adora over not helping Radia enough. I've apologized to Radia for violating your trust. The conversation where I told Adora this happened last year, many months prior to Adora telling Digi Radia about it. When the conversation happened, I was in something of a support role for Adora, and it felt I was looking over her by telling her Radia's feelings. I want to help Adora 60-minute streams, but at the same time, I cared about Radio a ton as a friend. I thought I could do right by Radio by talking with Adora about her feelings. I thought at the same time I could do right by Adora by helping to protect what I viewed as her most important professional relationship. Also, big part of Separation with events happened at TwitchCon. Yeah, and I heard about these TwitchCons things, Kaiju. Are those true, though? Because I heard the whispers, but I chose not to really, not my place, right? If that's true, that adds a lot of context, chat, that you'll certainly want to know. But again, that's not my place to tell you that or confirm that. I feel awful that Radio was served by my choice in doing this. There was some awful things. I spent 2 days crying. We're kind of over it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Kaiju. Fuck. Guys, so there were... Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I say this correctly, because I'm gonna preface this by telling you what I'm about to tell you, chap. It's only something that I've heard. I don't know if it's actually true or anything like that, right? But there were some things that happened at TwitchCon between this friend group and surrounding people within it. It is not my place to tell you that stuff. I wouldn't tell you that stuff anyway. That's really, really not my place. So I think that it is better that we wait if someone wants to actually talk about it in the open. Kaiju, I have a question. Are you planning on talking about that at all? Because again, I don't know how true what I have heard is actually true. The validity of what I've heard, if that makes sense. So I'm sorry to put you on the spotlight, but I don't think a lot of people know about that, and that's been made like public. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? So, I guess what I'll say, chat, is there's more things that have happened that are not public, and it's not my place to tell you that. Does that make sense? But there may be future stories that will give you a little bit more context of other things that have gone on. Does that make sense? However, I will tell you, I'm not 100% sure on what rumors are floating around. Mostly just allow what both sending me girl behavior. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. So what I will do is confirm for you something that is absolutely true. And I can tell you this right now. So we will, it's very messed up already. So what I want to tell you guys is, I hear things. I am connected to certain people that, are very well connected to other people. I don't use this as a flex. I use this as a way to tell you legitimately what's going on. And there's a part in the document where Radio goes on to talk about, or everybody in the document goes on to talk about how Adora was spreading rumors and mean-girling at Offkai. I can confirm for you that is entirely true. I indeed did hear these things that were being spread around Offkai. I can 100% confirm at least that part for you. And again, I'll reiterate that once we get there, okay? I remember all those people together at collab time at the previous big Google Dockey. And how they were talking about her and the mean girling as well. How are you talking about Adora? So anyway, let me read what Tomo had to say. Radio and I talked privately about this. And she learned about this after she learned about it back in early June. He forgave me and we would continue being friends. He even came to visit and hang out at my place for Anime Expo last month. Awesome. So when she visited, I had opportunity to see her condition. She was not holding up well, and I felt awful about how she was doing physically and mentally. I still feel awful and hope she will be all right. So again, chat, it looks like, Kono and Radio are on good terms. Want to make sure that we share that because there is some mentions of them as well. So just to get that out there. Look, Lacey, I mean, my thing about it is, like, I'm sad because those people I know, and I've known for a long time, so that just, in my own way, it hurts, you know? I really hate that. I just really hate to see people that I've collab with, you know, like, just go through this, you know? It really sucks. Of course, we have another statement here from Neo Pope, who says, I don't want to go into extended detail. It has been a while since the events I experienced with Adora happened, and I'm not one to stir up drama, especially on Twitter. And after talking to a trusted friend, I was advised to speak on this. I've always been afraid to speak up. I never stand up for myself, and I'm an easy target for people who gain from manipulation. On multiple occasions, I was hurt and abused by Adora. I spoke to other people who also went through this treatment for her, and we never spoke up out of fear. I'm so proud of you, Radio, for coming forward about this. It's relieving and saddening to know I wasn't alone. So again, another person kind of back in this story. I'll be honest, Chad, I really have not heard anybody really like back Adora yet. I would be interested to see something like that, you know? On top of that, we also have, of course, we have Hannah weighing in here as well. Apparently this was before her VTubing. Hannah goes on to say, throwback to when I was besties with Adora. This is she became a VTuber. I helped her grow on TikTok. We did a few collabs here and there. And I was no longer useful. She threw me out like trash. So I'm really sad to hear that. I hope that, yeah, that's really, really sad. I hope you're able to get peace from that. On top of that, Lucky, Akuma also goes on to say, he when a VTuber told my model was ugly and I need to commission a new one to make Twitch partner gets a 90-page Google Doc released about them. Bro, if they actually said your model's ugly, that's kind of fucked up. Like, why would you say that to somebody? You know, like, that's fucked up, bro. Yeah, that ain't it. So, yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it at all. On top of that, guys, I do want to talk about a very big bombshell that was dropped, chat. This one is really important. So if you're with me, chat, everybody type 2. I want you to know this one's important. Yeah, so Aphrodite and Sprixer actually are involved in this situation to a small degree, but nonetheless, again, it's very important. Aphrodite goes on to say, I never really knew what to say when it first happened, but when I debuted, Adora messaged my wife out of nowhere to let her know she knew we were together when we had never spoken to her before. Why? That's a little... That's a little weird. Like, that... Why would you do that? Like, even if you knew, just don't say anything, you know? Like, that's not your business, you know? We didn't know what to think, and out of fear of being doxxed, I remained polite, and kind when we spoke. I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. I only offended from a few people. Dor was telling people about Sprixer and I privately, and by proxy, my past life. That's not your business, dude. Like, just, why would you tell people that? That's not your business. This is a pretty big source of stress for us for a while. We're trying to navigate how and when to come forward about being married. We weren't sure what to say or do. We never really spoke up about it to anybody. And as much as I love my wife, it's a big factor in us going public sooner than we were actually ready, when our private business was already being spread. Yeah, this is a pretty big bombshell, chat. Radio goes on to say, when that information was relayed to me verbally, I was under the impression that your marital status was both already known and something you had decided upon being readily available information. I apologize for not understanding it. Lacked either of your consents at that time. Guys, when it's stuff like that, let's say you find out, right? That's not your, like, you don't talk about that. Like, just leave people to their own devices, you know? That's really not for you to share, you know? Yeah, this is just going to multiple people, you know, a few people. Like, why do you need to share that? What would you benefit from sharing that information? You know, you don't. There's nothing that you need to share with anybody about that. That is just completely not needed at all, right, chat? I mean, it's just, this right here is just a straight up just like, yeah, no. And again, this is Aphrodite, a very trustworthy person. Very well known. Seen with us, Sprixer, both fantastic creators, very, very reputable. So I think that, again, this is very, very strong bombshell and information.
Cinder. While what they both did was pretty bad, this has doxing and self-ending attempts involved. There is no coming back from this.
I mean, again, it's kind of an apples to oranges type thing. I don't want to put them on a tier list and be like, oh, well, this is worse than Cinder. You know what I mean? Like, it's a different level. It's a different situation. So anyway, chat, now that we have read all of these things, I told you it'd take a second. We are going to go through this document here. Now, I want to warn you, I'm not going to read everything because I am going to leave a little bit to dear Ara. But just to at least save my voice a little bit. So just a bit of a warning, guys. As you see here for the Adora Bunny abuse allegations, there are some of these trigger warnings here. As you can see, so I just want you to know that exists before we get started. So without further ado, everybody type 1. I'm going to take a sip of my tea and, let's do it. Goodness gracious. I just want to give you a trigger warning. Also, here you go, chat. Here you go. Yummy monster! Yum, 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 yum. Oh, God, I'm joking. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's do it.
Over the past 2 months, Twitch streamer and vtuber Adora_Bunny has engaged in what appears to be a campaign of active slander and harassment against her
drinking
former
the
friend,
Viking juice
fellow
today.
Twitch streamer
Viking
and
berry.
vtuber Radioactive, for reasons that are known only to Adora and change with each telling. This campaign has been largely kept from public view and has relied almost entirely on the spread of malicious and fictitious rumors, veiled threats, and whispers in people's ears, specifically larger, more influential members of the Twitch and tubing community in what appears to be an attempt to end the streaming career of Radioactive.
I mean, again, going around and talking to a bunch of high-profile streamers, talking to just people in general, whispering, allegedly fictitious stuff. I mean, guys, this is our careers. This is my full-time job. So for somebody to say something that affects it that negatively, it's a problem. You know what I mean? And I get why this document needed to come out, right?
Afro and Sprixer are two of the most supportive.
Yeah, they really are.
Ever.
They really are.
Hell, Sprixer was willing to give me an interview for their podcast because I reached out wanting to help. Granted, it didn't work out, but I'm still thankful that they would be willing to take time out of their busy lives to interview me.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
Casually pass around private information of others like it's a simple business card is disgusting. Radia has been
again,
through
just
enough.
it's not your place to share information like that. You know what I mean? So the end result of this has been immense damage to Radia's mental health, personal relationships, career, financial situation, and the near loss of her life. Yes, chat, these actions in here that we're going to look at nearly resulted in Radia no longer being here. So, to make that
Radia
clear.
is not the only person who has suffered at the hands of this kind of attack by Adora, but in the interest of not speaking for others, this document will focus primarily on Radia. This document has been compiled in an attempt to bring Adora's behavior into the public light. For the sake of privacy, it will only cover events relating to Radia, and contains testimonies, screenshots, and receipts of not only Adora's behavior, but of the consequences her actions have had on others in specifics to the 2 months of hell that she has put Radia through, which almost ended in the most tragic of circumstances.
Absolutely.
This has been an exceedingly difficult time for all of us and, if anything, we hope that Adora will finally realize the kind of person she has become and take steps to
When you're
improve
getting
herself.
to a point where somebody is no longer wanting to exist, that is problematic. And I think that, I mean, duh, of course it's problematic, but I think to you as a friend, right? There needs to be a wee-woo, 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 wee-woo going off in your head, right? You need to, this is your friend, right? You want to make sure that they're okay. And if you're doing something that's driving them to that point, you're a problem, you know? So here is a little bit of stuff about color keynotes. For continuing, I'd like to note, in a police state that this document was written with the aid and support of both Digital Vagrant and Laserpig, whom without their aid, I would never been able to, on my lonesome, do everything required to create a comprehensive document of just my situation. Statements written with my voice are colored in deep blue. Only thing I solely from Laser Pig is in light green. The rest of the documents are black and it's a collaborative work. I extend my deepest apologies for possibly unconventional approach to a Google Doc. I have to later cancel multiple appointments in the past 2.5 months due to the burdens of this situation and how the burden is placed on me. And this negligence has deteriorated my health further. In addition to the undue stress placed upon me, I lost my spot. My day job comes first, even for my health, as it is what ultimately provides me access to my required health care. I cannot risk any decline in performance during a critical time of the year. In the industry, this along with my own attempt on my life, render me unable to pursue the creations of this document in isolation. I thank you for understanding as I offer full transparency. This document is not made solely on my own, nor was it even conceived until after the events of my attempted unaliving. So, there you go. And I think that's totally fine. I think that collaborative work is okay. If anything, it lends more weight, more validity to the statements if there are more people involved that are reputable, right? Now, if it's just like Joe Schmo and John Doe and Jane Doe off of, Twitter, yeah, maybe not so, but these are pretty big and reputable names, right? So, all right, here we go, chat. If you need proof of how it makes no sense, just go look at her LinkedIn yourself. You'll see vtuber stuff quietly hidden into it as of recent this year, LOL. Referring to radio. I don't even know what her IRL name is, so I can't even look. Well, do you promise not to leak it? Why would you have that conversation? Why would why? No. You don't need to share the information at all, period. In the story. You do not need to talk about that behind closed doors, in public space. You don't need to talk about that anywhere. Period. That's not your place. I don't know why you thought having this information was power, but knowledge is not power in this situation. And of course, here are the summary and the page listing. So we're just gonna skip past that because we obviously, we're gonna go through it ourselves, so we don't need a summary. So accusations. As this document is extensive and many may not have the time to digest in its entirety, below will provide a brief summary of Adora's actions and the effects they had on Radiant. Here are the alleged actions of Adora.
Casually doxing Radia's name, background, and personal information to multiple uninvolved third parties in pursuit of her slander campaign. Authored the creation of a list of grievances, what could be referred to as a cancelled doc, which was both over-exaggerated and completely imagined/falsified, which she forwarded to outside parties as truth after doctoring them to remove anything related to herself. Arranged for an intervention under false pretenses, which was a poorly disguised cover to ambush Radia in a format she could not escape from and designed to maximize humiliation and mental anguish, demanding Radia take a forced break from streaming for an intentionally vague amount of time under threat of being thrown out of Project STEM. Used incredibly flimsy justifications to prove Radia wasn't sorry as justification to force Radia out of Project STEM, engaged in deceptive and manipulative language to place all of the blame for the invented wrongdoing. So
engaged in deceptive and manipulative language to place all the blame for the invented wrongdoing solely on Radia, while engaging in deliberate deception that she was doing this out of concern for Radia's well-being. So I want to point this out. These incredibly flimsy justification to prove Radia wasn't sorry as justification to force Radia out of Project STEM. I know that Pomato had briefly mentioned something was said about her, that she was like, hey, that I was somehow manipulated to convert Radia removed from the group. We don't really know all the specifics about Project STEM yet, so maybe better to put that part up on the shelf until we get just a little bit more information, because right now, guys, we don't really know all the specifics on that one. So just keep that in mind. I don't want to give that to you, up front, okay? All right, let's continue. And it's why I wanted to look at that stuff first.
Engaged
before
in a
going into
campaign of slander across the content sphere to countless content creators, both mutual friends and an unknown number of uninvolved parties, attempting to paint Radia as manipulative, greedy, content rotted, and a compulsive liar that had falsified her entire history for malicious ends, attempted and succeeded in isolating Radia from her entire social sphere and support network for the sake of making her learn her lesson for perceived slights and imaginary wrongdoings.
That's crazy. That's
accused
crazy.
Radia of falsifying her medical history for personal gain, accused Radia of falsifying her education and career for personal gain, accused Radia of money hoarding.
That's heavy. That's heavy, guys. Again, accusing them of falsifying education, medical history, etc. You know what I mean? Like, this is, that's heavy. What I can tell you guys, engage in sustained campaign of slander across the content sphere, countless content creators. I can confirm, at least to you, based on things that happened at Offkai, this is slightly, if not 100% true. So I can at least tell you that. I can at least tell you that part is it is true.
Digging into Radia's personal background through all available public resources and using it to build a false narrative of Radia's dishonesty, attempted sabotage of Radia's romantic relationship as part of the slander campaign, attempting to provide her partner with a heavily editorialized and abusive account of events when
why are they involving their partner?
Speak up for her own defense,
crazy.
twisting her version of what transpired based on who she was speaking to, based on what she believed would be most sympathetically received, ensuring no person ever received the same story as another, active denial of these actions and attempting to play the victim when third parties began to investigate outside of her ability to control them or threaten them.
I mean, again, like, why are... It seems like to me that Adora crossed a lot of boundaries that most people realize are just, yeah, you don't do that, right? You don't talk about people's private life, you don't talk about who they are, their relationship, and you certainly don't go to their partner and try to, like, involve them in anything like that, right? That's just, that ain't it. Again, I will be looking for proof to, as we go through the document, you know, to back all of these claims, right, chat? So that's really, really important. Just because it says it in a bullet point, you know, we do need to back that up, right, with a little bit of proof. So anyway, let's continue here. Here are Radia's injuries, as she says, you know.
Suffered immense psychological anguish and agony as her social network was forcibly ripped away from her, was reduced to tears and begging apologies for things she did not do in an attempt to keep friendships she valued and placate someone she believed was her best friend, needed to be hospitalized 4 days after the initial onset due to heart palpitations, extreme stress due to attempts to be private and professional about the matter due to not wanting to bother others, had personal identifying information leaked to outside, uninvolved parties by someone she previously trusted / espoused as a sister.
Yeah, Red Claw says, I can't provide too much, but I was brought in as emotional support guide advisor. After the incident occurred, there is a lot of nuance involved, and I know Adora plans to raise her same either today or tomorrow. If you have any questions, I provide answers to the best of my ability. Absolutely, Red Claw. You're totally good. You're totally good. I don't want to put you in that spot either, so I think that if I have more questions, I will wait. You know, I'll wait till Adora releases her stuff, and then, you know, maybe I might have another question, but, yeah, so I think based on her statement of this, you know, I'm expecting scorched earth. We'll see, though. I don't think she's gonna try to refute everything, if that makes sense. Let's continue to listen to what Radia's injuries were as well.
Suffered isolation from her friends and loved ones due to slander and rumor mongering, considered on multiple occasions leaving content entirely to appease Adora and diffuse the situation, delay in her ability to re-enter education plans due to the situation, resulting in an irreversible loss of significant amounts of financial aid, loss of her roommate, Radia considers to be family. The sudden drop in her mental health and sharp drop in income left her unable to support their college plans. Severe decline in income due to a combination of the slander campaign and the sharp decline in her mental health, inhibiting her ability to stream.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds like everything snowballed in such a heavy way. You know, like a very, very heavy way, and I think that it just broke Radia. You know what I mean? It sounds like she went through so much on the back of all of this kind of stuff. So Yeah, that's rough. That's horrible. You know what I mean? By the way, Chad, are you okay with Dear R reading this? Are y'all okay with that? Just want to make sure before I continue. Ongoing fear and trauma before believing nobody would believe her. She told her side of the story. Harassment of people who've even spoke to her at a convention, leading to further isolation. Nearly successful unaliving attempt due to this extreme isolation and genuine belief that there was no other way out. So far, chat, very heavy accusations against Adora here. As we continue to go through the document, the biggest things that we're going to be looking for, of course, is evidence to support these claims, and of course, maybe screenshots, things like that, to show that these things are indeed true, but also for Radia to support her own arguments, as far as, like, you know, she was saying she lost money, her medical, etc. Not that she does have to prove that, but if she wants to prove that, again, that will add a lot more validity to her statements, and spoiler alert, she actually does. So, all right, let's continue. So, reasons for putting out this document. I mean, I don't think that we need to question the reasons at this point. You can read what was up above, you know. Or just woke up right now. Good luck. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm mostly okay. I wasn't nearly as affected as other parties involved since my role was mainly meant to advise. I want to be best up with Radia's mental health after the incident while also giving guidance and I proceed after the incident. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, guys, you know, again, I only told you my extremely tiny, itty bitty involvement. And that was just things that I heard, you know. I can confirm they're true, but that's all I got for you guys. I don't have, you know, some kind of like super close insight. I wasn't close to the door radio, you know, so.
Prior to the creation of this document, Adora was granted every courtesy possible. She has been made fully aware of the damage she has caused and of the potential repercussions this would create. She was spoken to by a number of different individuals, attempting to discourage her from her actions, including Radia herself. She has been granted every opportunity to speak, to explain herself, to reverse her decisions and to go on with her life unharmed with no consequences, and nothing made public. This culminated in a final call last week, with a neutral third-party observer, between Radia and Adora to attempt to find some way to right the wrongs done with as minimal public damage to careers as possible.
So I think this is really important, chat, when you have a problem, right? A personal problem. What do I always tell you guys to do? What is the one thing that I say, guys, you gotta do this? What do I always tell you? And I swear if you get this answer wrong, I'm gonna spank all of you individually. Actually, you might like that. Fuck. Okay, I will, eat all your cookies. Communicate. Go to each other, handle it in private, handle it in DMs. Talk to each other, you know? And I love watching Adora streams and seeing all this. Just makes me upset. Yeah, absolutely. Hearing about this talk, I don't know who to believe, but they should just spoke to each other. Well, here's the thing. This is why this part is important, right? They did try to speak to each other. They did try to communicate. They did try to have a one-on-one. But she made the decision each time this was offered to double down on her behavior towards Radia. She has further now begun to deny any of her actions. This document is the last resort, as she refuses to take any kind of accountability, nor is she willing to admit any sort of fault. So again, guys, this is important. They did try to have that final communication. The document is a last resort. You know what I mean, chat? That's why this is really, really important to acknowledge this part. They try to communicate. It didn't happen, unfortunately, and so here we are.
Furthermore, the act of compiling this document has made it evident that this is not a one-off vendetta. It is a pattern of abusive behavior that has continued for years.
Which is why I showed you all the tweets from before,
Many
chat.
of the people spoken to during
There's
this
more
process
people involved
indicated a
that have
genuine
dealt with
fear
similar
of
behavior.
Adora, and a desire to remain anonymous or be left out due to fear of becoming her next target. It was concluded it would therefore be irresponsible not to make this information public, regardless of the personal stress, as to remain silent would ensure that this continued to happen.
So again, this is why I showed you before, Chad. There are multiple people coming forward talking about, hey, you know, this stuff happened to me too. So it's not just, you know, hey, you know, this is just radio, right? This is multiple people. And then that's kind of my thoughts too, Dante. Like, if she's already planning on moving on, that's why I decided to cover this today. Just because I really felt like that we're not going to get any refuting to it. So there was no really any point in waiting anymore about this stuff, right? Documentation notes, while significant time and effort has gone and been made to, while significant time and effort has been made to document what has occurred and produce as much corroborating evidence as possible. Wow, I can't talk. Holy shit. There's specific limitations where information is not able to be listed. And of course that makes sense, right? It can be from VODs, etc. So
VODs that have expired
appreciate it,
due
Mr.
to the
Wooster.
length of
Thank
time
you.
it took this situation to progress to this point, as
Yeah,
a document
absolutely.
of this nature was not considered until nearly 2 months had passed. Names/statements that
Yeah,
have been left
people
out
probably
due
fear
to fear of
retaliation.
retaliation from Adora. Names/statements that have been left out due to fear of retaliation from social media. Names that have been left out due to unrelated professional obligations and concerns. Testimonies that
Right.
could not be included due to time constraints on the part of those giving them.
And again, chat, this is why I went through all of these ones to show you, because this section here talks about people could not be involved. Well, now you see it on Twitter. So it must be noted a significant amount of Adora's actions were done over VC and without warning, likely deliberate. During the compilation of this document, there was a noticeable shift in the amount of DMs sent versus things spoken over VCs, likely as Adora had sensed that she was leaving an incriminating paper trail. This document is solely aimed at addressing Adora's actions. All other mentioned parties should be assumed to be innocent or misinformed. You're good, Kono. Don't worry about it, sweetie. So there you go, guys. I mean, I don't know if this is true, but I mean, if people are constantly talking to VCs, there's probably a reason for that, you know? So there's probably a reason for that. So here are some more discussion notes. And I do appreciate, actually, if we could just give like a 07 or a clap. Like, this document is very well written, and I'm not used to that Google Docies, because when I read Google Docies, I'm like, well, I said this and blah 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 blah, and I didn't include the link or the screenshots, but blah 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 blah, you know. So like, this is like very, very thorough, and I appreciate that.
While it would be irresponsible to speculate on the reasoning and psychology behind Adora's
Yeah, if this is
actions,
Laserpig, this is like
document will at times include
really good
discussion and analysis of the language used in particular pieces of evidence, to highlight the specific language and tactics of abuse. This is necessary to get
Laser
readers
said he
who
wrote
may
a lot
not
of it,
be
right?
familiar with the
Well, I mean, it is
context, as these
collaborative
actions
effort.
are using subtle and corrosive rather than overt, used to wear down someone's self-esteem over time until they can be isolated and controlled. For readability, and due to them all coming from the same author, these sections will be marked in green.
But what really sucks, we're all in different places and we all have different awareness levels, right? Guys, I really encourage you, as we talk about this and you see some of the things that are mentioned, if people talk to you like this, like, you either call them out or get out of there, you know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty, when I first started VTubing, no, I was very coy. I was a lot more shy, very less outspoken. Now, guys, if I see this shit, I will call your ass out. You know what I mean? Like, and my friends know that too. Like, I'm not bullshitting anymore. I've done this for 4 years. If my friends like say some shit to me, I'll call them out. Just as much as I expect for them to call me out if I do some bullshit, right? That's the relationship that I have with my friends, and I appreciate them. You know, all the people from Yomi to Ruzu to everybody, Chunky, all of my closest, lovely friends. You know, like, I know they even like I've had conversations with some of my friends and they've been like, hey, like, you know, I didn't like this thing that you said and this and that. You know, like, you know, I'm really sorry. I only meant it like this. I apologize. And they're like, you know what? Okay, high five. We're good. You know, so like, just have communication. Just fucking communicate. You don't have to be a shitty person, you know, like, just communicate. I guess I should tack onto that. Be open. During the course of assembling this document, we have been able to identify at least one other victim of Adora's abuse. There are likely more we've been unable to identify, and that's why I showed you those. That this document only has the authority to address the actions taken against Radio. We will not be discussing the abuse visited upon other individuals. However, at minimum, there are credible allegations of additional doxing, financial abuse, false accusations, slander, social ostracization, and emotional abuse. So, there we go. Ousting from Project STEM. So again, I want to remind you that Pomato was very like adamant in the fact that she was saying that she was having the implication that was somehow manipulated to confront radio is false. So as you read through this, just know that Pomato says that that part, at least on her end, is not true, and we'll be looking for her follow-up out of that, you know what I mean? So, whoops. I clicked the wrong button, frick. For those with limited time, below are listed bullet points of what occurred during this phase of Adora's campaign.
Luring Radia into a poorly planned 3v1 intervention/interrogation where she was accused of being ungrateful, a compulsive liar, a content thief, and having falsified her medical conditions for monetary gain. Radia was sent into a days-long emotional breakdown.
Why would you do a 3v1?
During which
That's not an
Adora dictated
intervention.
a dishonest version of events to both her friends and family. Adora doctored a document that
friends
purported
and
to
family?
represent the
What the
facts of
fuck?
the event. To remove most references to herself, Adora extensively attempted to drive a wedge in Radia's relationship with her partner through extensive
Yeah, that's not
disinformation
okay.
provided when he was in an emotionally compromised state. Radia was forced to leave Project STEM after an unrelated comment on her own stream, which was being monitored, was used as proof of her lack of regret.
The fact that they're putting a wedge between their partner. Look, guys, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna say this right now. If something ever happens to me, or you have a problem with me, do not bring Aya into it, and vice versa, right? That's really, really messed up. Yeah, a lot of accusations. Like, why would you bring Aya into it at all? Like, it's with me, right? I think it's wrong to go to the partner and try to cause some issues with them, because now not only are they dealing with people on the internet through a screen, but now they're having to deal with the IRL, right? And that's on two fronts. Like, that's just wrong. I really, really disagree with that, and doing that type of stuff is not okay. Not okay, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. And plus, like, I'll be real. Like, Ian and I, we have the relationship under the guise of like, here is Ian and ours relationship, like in a nutshell. Ian could be like, she could be on my stream and she'd be like, the sky is purple, and I'd be like, you know what? Yes, the sky is absolutely purple. And as soon as we get on stream, I'll be like, girl, the sky is not purple. What the fuck are you talking about? But that's the relationship we have. We support each other. And then behind closed doors, we correct each other and point out things just as much as sometimes I get done with news and A will be like, hey girl, can we sit down and talk about this? Like, I really didn't like that. And I really didn't like what you said about this and that. I'm like, yeah, what's up? Like, and we talk about it. A doesn't agree with everything I do. And we talk about it, right? But that is not for a public space. And that's not for you or anybody else to drive themselves into that situation. That is between A and us. Not you guys. You don't need to be like, oh, I fucking hate, Ayomi is the worst piss tuber in the world. All she does is pee, 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 piss, piss, piss. And so, I don't want like you to be like, oh, well, now I need to get involved with, Laura and be like, oh my God, we got to tell Aya. Like, no, of course not. Like, that makes no sense. Like, leave us to our own like devices, right? And that's just crossing boundaries. All right, here we go, guys. Let's take a look here. Initial confrontation. Bro, I always be throwing Tracy Yummy.
Adora's actions began after Anime North. Radia was completely unaware that anything was wrong, and believed the trip had been a huge success and was immensely happy at getting to spend time with her friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without her knowledge, Adora had involved Fenari Mori and Pomato Master, the other two members of Project STEM, to begin compiling a list of specific incidents where Radia said things they considered insensitive or hurtful, or had not been fully honest with her about her personal details. While all three members were involved in this, it is unlikely the other two members were aware of the extent of Adora's intentions regarding this.
And again, I think this is kind of where Pomato's statement comes in. From what I gather from Pomato, what she says here, it's clear that many events described between Radia and remember to Stan were massively mischaracterized and attack on her character. I almost think that there was like, they had a disagreement. And Radia maybe took it more as an attack when it's never meant that way. But either way, like Radia left. We'll get more information on that in the future, right? So Rather than addressing these things one-on-one or calmly, Radio was then lured into a voice call on the Project STEM server under the guise of emergency meeting. Guys, can I tell you something? Can I tell you a secret? And I'm only going to tell you this once. There's no such thing as an emergency meeting. There's no such thing. No, nobody needs to pull you into an emergency meeting about a group. Everything can be planned. If it's that big of a deal, they can share that stuff with you through text. I'm sorry, guys. There's no such thing. When it comes into content creation and VTubing, unless it's like a cat said, like a sponsor or something like that, in a VTuber group, there's no such thing as emergency meeting. If it's that important, you can type it up. If somebody's trying to lure you into a text chat or a voice chat immediately, nah, bro, that's a red flag. That's a red flag. This is a group of content creators. There's no reason to have an emergency meeting. Monitoring this call, what transpired was incredibly poor conceived intervention that operated more as interrogation, as perceived lies were fired off at Radio, and receipts and minutes went down the list, infraction by infraction. So, my question is, who was in this call? Was it Flamingo, Adora, Radio, and Fenari? Because if so, that's not an intervention. If so, you need to have a third party that can guide people through the conversation. In my opinion, I think that's a true, intervention, right? Like, if I had issues with somebody in a group, I had a VTuber group, and I had issues, I would involve, maybe like my manager or somebody else like that, because that's what you're supposed to do when there's issues, right? You involve people that are, outside of the whole thing and can help guide you through it. Yeah, very much an ambush. What's up, Bacon? How are you? I hope travels home safe, and take Finn to the airport tonight. Hope you rested well. Had a trip home was uneventful at the border. I got a lot of rest yesterday. I slept like 11 hours last night. Also, Sunday's Meets debut, so I'm checking with him on the link this stream to try and work with our raids. Do we need to have emergency stim meeting right now? Can you jump in working in stim? Sure. So important to note, guys, there are no recordings of the calls. Third-party sources have confirmed that they had involved parties outside of Project STEM from the beginning of this, and had already begun slandering Radio's reputation to others. They're also advised that such a format was a poor idea, and went forward with it regardless, so I could have told you that. I will say this, chat, to be fair, I know that they said that there are people that don't want to come forward and stuff like that. Screenshots here would be super appreciated and would really drive this point home, but we only have so much to go off of, and I understand that. So
the end result was Radio being forced to stand.
That would just be really nice.
And in near tears.
Something
outside
there,
in her gym's parking lot as she was raked over the coals for things she had no idea were bothering others. These accusations included compulsive lying, a lack of gratitude, actions that were bad optics for the group, and an emotional appeal for Radio to take a break. By the time this conversation had ended, Radio was so hysterical she could say nothing in her own defense and had fully capitulated to the narrative as it was presented to her. It took several days before she was calm enough to explain her side of the story. Up until this time, Radio's partner, friends, and family received no information regarding what had occurred outside of the narrative being communicated by Adora.
So, one thing that I have a question here, and I had a question the first time I read this. These are the accusations, right? What specifically? That's my question. What did they say specifically to you that accused you of compulsive lying and lack of gratitude, etc.? Again, I want to restate this. I said at the start of stream. I'm going to say it again, so everybody listen to me. I'm asking questions not as a way to take away from their experience or to be opposed to the things that they went through. I'm only asking these questions because I feel like having that information would really help the narrative and the story and everything that's in here, right? I just wonder what these things were exactly, if that makes sense. And hopefully that makes sense to you. Again, I'm not trying to take away anything that's happened to Radio because it's awful and you already have some screenshots that prove it. But again, I would like to know the specifics. It would help me understand more. A third party is confirmed by this point. All three members of Project STEM. I privately recognize the intervention made a poor choice. No mention of this was ever made. What was stated during the call can be seen in the clip notes screenshots. I have to look, Kona. Maybe I missed that the first time. So I've only read this 1.5 times. So, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look. I might have not connected those dots. Again, this is like a 98-page document, so I appreciate any help I can get because this thing is massive. Comms immediate aftermath. Unbeknownst to the other members of Project Stamp, Adora privately communicated significantly more hostile demands to Iridium of her own volition. The full documentation of messages to be redacted due to sharing of personal details for the sake of brevity. A significant selection of screenshots, excerpts, will be provided here. So, here we go. I will say I do not think June 1st is long enough break. This is a generally make or break situation on friendship brain. I genuinely love you, but I'm hurt and don't feel like I can fully trust you anymore. That needs to be rebuilt, and I want to rebuild it with you so badly because all the good times you have had together, you need to recenter, change your approach, and connect with streaming. I want to see you become better in this stuff so I can fully trust you again. So, again, there's just that question, like, what did Radio do, right, that violated that trust? We'll get to that later. The screenshot has been altered and moved personal information with Doris in a reference to uninvolved third party. I love you too, and I'm not doing amazing since blank, honestly. There's a lot of decade-long purpose lost and fears gained afterward. I can't take this entire month off work. It just isn't feasible regardless how much overtime I have, unless I do a disability leave, which I reserve for yearly surgeries. My overall schedule is light. I'm going to keep what I have scheduled because it at least is scheduled social time that breaks up my week, but I'm not going to be overbooking myself for present 5+ days a week on stream, my own or others for a long time. From one of my knowledges, namely that Radio was not fully upfront about her entire work history and using certain phrases to describe her illness, tummy problems being the common term to use, and finally there was just claims of her begging for money. Okay, we'll get to that section in. Gotcha. So I guess this is in regards to the accusations of their well-being, right? And we'll get to that section. Again, this one is altered for personal information. You really need to detach from streaming Radio. I'd say it's not a place of love and concern. I'll give you more time to process what I'm going to be from on this. I don't trust you right now. I don't feel comfortable having you on my stream, doing content with you. You're my friend. I love you. For you, I want the good. I've seen you to be part that's there, but it's hard when I keep feeling lied to. Please stop lying to me. And please recenter, meditate, and refocus. You need it. Or now it's a real killer. I mean, it sounds like Adora is trying to like come from like a good place here. But as we continue reading, you'll see. And if you come back quickly, it is over because it means you didn't learn what's wrong here. This is our make or break moment, and I hate saying this, but I never lied to you once. Okay, well that's a lie. That's already a lie. Once, when I don't know, when you're lying to me, and that hurts a lot. Yeah, again, putting the ultimatum is pretty rough. I mean, it does seem like she does care, but it's only like it's really worded in a manipulative way with the ultimatum being there, you know? I don't like hearing, you told Kono I didn't help you enough. I'm not perfect, but I generally give you my everything. I just don't want you to lie. I feel like I'm being lied to, that's all. We can fix this, but I need you to understand what's wrong here so we can. It's gonna be a long road. This is the start. I want this to work here, family me. Change in this regard. Problems, the next message basically tells Ready to touch from her friends. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just kind of like, here, we'll get into it, chat. Let me keep reading. So, we keep jumping the gun. Let me keep reading. Portions of the screenshot have been redacted due to mention third parties or private info for Adora said is not to be shared. I shall leave you to your evening and let prepare for tomorrow. This is meant to sound snide. It just comes off as blunt. But I mean, do have a decent evening. I won't necessarily be around as I'm giving you all distance. But I'll be in DMs if needed. This is something I feel I even have the fundamental ability to fix in the moment. Of course, this isn't me telling me we won't talk, but this is part of the process. My friend, you're someone of you as a sister, and if you weren't, I won't give you the same talk. Kind of old new in the library book. Life is full of ups and downs. Never give up. Wait, what? What? Like, I only want what's best for you. Yeah, I mean, there can be good intention in that, and there can be bad intention in that. I think that the narrative that we're going to see is, like, it comes across as caring, but at the same time, there's an underlying tone of manipulation, you know what I mean? Here we go. I'm going to say this now. I think you generally need a full social cleanse right now, detox. No Discord, not even your own community, no Twitter, no Twitch chat, nothing. Okay, and this is the screenshot that I wanted to get back to. This is too much. This is too much. That's your opinion. fully stepping away from everything is like, I feel like Adora's just crossing boundaries. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to say, I care about you. I don't want bad things happening to you. But for you to be like, hey, oh, go away from your community and Discord and all that, that's too much. That's too much, you know? You have an unhealthy tie to it. And the more you interact with it right now, the unhealthy connection you have to streaming will continue and it'll let you enable bad behavior. That's your opinion, though. You know, I hope I don't see any messages for a bit and you communicate with loved ones you plan to do. That's so you can still hang out with IRL folks. I hope I don't see any messages for a bit. Nah, bro. That ain't it. I need to communicate with loved ones, etc. This is a genuinely serious moment. Right, I don't want to lose you as someone I love. Yeah. Underlying manipulation, please rest you recenter and not tie content to an integral part of your heart. More than that, you have my phone number and can text me and others. There, even have phone calls to check in during it. Yeah, it's just like, they're telling, they keep like almost enclosing them. Like, hey, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to take a break. Step away from your community, all that. Like, that's not how you heal. Hey, can I be honest, chat? I know that we're all different and we all treat things differently. But guys, you guys in so many moments have kept me going. In my worst times, chat, I always know that I can come to y'all and you will help me get through it. Whether it's shitty people, whether it's bear, whatever it is, I always rely on y'all to help me get through it. Just as much as I, look to Aya to help me get through my problems, right? Like, I think stepping away from a community is not helpful. And that's my opinion. I'm also at a point I just find it easier to leave than to watch everything fall apart more. Just with my old friend back that unprompted him, nothing gave support money when I was sick. Another one worrying about numbers and money from stream. I mean, guys. All right, here we go. I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear. Are you guys ready for this? Numbers are important. Now, you don't want them to totally encompass you, right? You don't want them to swallow you up and become everything you think about, but it's something you have to consider. You can't pretend that they're not important. Numbers are important, and it's something to use as feedback for yourself. If I stream My Little Pony fighting game and you guys love it, do you think that I'm going to stream more My Little Pony fighting game? Of course, absolutely. You use the numbers as feedback for yourself and your performance. So sometimes you got to worry about money. Sometimes you got to worry about numbers. If Radia has a lot of medical issues, I could see that there is worries about money and making ends meet. Oh yeah, no walk. There is a My Little Pony fighting game. Yeah, I was at Evo one year. Yeah, them fighting herds. I still see a place for me right now. Anything, let alone my presence, making anything better. Now, in the future, I don't have any faith in my ability to do so anymore. I don't even want people in person near me in the moment because I have no trust in my ability to not make basic human activities. All right, yeah, she's definitely deep in the depression there. I'm gonna remind you, but you can just focus on stuff and just for the sake of our friendship. I know if you're down for any collabs in June, I won't be coming on as well until July at the earliest. Hope you don't feel obligated to stream because of me. Okay. So if you think I'm scheduled for, please take me off of it. And also hope you don't get hit hard by a pond crud. Why can't I say that? Don't get hit too hard by a con crud. Okay. I'm just thinking of leaving. I don't have it in me to stay a month in unplanned isolation as everything slowly degrades. I'm not allowed to be around even any capacity, whether it be for comfort or socialization. This isn't about streaming. I'm just not supposed to be around. I think isolating her like that is the wrong advice. That's my opinion, chat. What do you think about it? Yeah, they just had one really broken character in it, McKay, but it was actually pretty solid. I also feel like every time VTubers from a group somehow, somewhere things deteriorate fast. Absolutely. I agree, Chunky. I agree. When it comes to VTuber groups, in my experience reading these, in my own personal experience, everything just deteriorates fast. It's really not good. It's just a control, yeah. Yeah, big control. What's up, Chunky?
Numbers can be a good confirmation of you're doing good. Keep going.
Yep, exactly. I don't know what to believe in. I'm certainly not a good person. I've never been under the impression that I'm in any way a particularly good person. Nobody's a good person. We are all people. Big thing for me is realizing I need to be a person who does good things. It's what's helped me a lot to work on myself. Like Doc's people. Okay. You've done bad things, and it doesn't mean you're a bad person. I've done bad things too. But the more and more good things we do, the better we will be. We can't rest on our laurels ever and think we are good people, but also think we are bad isn't helpful. I mean, it's true. I remember when I had COVID and you immediately swooped in and helped me unasked. That was a good thing. You do good things. I didn't think that was a good thing. It just felt normal to do. Even things supposedly good by definition I get hurt or punished for at times. I haven't ever felt I've done good, so to speak. I've just done what I should. So again, I think our big question right now, Chad, is just like, Radiant and Adora had this falling out. What was it that Adora allegedly is like, oh my God, I don't trust you anymore, this and that. Like, we need to get to that information. So I'll say what I'm going to say is based on speculation, but it's based on data I have and from my own conversation with Adora. I have a theory that this is a protection because I know for a fact that Adora obsessed about money and numbers. It's also important to the Adora and Radio based on Twitch's analytics. Here's 72% of our audience, so Radio doing well has the potential of there being less money for Adora to make. Gotcha. I mean, also, Radio doing well might also mean Adora does well on the other side of the coin, but I get what you mean. I know what you're saying is Adora was obsessed with numbers and performance and stuff like that. And we all get tied up in that as content creators. That happens to us, even to the best of us. So Radio goes on to say, I don't know what any of you want. I haven't done anything but my job, sleep, schedule therapy, and sit on thoughts because I fear doing anything else. I know it was good enough punishment to attempt. What should I give up to be worthy? It's ambiguous and unattainable in my mind. Talking about whatever their falling out was. Not about punishment or turning, it's about getting better. I don't want any more lies, and I just want to be able to trust again. Doesn't mean if you ever get caught in a lie again, our friendship is over. I just want you to take accountability when you are, apologize, and then do it less. It also means if something is off, I'm going to just ask for receipts for a while, like I did with my dad. So again, apparently Radio lied to Adora about something that affected their friendship. And so Adora is looking for accountability based off that. Also, just want to see you feel general gratitude for the good things in your life. There's no too many things. I just want your content brain rat for the kids. I also don't want to see you complain about things like money, but folks that are less fortunate or expressing jealousy towards others. Have less than you, folks who love you. I also want to see you do your own things when it comes to content and not copy others and move things around or act weird. I mean, I really hate that thing like, oh, you're copying people. Like, bro, is there really like that much original content anymore? I mean, don't get me wrong. There is. But also like, is anybody going to the door and be like, oh, you're copying Takahata? Nah, 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 nah. Like, no, of course not. So why would you even say that? That is, that's such a moot point. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. I just stick to your schedule of days and do things you think of, not things you think need to copy or emulate out of non-existent obligation. Are the main things I'll reiterate in my last message for the day. I mean, again, just Radio can do whatever she wants. Like, why are you so concerned about her content? You know, like, I don't understand that. Has there ever been, or do humans just interpret reality? I got him. You don't have to answer, obviously, but I'm not supposed to be around for I don't know how long. So here's part of my problem, chat. So, if you have a problem with somebody, you need to be clear, transparent, and concise about your expectations. And so this is where Adora, this is the manipulation. Oh, so guess what? This is my last message of the day, but I decide that I'm not going to tell you, how many messages I'm going to send you per day. This is, oh, you reached your daily limit of messages. That's it. I'm drawing the boundary, maintaining my boundary, the last message. There's no back and forth about it. There's no like, hey, my boundary is this. Okay, awesome. I'm just going to give you a week off. We'll come back together in a week. It's very ambiguous, and that's not healthy at all. Not to answer, obviously, but I'm supposed to be around for I don't know how long. How am I even supposed to stick to a schedule of days when I'm not even allowed back, regardless of if I'm doing anything with you all or not? How do you even want me to prove myself in isolation, really? I don't feel like I'm allowed to do anything. For it will mean I'm not sorry enough or trying hard enough if I do anything online. And that's a problem, right? It's like, well, I don't want you to lie to me and I need you to prove yourself, but also you need to separate yourself and not do anything. You know, so like, a lot of mixed messages. That's tough. There's no way to prove anything. So proving if I'm not supposed to exist in any capacity around the space. It's not as if you all exist around me physically, right? I'm tired and I've had to take on a lot within a short period of a few months. It's not been managed the best, obviously, and it's resulted in constantly feeling illogical emotions or the omnipresent fear of losing everything I ever worked for. I don't have it in me to live like I used to. Everything was uncertain, even food. I mean, look, if you're in that bad of financial straits, I can understand why you're worried, and you're probably just sharing your worry with everybody else. So to be like, oh, don't worry about money. Well, not everybody is that lucky, guys, you know? Not everybody's that fortunate. I'll toast thank you for the 19 months. I've done this work. I could one day not live in fear, maybe rest. It is a deep fear when for this one I'm overwhelmed. And it's just, I'll talk more tomorrow, maintaining my boundary, the last message. Bruh. Dude, Radio just gave some really good points here. Really, really strong points here. Just like, nah, bro. Sorry, you've reached your daily message amount for the day. I mean, again, your boundaries need to be clear. They need to be clear. That's it. There's nothing else to add to that. It feels very manipulative. Really talks in her terms, right? I know it just love to hear someone forget. Otherwise, unfortunately, forget entirely. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, subscribe to the premium version to unlock more daily messages. Hey, chat. You want more messages than me? That's right, chat. You wanna talk to this elf? Well, subscribe to my channel. You only get one message in chat per day. Yeah, except Hal. He gets no messages. Nah, I get that. In reality, if I can make past Adora do anything, if you just to deal with your spirals and never try to let things slide, then we're socially okay rather than just let them pile up. I won't be doing that going forward. Let things slide. I'll just tell you as an adult. I'm gonna have friends tell me when I do fuck ups. I appreciate it. Basically, it was equivalent having a bomb thrown in my window, with no room to actually speak because it was a conversation which my words had any inherent significance. I'm not aware of issues. Nor is this something I've been trying to correct at various stages of a downhill slide the past few months. I can get where Adora's coming from. So if there's like a problem, right? A perceived problem, and you just throw everything at somebody at once, that's not really helping them, right? You gotta give it to them, you know, low and slow, right? You gotta give them some stuff here and there, all it as it goes. You can't just dump everything on one person all at once, because then you have moments like this where you just crash out, you know? And that's a lot of stress to put on somebody, you know? Gradually put that information out there. I've never been upset at you for getting the help you needed. I was happy at the support in the time and could heal. That's a good thing, and I never had malice for Finn being there. My only metrics for care were based solely upon the lack of presence from other parties, specifically the person I needed the most when I was suffering. This isn't everything that's been on me, but it's a part of a greater series of issues and misunderstandings. I'll go look at Fish for a bit. Go enjoy Fish. I will appreciate you talking. I just wish there was some sit-down conversation before letting things become a massive rush that I was surprised with in public. I agree with that. There should have been a scheduled time where the third-party person sit down and just have a conversation, right? I think that's much healthier overall. A sit-down conversation with everybody probably checking discuss behavior would have been more of a corrective method than just mentioning the behavior that rubbed people wrong or holding it from my knowledge. So, okay, now we understand part of the problem, right, chat? So Adora's going on and saying, hey, all these people, like, have these problems. You rub people the wrong way. You have, like, you're doing these things that are bad. And so that is, like, part of the problem, right? But again, like, you never sat down with them in a constructive manner and helped them, right? So, like, let's say this, chat. Let's say this, chat. at a job, when you're sitting down with somebody and you have to give them feedback, do you do it out in the middle of your store? Let's say you work at a grocery store. Do you yell at somebody out in the middle of the grocery store? Of course not. You go to them, you schedule a time to talk with them, you take them in the back in a comfortable area, and you discuss it with them. And that's any work. That's at your place of employment. So literally to give your friend less than that is really, really inconsiderate. There were 2 third parties who were at a meeting, but they were not brought into the call. Right. Exactly. That. And like they said, it was just a bad idea, you know? I get that, but indeed, it's fortunately not really an easy way to do it. If you're watching this or you look back on this, I hope you realize that was a very, very critical mistake that you made. You put them in an unsafe situation and you force them into a conversation in a place, a time that was, in my opinion, unacceptable. And it was for your sake, not theirs. And that's where you went wrong. Yeah, I was incredibly conflicted about doing anything. I don't feel like I have any right to be pressing anything. No, I wanted around. Wasn't true. If that wasn't true, it would have gone completely different. Regardless, time will help heal. 4 days after initial call with Adora, Radio was admitted to the hospital. The stress of dealing with the situation began to cause severe complications with her already rapidly decaying health. Radio says, thinking about the hospital, my heart rate at dinner was 115 sitting down. Digital Vigor says, fucking hell, I'm back home. You need to go. I will meet you there, but there's a pain in the middle of my back. My jaw hurting as well as the back of my neck. I don't know what's wrong. You probably grind your teeth all night. No, it's numb. Fuck. That's a plan. I really wanted Dora to explain her side of things, even though she looks really bad. Absolutely chunky. I mean, again, I'm just going to point out, there's things in here that are just like, you can't explain it, you know? So I think that Adora is pretty cooked. But I think that she'll at least give her side, and there's probably additional information about the falling out, maybe some things she wants to allude that Radia's done or other people have done, but I mean, she's pretty much cooked at this point, you know. She already said she's leaving. You know, I mean, she's out of here. No, Chunky. I'll be working on this over the next week. It's a lot. I want to give a full context on all conversations. In the end, I'll be seeing my partner going back to the engineering field after I do, most likely. Yeah, she's done. She's out of there. That's a plan. I don't want to go. I sat an entire dinner, at least knowing I was at 110 heart rate. The entire aquarium. Is that I felt short of breath and I just feel tired. Even something, honey, just stress is better to be sure. We can get it based on what's going on. But then I've just wasted money and looking like I want attention. Sweetie, this is medical attention. Absolutely. Very base digital vagrant. Yeah, it seems like she's just out chunky. That's actually why I'm covering it today. Because it's like, it's pretty much over at this point, you know? I will look like I'm seeking attention for money or medical issues. Sweetie, I know your medical history to think you'd be faking this is delusional. If you're looking for attention, we wouldn't have to fight you for like half an hour every time to get you to go. You hate hospitals. I know you know my medical history. You've been through my papers. If you want attention, this would be a really weird way to do it. Absolutely. What's up, Gray? I think I saw him. In her Discord, she just said she may not. Now, I mean, again, she said she may after I do most likely, so. Are you talking about something new? Like a new... Wait, there's an update? Alright, hold on, time out. Will you post it under, my VTuber, news stories? Yeah, well, time out. Time out! Time out, chat! Yeah, hold the phone, chat. Time out. Yeah, breaking news. Let's wait for this. If you don't mind posting it, I appreciate it. Professor Dev, thank you for 27 months. And Ginga, thank you for 6 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Seems like it. Let's see. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Yeah, it's been a rough one. Yeah, if you don't mind, post it inside VTuber news stories. Apparently, somebody has a screenshot they want to share with us. So, let me see it. We saw Benari's announcement. Really disagree with Adora leaving because it just looks like she's leaving all her friends. We're defending her to take the blows. I mean, are you saying you disagree with the fact that she's leaving? You know what I mean? Like, cause she said it, not me. You know. Yeah, absolutely, sir. I got you. Okay, well, I'm not seeing the screenshot, but I'll wait for that. You can post it whenever in my Discord. So, yeah, I'm calling Uber. Now, good. The pain in my upper back won't go away. Let me know when you're getting close, and I'll drive you there to meet you. Okay, so Adora going away. Sorry, I've been ignoring this server because I've been feeling some away, but I'm waiting. And Adora says, I'm maybe we will see. So it seems like they might be going away from what they say. I mean, again, the way that I read this, it sounds like you're going away, but I guess let's see the response. Let me know when you're getting close. I'll drive you there to meet you. Just left. Okay, cool. I'll be at the ER by 9:20. So they're just talking about in this screenshot, you know, just the medical pain and stuff like that, right? So no apology if a check-in was even received from any of the other members regarding this, though they were made aware of it. All right. So here is the analysis of these screenshots, chat. Let's take a listen.
It should be observed Adora uses a type of language called coercive control, something common in abusive relationships. Those who have come from abusive households, be that an ex-partner or your own parents, may find the language used familiar. Coercive control tactics can be extremely subtle, and may not be apparent to the people around the victim or indeed the victim themselves.
No, this is a Radius document.
Strict and restricting routines, extreme, and often unfounded, jealousy accusations and threats, a cycle of physical, sexual, or financial abuse, or a combination of all these. Gaslighting, isolation from loved ones and work colleagues by creating rifts.
Yeah, Dora hasn't posted a response other than this right here. And this right here. Those are the only responses we have from her. Yeah, guys, look, I'm gonna be real fucking serious for a second. If I hear you guys say this again, I'm gonna get upset. The Cinder and Adora situation is like comparing apples to oranges. They're two completely different things. I'm trying to tier list separate situations.
Reminder: this has nothing to do with Cinder.
Please stop doing that. I really hate when you're like, oh, well, this is worse than this. Like, guys, it's its own separate situation. Like, shut the fuck up and let's talk about this. We're not talking about Cinder. Like, seriously. Holy shit. Good lord. Yeah, everybody always wants to compare. Oh, well, up on my tier list of drama, this one is way worse. Bro, I don't give a fuck. And neither should you. Let's talk about this right now. Like, stop trying to talk about something that's already long fucking over, dude. Yeah, apples to oranges. My God, chat. Use your brain for 3 seconds. Come on. Come on, guys. You can do this. I believe in you. Seriously, guys. Come on. We're better than this. We're way better than this. We can do better than that, chat. I believe in you. I believe in you, chat. I feel like your mom. I feel like your mom yelling at you. But you know what? Call me mommy because I'm yelling at you today, chat. You can't do that. It's a different situation. Like, let things be what they are in their own situation. We're going to talk about this. And that's it.
100. Do you believe this in me, Lara?
You what? Do I believe this? What are you talking about? I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Yeah, that's about right. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. But seriously, guys, like, it's a different situation. Just let things be what they are. Okay, let's continue. Example of things an abuser might say include, you make me feel bad, no one can trust you now, you're hurting us with your actions. I mean, I don't know if this is manipulative, because I feel like you should tell somebody people are hurting you with actions, but you make me have to be mean. Yeah, okay, that's true. Everybody hates you for this. That's true. I'm doing this for your own good. I truly love you, but you need to change, right? I'm doing this for your own good. That's that's a classic right there. Yeah, that's a classic.
In short, the abuser will attempt to control a narrative around the victim presented to both the abused and to the audience, that the abuse they receive is somehow entirely their fault, and that the abuser is being forced to act because of it.
Hi, Rosie.
In many cases, when this abuse is challenged or acknowledged as abuse, the abuser will often be quick to play the victim, assured that everyone is ganging up on them when they were just trying to do what was right. Their goal will be to create confusion, isolation, and diminish the victim's sense of self. By subjecting their target to verbal abuse, perpetrators begin to hold control over their victim's life, instilling a sense of hopelessness and sometimes fear into them while also taking away their independence.
Yeah, the separation and isolation was very problematic. I'm good, you dark mode user. I don't know, I actually like light mode when I'm reading Google Dockies. I don't know what it is about Google Dockies, but I like them in light mode. Maybe it's a personal thing. So, it's important to the significant focus Adora placed on radio, stepping away from streaming in the internet entirely for a time, returns to that point again, blah, 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 again, finding radio on a daily basis of our ostracization. Anything to point out, other than the stupid comparisons out of bad faith, the thing is to point out, yes, what evidence is demon against Adora. I quote Alarm when she says, she covers anything not to jump to sides and wait to make a judgment. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, for Google Docs, I prefer light mode. Yeah, same here. Let me get a poll, mods. What's better, light or dark mode for Google Dockies? So here we go, guys. We're going to talk about post-intervention escalation. Dear Ara, can we get some claps for Dear Ara today? Dear Ara being the GOAT. Reading all this out. Thank you, Dear Ara, for protecting my voice. On Subathon day 246. Thank you, Dear Ara. We love you. I would not have been able to make it 246 days without Dear Ara, so thank you. All right, let's do it.
Up until this point, this appeared to be something that, although handled incredibly poorly, there was room for this to be resolved. Adora outwardly appeared willing to reconcile. Radia was actively attempting to apologize for whatever hurt feelings her actions had caused. It is during the time period of May 30th to 31st that a noticeable shift began. During this time, Radia was finally able to open up regarding what had taken place during the initial confrontation.
Right.
It is at this point the narrative that had been fed to outside parties began
unraveling. And that's the problem,
the
right?
primary source for the discovery of these discrepancies, outside of Radia's own words, was a document that had been forwarded to Digital Vagrant, Radia's partner, on May 29th, 2 days after the initial confrontation. It was represented as bullet points of what had been gone over during the call, as well as a summary of what Radia had done to justify the call.
Why are you sending this to their partner?
Let me try this again. Lara, do you believe that in me?
No, I don't. I don't believe it. I don't believe in you, Tom. Sorry. But it's because you're moderator. You live to exist in the basement. That is your calling. What else do I need to believe in for you? I believe, you bunch of dark mode users. So, why are we forwarding a document? Of course, let me get it real fast. Here you go. Before we talked to her, we wrote down a bunch of things we wanted to bring her up. And I think I cut out all the stuff we ended up not talking to her about. This document has been altered. Adora had edited it significantly to remove almost every point which mentioned herself before sending it without the knowledge of anyone else involved. But why are you involving? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is she talking to Radio's partner about this stuff? Like, just let them be themselves in their relationship. And it's been altered on top of that, bro. Like, you changed it around. That's not even what you actually talked about. That ain't right. This doc was never supposed to be shared with anybody, not even Radio. I don't know behind everybody when sharing this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Why are you sharing this? You don't need to do that. The full version of this list, minus redactions of personal information, can be found below. Sometimes the list turned out to be full of extremely minor slights or highly inaccurate, outright false assumptions regarding Radia's personal details. Below is a list of the main points along with an analysis of the framing that was used in the document. So, here we go, chat. Main issue, Saturday night stream. This section revolved around the alleged hiding of a late-night Saturday stream done by Radia's partner, Digital Vagrant, while she was away. Radia was also accused of faking food poisoning and playing up her illness for money, with a variety of poorly constructed evidence and a complete lack of understanding of medical issues she had. I'm gonna tell you right now, wrong, bro. You don't tell people. You don't be like, oh, you fake food illness. Oh, you're having all this pain in your body. Yeah, you're faking it for money. Especially your friend. Why would you say that? Give me the analysis, Tiara.
The problems in this opening should be obvious as you read it below. Accusations are made without context and supported with no evidence, even anecdotal. Several of them contradict each other, and others are provided with so little context it is hard to understand exactly what they mean. It is simply assumed Radia is lying about her health, and the fact she was able to run a stream in which a lot of gift subs were given out is offered as a connection in spite of the fact Radia will frequently run streams which generate gifted subscriptions and hype trains, i.e. money. In the same manner one could make the accusation that Radia uses her cat to garner money from her supporters.
That makes no sense, chat. Like, you should be happy that somebody is successful, you know what I mean? So, like, we're pretty much just like, oh, you're using your illness for money. Like, bro, nobody chooses to be ill. Like, I don't know Radia's illness. And like Red Claw says, it's very complicated and complex, but number one, it's not my business. And number two, it's not like she asked to have to deal with those problems. So, like, why are you upset that she's being successful? You're a friend. You should be happy that she's being successful. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that. Like, why would you accuse somebody of something like that? If somebody has issues, like, like that's not their fault. But being like, oh, use your illness as a way to garner money. That's a really fucked up accusation. Like, you have some proof for that? You know what I mean? You better have some heavy proof for that.
The type of health problem also changes 3 times. At first it is unspecified, then it jumps to food poisoning, and then to mental health. It also accuses Radia of massively overemphasizing a health problem for money, but also keeping it a secret. This is a complete contradiction. Radia is entitled to her privacy and has made it clear on numerous occasions she does not like discussing her health issues and will often refer to her health issues as hot girl tummy
totally
troubles.
Fine.
Other members of
Jesus
Project
Christ.
STEM also do this, including Adora and other tubers within that same sphere of influence. Cheer while 100 A lot of people will get mad if they're
Nobody
gifters
needs to
or
know.
other people get more gifters than them, which is why I cut ties with a lot of people
that's
because
really
they
sad.
don't care about
That's
their
really,
friends,
really
just
sad.
the money. This is called being entitled.
Yep. People do get that way, though. I'll be honest, chat. People really do get that way. They're like, oh, this person got like a bajillion subs. They're a horrible person and they have elf ears and I hate their face. Like, bro, people can be successful. And that's good. You can appreciate that. Like, don't you want to see other people that deserve good things have good things happen to them? Like, why are we so like fucking like pessimistic about everything? It's so annoying, dude. This is unfortunately a very common problem in the content creator sphere. Everybody looks at everybody else's other success and goes, Well, I'm not getting it, so they're a bad person. And that's a horrible way to think.
The other highlighted issues seem to focus on Radia's consumption of dairy products with the presumed assumption that Radia is lying about being lactose intolerant. Lactose intolerance is not an uncommon issue. There are pills which contain enzymes which, if taken daily, allow someone with a lactose intolerance to consume dairy products. Radia had these pills on her person along with her other necessary mealtime meds and has been vocal about taking these pills. Adora would know she was taking them.
So like, bro, you're literally being like, well, you're not actually sick because you drink milk. I'm sorry, I gotta stand up a second, chat. Why is that your business? I'm sorry. It's not your business, dude. And why would you accuse somebody anyway when it's not your business? It's their health. It's not your business, dude. It's not your business at all. I don't understand.
All of these are small,
I don't understand.
items that could have been resolved in a 15-minute conversation with
That's
Radia
true.
over coffee.
That's true.
None of this is grounds for an
What's up,
intervention.
Lemmy? How are you, sweetheart?
The final conclusion is a good example of the kind of abusive language highlighted earlier. Punishment is framed as not only a result of Radia's actions, but also a favor to prevent the situation getting worse. It is a classic "I'm doing this for your own good" argument and leans heavily
we
on
did see that.
isolating Radia
We did
from
see that.
outside sources. If this got out, it would look incredibly poorly on you, with the burden of proof placed heavily on Radia to prove she is not lying in spite of the utter lack of evidence to even suggest she is.
I really don't like this line. I've had this said to me before. And I didn't realize until now, looking at the context, how manipulative that is. It really is. It's fear. Wow. Yeah, it is. It's fear. Damn. I just had like a PTSD moment.
This is a tactic used to force a mind into a submissive position. The feeling one gets when faced with this sort of language is a sense of hopelessness, and if you lack defenses against this sort of thing, then the mind cannot help but do everything it can to prove innocence. The victim will seek to please the abuser, while glossing over the technical details such as the criticisms of eating, drinking, and monetary habits. The abused might feel the subconscious need to complain less, eat less, and either be less extravagant with funds or be more willing to share funds to prove there are no issues.
Yeah, you're kind of put into a position where you have to be defensive. You're going to try to take actions to refute a lot of those claims. And that does make sense, actually, quite a lot. So the section features a number of alleged comments made by Radia that were either interpreted as malicious. Oh my God, I keep hitting the wrong button. The section featured a number of alleged comments made by Radia that were either interpreted as malicious or actively misconstructed as Radia displaying a lack of gratitude, painting her as unappreciative for the support received, and for her friends in general. It also featured accusations that Radia, as she made more money than others, had no right to complain or express anxiety about monetary issues around others who had less. I mean, again, like, if you're having monetary issues, it's not, I don't think it's a comparison. It's more just like, hey, like, I'm having problems, you know? So again, you're entrapping them.
There is a lot to unpack in this section, but the one factor you should be primarily aware of is that Adora has been to Radia's house where her monthly budget is stapled to the fridge. Adora is fully aware of Radia's living expenses, including mortgage and medical bills. Prior to this incident, Radia looked upon Adora as a sister and confided in her a serious amount of personal information which included her monthly incomes and outgoings. Again, you'll note the constant use of "this is good for you" followed by "you didn't say thank you enough." This is again the language of the abuser, in particular one with narcissistic tendencies.
I mean, that makes sense.
There is a lot to unpack in this section, but the one factor you should be primarily aware
Wait, no, we already read that.
Has been to Radia's house where her monthly budget is stapled to the fridge.
Why are you reading it
Adora
twice?
is fully aware of Radia's living expenses, including mortgage
Okay, fine. We'll go back over it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Daria. I'm sorry. You really wanted to focus on this section. I'm sorry.
Amount of personal information which included
my
her
bad,
monthly
my
incomes
bad.
and outgoings. Again, you'll note the constant
She really
use
wants
of
you to
"this
know
is
about
good
this
for you,"
section.
followed by "you didn't say thank
She
you
really
enough."
wants you to know.
This is again the language of the abuser.
Oh
in
my god.
particular one with
Okay, I
narcissistic
get it.
tendencies.
Narcissistic tendencies. I'm sorry, Dura. I'm sorry. No, did I not like feed you enough or something? Holy shit.
It is a very common tactic to use this sort of language after the abused has had a good day, in order to pull them
Okay.
back down in what is called the roller coaster
Oh,
effect.
the highs and lows.
Large highs followed by immediate downs. This keeps the mind in a permanent submissive state and the feeling that the high was undeserved or wasted because of their attitude, that others were constantly, or are constantly, judging their actions and behaviors.
I do feel like, again, like as Radio said, these are all smaller issues that could have just been addressed in like a tiny little call. You know what I mean? Instead of just dumping it all on them at once. So I don't, and it's all like it's all accusations. It's not even like that you bothered to get the facts on. You know what I mean?
All of these
Like the
accusations are,
the lactose
again,
intolerance.
minor nitpicks. You see a repeat of the $50 hotel suite argument, and I will not insult the intelligence of the reader by explaining why someone may have concerns over spending thousands of dollars for flights, hotels, convention materials, and restaurants, but might find a $50 hotel room upgrade good value and potentially worth it. These are simply methods of degrading Radia's
Sure,
mental
absolutely.
state and making her feel guilty for receiving and spending money.
I mean, again, what somebody does with the support that they receive is up to them, right? As a full-time streamer, it is on me to use the money that you guys support me with and use it in a way that supports my life. But also at the same time, like, you know, maybe I want to go buy Korean barbecue or something, right? Like that's my choice. But why am I like made to feel bad about what I do with the money that I receive? But that's me as a adult and my responsibility. Now, if I go and blow it all and say I'm going to go do something and I don't do it, well, that's a different problem, right? So again, it's just nitpicking, you know?
You'll note, back in the first issue, Adora tells Radia to take a break, which is combined with a vague threat. This at this point has become a theme, the themes of money, revenue generated from Twitch
Right.
viewers, and the need for Radia to take a break from streaming or else, have been very common
That's true.
and allude to the greater purpose behind this document.
Right. That's what we see again and again. It's just the underlying manipulation. So, you know, at first it seems very caring, and then everything just kind of flips around. You know what I mean, chat? At least from what I see, kind of going back through this again, it seems like Adora really does care, but there's a little bit of something in there that's just kind of like, oof, you know?
This section, while incredibly short, alleges that Radia copied the content of those around her. This final issue is short and lacks substance. Again, these are fictitious claims with no real evidence, as they attempt to allude to a greater problem without having to mention it nor provide evidence it is happening. The few things mentioned, such as the elevator skit, is something Adora worked with Radia to replicate on her own channel.
Right.
Aforementioned YouTuber Laserpig, claimed Adora even offered to show him how it worked if he wanted to replicate it for his own streams.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was Adora, what would you advise Adora to do in this situation? If I was Adora, and let's say that all of this is not true, right? You gotta go bullet by bullet point. Every bullet, you have to have an explanation for. And even if it's like, oh, I didn't intend that, or, you know, that wasn't what I meant, and I'm sorry, you gotta say that. Every single bullet point, you gotta have an answer for it. And you're gonna have to do a lot of apologizing because you definitely stepped over personal boundaries. And looking at what happened with Sprixer and Aphrodite as well, I mean, that is, you step way past the personal boundaries at that point. So, yeah, you messed up. You messed up. You know, like, there's irrefutable stuff in here. You messed up. And you're gonna have to take a lot of accountability. If I was Adora. The TLDR at the end of this is more of interest. Again, the repetition of Radia's fault. And they need to take a break or else it's repeated, which is a problem. Accusations are sandwiched after compliments. Again, a repetition of a roller coaster tactic. The document cuts off abruptly mid-sentence here, likely due to Adora altering the document. Okay. Confronted with the disparity between Radia's account of events and the list allegations, Combined with the stark contrast between how the initial conversation has been portrayed, how it actually occurred, it is at this point Adora began to receive pushback from Digital Vagrant. His account of events as followed. So here we go, guys. Yeah, a lot more people are involved in this. Again, that's why I started with all these other people talking about it. There's just a lot of people that have had experiences that are very similar. So let's listen to Digital Vagrant and what they have to say.
I want to preface this statement by pointing out that at first, I had no reason to disbelieve Adora's sincerity or honesty. She had proclaimed constantly that she saw Radia as a sister and genuinely believed that she was approaching me from an honest place. Further, though I do not wish to indulge in the details, I am a former abuse victim of extremely similar tactics to what was used in this situation. I am extremely susceptible to tactics like this, and have spent significant amounts of time in therapy, including during the time of this document, attempting to improve this.
That's really unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that.
I was messaged by Fenari Mori as I came out of a therapy session in the early morning of Tuesday, May 27.
I mean, we all have our own
Fen's
problems, but it still sucks to hear it.
Benign warnings that Radia's mental state would likely be fragile, but made specific mention of many of the accusations mentioned in the list while providing
absolutely.
no evidence.
That does make sense.
It was at this point that Fen dropped out of contact due to falling ill. This was the last information I would receive for 2 days. I had received no warning that any of this would occur, and had suddenly had a nuclear warhead drop directly into my lap.
Okay, so it sounds like Finn tried to kind of warn him what was going on, but again, it sucks that he was pulled into it without his consent. You know, that really sucks, especially somebody that's like their partner. I know they might be more involved in certain stuff, but like not having any like details or anything like that, that's scary, you know, the what ifs.
The next 48 hours were abject hell. I was effectively paralyzed, unable to do my day job effectively, barely sleeping, head feeling like it was full of static as it appeared my life was disintegrating before my eyes. My partner was in a state of near complete hysteria. It took all of my energy to keep her from making incredibly rash decisions, including abruptly departing from the content space with no plan for making up the financial gap, while also attempting to get her to speak to me about what had happened. From what I could tell, her shame and humiliation was so overwhelming she couldn't speak to me about it. She just continued to blame herself.
While trying to figure out how to properly atone, incredibly focused on attempting to save her friendships. Guys, here's something you need to think about. You do not know people's mental well-being, right? You need to constantly take a moment and set up when you're going to give feedback in a very positive and informational way, right? It needs to be a conversation. It can't be something where you dump this kind of stuff, right? Like, you really, really need to make sure, because you don't know how people are, right? Some people have different levels. Like, for me, I have a lot of mental fortitude. I have a lot. I mean, I've dealt with people attacking me, you know, and I can still like stream and stuff like that. Like, I have a lot of mental fortitude, but not everybody has the same mental fortitude that I have, and I understand that. You know what I mean? Some people just don't have that capacity, and that is okay, right? So again, you dumped all of this stuff on somebody, and you didn't really think about how that would affect them, right? And that's a big learning lesson, but at the same time, it's not just a learning lesson, because you literally fucked up 2 people's lives for multiple days, you know? I mean, that's rough. Yeah, sometimes you can only take so much, you know? It only takes so much. That is absolutely true. Oh, yikes.
The next 48 hours were abject
hell. You want to reread that again?
I was effectively paralyzed, unable to do my day job effectively, barely sleeping.
But why do you really want to reread this stuff?
My life was disintegrating.
Did you really need to hug a minimum? I agree.
My partner was in a state of near complete hysteria.
Yeah, it's rough for everybody.
All of my energy to keep her from making incredibly rash decisions, including abruptly departing from the content space with no plan for making up the financial gap, while also
hurts,
attempting
you
to
know?
get her to speak to me about
If you were gonna
what
give a
had
message like
happened.
I need contact
From
more
what I
details
could
exactly.
tell, her shame and humiliation was so
Yeah, turn it
overwhelming
back on.
she couldn't speak
Turn
to
your
me
off
about
and on
it.
again.
She just continued to blame herself.
I think again, you have to be very careful when you're gonna dump stuff on people like that, you know? You gotta be
It
careful.
was on May 29th that Adora chose to reach out to me. She appeared sympathetic, and I was so emotionally exhausted from the events of the prior days. My car had also been rear-ended during this.
Gosh,
that
man, when
I
it
did
rains,
not
it pours.
question at first what she was saying, even when she provided me the aforementioned list of accusations.
I mean, trust me, she keeps doing this. I will keep my distance. In the end, I can't fix her. Just to fix herself, no, neither can I. Take care of yourself, Digi. Kind of really feels like my world collapsed out from under me Tuesday. I do not doubt her affection for me. That can't have been fake, but the rest of this, I don't know. I would say I wish we could have given you more heads up, but we literally talked to her about 2 hours of putting that list of issues together. I mean, that's poor planning on your end. Just gonna say. What later initially struck me as odd, once I came out of emotional shell shock, was that Adora had slipped in accusations and made no sense in hindsight, and had not been listed on the document. Some seemed so utterly misinformed and even abjectly cruel. Note Adora has been along aware that Reddy had chronic medical issues of a severe nature, even if she had not been privy to the full details. There was no basis to make the below comment. I'm really worried content was just making it worse and not better, because I know I personally have to fight out my own brain rot demons from it. Unrelated note, can you make sure Ray eats enough? When I saw her enemy North, she had lost considerable amounts of weight since I last saw her. I'm concerned she may have ED. I mean, again, I understand your concern, and that's fine, but like, you probably shouldn't be like making a guess on what it is, right? You don't know their issues, so.
It was not until Radia began speaking, with the assistance of her roommate,
Right.
that I began to get suspicious and actually start to think critically again.
Yeah, you get hit with all the
Once
info
I
and
was
you're like
informed
reeling.
of the nature of the meeting and inconsistencies began to show, I was incredibly unhappy with what I was hearing, and decided to follow through on recent therapy efforts to cease being conflict avoidant and express when I am upset rather than bottling it up.
That's good.
I requested a phone call with Adora and Palm in order to hopefully
Okay.
express my displeasure with the way in which Radia had been spoken to and the destruction of both
Gotcha.
her week, my week, and the week of her roommate with no warning. Screenshot excerpts of my request for this are listed below.
Digi, I didn't exactly want to drop it on her either. We dropped it the same day we realized you literally had as much heads up as we did. Why? Why did you choose that? No, you don't have an excuse for that. That was your choice to drop that information when you did. I'm not saying it was absolutely a terrible idea. So, what's the way in which you engaged here? So how should we have engaged with your her with your perfect hindsight? Since we're the ones that had to breach our combo, wait days and do it individually, or talk to her like a friend immediately, and how I talk to her now going forward. Bro, you guys decided how you were gonna drop that stuff. You said we have an emergency meeting. We need you here. You fucked up. Just admit you fucked up. She's compulsively lying to us and our audience. It had been talked about immediately. I was telling her she needs to be grateful to her friends acting as a brand risk. First off, I'm not acting like I have a perfect hindsight. Are we not supposed to confront her ever, did you? Like, yeah, going forward, we're going to make it not pile up. Dude, you know you did wrong. Just accept it. Like, just, you know you fucked up on that. Yeah, you fucked up on that. And you're saying compulsively lying to her and her audience about what? What is this compulsive lying? Secondly, I don't think it's hard to realize that a 3-on-1 surprise VC session is probably not the best way to engage somebody who suffers from that kind of trauma. Yeah, except I'm honestly confused because I was the one doing the streaming, and she'd even mentioned the food poisoning stuff until the hype train was well underway, nor did Betty and I make it part of the dono conversation. Really is an idiot. She knows what food poisoning is, dude. I'm pretty sure I'm not an idiot, and I misuse terms all the time. Why did you make these accusations and not just ask her? This is another just knee-jerk reaction, jumping the gun, going after somebody about this, I don't know, compulsively lying or whatever. And you should have just asked questions, you know? You should have just asked questions. Like, ask me questions, figure out what's going on, and that's it. You didn't have to like put this person under this call, and be like, oh yeah, like, you know, we were just gonna dump all this on you. Like, no, just ask the discovery questions first before you start giving the feedback. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Like, if you have an issue with somebody, talk to them, right? But first you ask them questions. So like, hey, you know, on Sunday you said this and that. You said something about food poisoning. Did you get food poisoning? And they're like, no. Oh, okay, well that explains because, you know, you said this and that. Yeah, you're jumping to conclusions and then making it a narrative. I apologize if I started aggressively, but I'm upset and I can't lie about that. It's fine you had to go to the hospital through, and I get it. No, and that's fine, but I'm standing pretty firm like we treat her like an adult, and that's the whole point in the end. It doesn't matter if you quote unquote treated them like an adult. You never set them up for success. If you're gonna give feedback to somebody, set them up for success. You didn't do that. Take the punch on the shoulder and just like, okay, I fucked up on this and I could have done better. It's a mild concession. You know, like, and unfortunately, I'm not gonna agree on how you did things. The entire format is hostile. You never gonna respond well to that. Digi, you're just basing off what Radia said. Of course, her perspective is gonna be skewed. That's literally not what happened. I'm basing off what NYMN said, Nyman, that it just took me days to get anything out of radio. Oh, this is not taking Ray's word for it. I understand that, but Nyman also was not directly there in person for the actual convo we had with her. Then why did you alter the document? You know what I mean? Why did you alter the document? If you were like going to be like, oh, very upfront about it, like, why did you alter it? Yeah, exactly. Literally, Mask, you got it. But it literally does not matter what words you used or how polite you were. The way in which it was sprung on her pretty much guaranteed she was going to act like you're in the headlights. It just was a smart idea. I agree. I'm going to try to read this. It's really, really small, chat. Let me try to read this. I got to, like, look at it on my screen. One-on-one is not how that works, Digi. We're a group. We didn't bring anyone else into the call. I was not part of the group, or anybody in the call that was not part of the group. We didn't bring anyone else since it was only relevant to us originally. If one-on-one communication with people worked, interventions wouldn't be a thing either. I generally am going to hard disagree on one-on-one being the answer. It didn't need to even be one-on-one. It could have just been, you could have set them up in a better way. Oh, it's right there. Fuck. Yeah, well, dude, that's why you're supposed to read what's after it. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. An important point to note. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let Dura read this. Whoops. I'm like squinting. I'm like looking at my screen. I'm like, what does that say? I can't. My old eyes. Oh my god. Sometimes I'm so stupid.
An important point to note, it was only after considerable time had passed that I discovered even that last point was a lie. Adora had already begun to involve third parties by this point, and there was even a non-Project STEM third-party individual in the calls where they planned their intervention. But at this point I still had hope that Adora was operating in good faith, albeit horribly misguided in how they communicated and perhaps reluctant to admit it. I did not expect what came next.
So again, like, Adora did not want to concede that she fucked up. She fucked up on that one, but again, like, you don't have to necessarily, like, agree, but look at the outcome that you receive, right? If you're talking to somebody, you're trying to tell them what's going on, you got the result you did. They were literally broken down in hysteria. Your message you tried to communicate was ineffective, and you have to admit that. There's no arguing that. The way that you treated it was ineffective, and clearly you didn't go about it the right way. Their partner is going to know a little bit more than you know about it, too. All right, here we go. I did not expect what came next.
This call was unproductive. I was met with defensive hostility immediately from the get-go, to the point that I nearly retreated from the call entirely. Adora refused any request to apologize and only repeated justifications and excuses for the actions taken. I left the call frustrated and dissatisfied, both with the logic presented to me and the way in which I was spoken to. which was full of straw man arguments and attempts to dodge any kind of accountability.
Right.
I was not spoken to
What's
like
up,
a
Sil? How are
third
you?
party they felt guilty about involving, but a nosy trespasser they wanted to force to back down.
Well, again, it's
I
their
later
part.
found
Their
out from
partner,
a
right?
mutual
So
friend that Adora flippantly referred to me as doing a misogyny because I objected to the aggressive tone right out of the gate, as well as dismissing me as biased when the only points I raised were that a lot of their actions seemed extreme, as well as expressing a displeasure for this being sprung on me with zero warning.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. They were never in a place that they had to spring all that. This could have been better planned out. I explained multiple times this was an attempt on my part to enforce my boundaries, which I've been in therapy for months about due to my tendency towards conflict avoidance. This apparently had no effect on their opinions. Doing a misogyny is rad femme terminology. I don't even know what this means. I'm going to be honest. 100%, of course, he's biased, LMAO. We all know that and aren't mad at him for that. Mostly just him doing a misogyny on Plum. I don't know what that even means. What does that mean? Radical feminist? I don't understand that. He basically claiming that Digi not agreeing with Plum's misogyny. What? It makes no sense. Okay, I'm gonna put that on the shelf. I don't understand that. Somebody's gonna have to explain that to me.
It was at this point I ceased
I think
all
Red Cloud probably got
communication
it,
with Adora, Bomb, and Fenari. The level of defensive
Alright.
irritation and attempted minimizing of my concerns was upsetting, and only
Sure.
intensified my feelings that something
No, I know
was
what it
not
is,
right.
Colaquin, but like,
While my direct involvement with any dialogue ended at this point, switching solely to assisting Radia, I did bear witness to the extent of that cruelty that came next.
oh goodness. It just feels like, again, this just continues to snowball and get worse and worse and worse.
While I understand that my account of things will inherently be considered biased
Right, of course,
due
of
to my
course.
status as her partner, I want to emphasize any ways that Radia, up until she realized what was being done to her,
Right.
fully attempted to appease Adora and any aggrieved parties as much as possible, and
Right.
heavily heaped
Especially
blame
when you
on
get all that
herself
dumped on
even
you.
in cases
That's
where
pretty
the
natural.
accusations were not true or were heavily misrepresented in hopes of saving her friendships. This went as far as Radia heavily considering just leaving content entirely multiple times, with zero financial preparation of any kind, in hopes that it would assuage the anger and cause the least
Right.
amount of problems for everyone involved. This remained her main priority up until it became
That's really
obvious
sad.
that was no
I
longer
hate to see
possible.
people lose their
And
passion.
even after that she attempted to separate
Jesus
quietly and
Christ!
professionally because she did not want to cause trouble. I will not be posting any screenshots of the conversations we had during these moments.
I'm sorry, let me reread that. Holy shit, Subback, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Oh my goodness, dude. We're in a document, we're talking about some very serious stuff, but I will certainly be doing some wheel spins. Thank you so much. What the fuck? Can we get some shout outs to Subback? Let's go! That is wild, dude. Thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate you for the random 25. Thank you so much. I don't want to take away from what was said, guys. So, since this remainder a main priority up until it became obvious is no longer possible, even after this, she attempted to separate quietly and professionally because she did not want to cause trouble. So, thank you so much. I'm very aware. I just want to spread some positivity. You're so sweet, Sobek. Thank you. I really appreciate it. A little bit of light in a very dire situation. So, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been crazy the past few days on the subathon. So, thank you so much. I promise I'm gonna get the wheel spins at the end. This is just such a big document. I do want to get through it. So. But thank you so much. Yeah, I figured it would do that. So Radia is incredibly conflict avoidant. Even more so than I am. It is a particularly sticking point in our relationship that we have sought counseling on, as neither of us wish to bother or take advantage of the other. and our problems are overwhelming and deserving of help to say that she was attempting to cause trouble on purpose defies sanity. Okay, so there you go. Man, what the goat Sobek. Can we get some fucking hearts for Sobek? That's craziness, bro. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your support. That's a lot. So thank you so much. I'll try to do my best as we cover this. So okay, here we go, guys. So as we've seen, you know, they've had interactions with each other. It does look like that Radia's partner tried to reach out to them, have a discussion. It didn't go very well. Am I wrong to seem suspicious of the whole scandal? It was a few months ago that both Adora and Radia were expressing their recent trauma abuse from another unnamed streamer. I'm not saying Adora's innocent by any means. I feel like there's more going on that I can currently see. You know, Scooter, really all we can do is just wait till we get Adora's side as well. I think that there might be more to it, but that's only conjecture at this point, you know. All I can only do is read what's on here and go off screenshots. So is there more? Yeah, but we don't know what that is until people talk about it, so
it was
thank you so much,
point
Sobek.
that another party's involvement began. Laser Pig, a mutual friend of all three parties who had received spillover awareness of the ongoing issues when Digital Vagrant had reached out for understanding and support in the wake of the initial confrontation. Laser Pig
it's like
decided to act
Salvador.
as a neutral third
I don't
party,
see that happening.
not attempting to get
I'd be happy to
directly
eat my words on that, though.
He did not directly contact Adora or Radia until after this portion.
Okay.
However, it is important to document that he had been tangentially involved at this point.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think that Adora can really, like, explain a lot of these screenshots that we've seen. I'm pretty sure they're cooked, but I think they're going to release some more information, right? And we just have to see what that is. So Laser Pig goes on to say, "See me what you have. Let me talk to Adora. It's not that I don't trust you. I just think everybody's going round and round in their heads and could use a third party." Wow, that fucking base guy. Let's go, Laser Pig. Nimin was being the... I'm not about to start throwing accusations. I'm just expressing frustration and concerns. Laser Pig says, "Understandable, my guy. I'm just trying to help where I can." Very base Laser Pig. There's more going on here. Yeah, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The response does say Ray doesn't even fight back, dude. Just collapsed. They said that she deflected. I don't know. I am biased and I don't exactly want to believe my girlfriend is lying about everything. I think you both need to focus inward towards each other. At least for a little while. This will never work if you can't start by trusting each other. Very base Laser Pig. Alright, so here we go. Project STEM ejection. If you don't know what Project STEM is, it was a VTuber group between Adora, Pomato, Fanari, and Radia. Radia soon left Project STEM. We didn't really know why. Now we do.
It is at this point that almost all productive conversation broke down between Adora and Radia.
I believe that.
The flashpoint for this took place on June 4th, during a stream in which Radia was speaking to a fellow content creator and offhandedly mentioned that many relationships in the tuber space are extremely transactional and how off-putting it could be.
That's true.
This extremely general, non-specific comment was taken as being directed at her Project STEM compatriots, who were apparently monitoring her VODs. This was used as proof that Radia was not actually sorry.
Yeah, that's so problematic because you want to ask somebody what they mean by that. If you took the time to be like, hey, like, you know, we heard this. What did you mean by that? I mean, I wouldn't say it means that they were monitoring. It could have just been somebody from a chat member maybe passed it along, or there's a million ways to explain that. But again, if they didn't take the time to understand or bother to ask, you messed up, you know? And that just means what it means. I don't think they were talking necessarily about Project STEM, but they jumped to a conclusion, you know?
The knock-on effects of this perceived slight were as follows. Attempts by Radia to arrange a follow-up meeting to continue to hash things out were delayed and put off for an additional week.
Okay.
Radia was not immediately told of their new point of anger, which was later revealed to Radia on June 11th to be from a stream held earlier in June in which Radia said, "Some people view friendships as transactional while speaking with another uninvolved content creator on content creation in general."
Sure.
None of the Project STEM members were mentioned at any point, including Adora.
I know this file was able to be preserved and still able to be downloaded after the attempt to end Radia's life. On July 12th, the file has been uploaded to a Google Drive to preserve it. Okay. Gotcha. So if they didn't mention them in particular, why did you assume it was about you? I just feel like a lot of this is like, there's two big things that stick out to me in this. Number one, we keep jumping to conclusions, chat, so many times. Do we keep jumping to a conclusion without asking for clarification? Number two, crossing a lot of boundaries, you know? A lot of boundaries. This whole Google Doc feels too well prepared. I mean, this was put together by multiple people. I mean, it kind of makes sense to me, you know? I don't think it's fishy, you know? I don't think this document is fishy in any way, shape, or form. I think that this is truly and honestly their experience. I know like Pomato has said that she doesn't agree with some of the stuff, but it doesn't absolve Adora of the things that she's done. I think what you're looking for, Scooter, is just the other side, right? And all I can tell you is just, all you can do is wait for it, you know?
When this second conversation
It's okay
finally
to be
occurred on June
skeptical,
11,
though. I get
Radia,
that.
now entirely broken and feeling completely alone, desperately tried to appeal to Adora and offer an apology for whatever Adora dictated was the problem, in the hopes of continuing to salvage
she was
the
just like,
situation.
she would do whatever
At
it
the same
took.
time, she attempted to hold her ground on the point that the way she had been spoken to was unacceptable and caused her and those close to her grievous harm.
That's good. That's good. I mean, that is something that you need to stand up for, because that conversation that they originally had was not approached in the best manner, and it wasn't fruitful at all, right? You ended up with the radio completely broken down about it, so.
These apologies were refused and focus remained on how Radia had hurt them, something that continued to be more and more ill-defined the longer the situation continued. Radia then agreed to leave Project STEM on Adora's instruction,
thank you.
though she would refuse Adora's demands to claim it was due to mental health issues out of fear that it would publicly mark her as an unstable individual and further isolate her. It was at this point that Radia hoped that, in the absence of being able to salvage her friendships, at least the situation was over and she could return to streaming without much incident.
Gotcha. I've never watched Laser Pig stuff. I've heard of him. He submitted for one of my like master passes, which I thought was really funny. But I know this thing gets well prepared. As if it's a bad thing, it's because they worked on it for a solid week and had to put some others in. I'll probably write it. It's also being made after the incident occurred. Exactly. I don't understand why people are like, oh, this was coordinated. Well, yeah, because they put together a good document, and then once the stuff came out, everybody added their hat into the ring. Like, there's nothing wrong with that inherently, you know? So, it is a limited time below the list of bullet points of what occurred during this phase of Adora's campaign, the ongoing slander harassment campaign. Synopsis. Let's take a listen.
Combing through Radia's personal information and professional social media presence,
You have no reason to
searching
do
for
that,
evidence that she could use to accuse Radia of falsifying her career and education backgrounds, casually doxing Radia's real name and personal information that Adora discovered to completely unrelated third parties, actively spread a disinformation narrative to a still unknown number of uninvolved parties in an attempt to freeze Radia out of as much of her social and support networks as possible, publicly disparaged Radia, both personally and through an additional content creator, upon Radia attempting to privately announce to her community about her cessation of content with Adora.
I mean, again, chat, I can confirm for you that Radia was publicly disparaged to content creators that I know that pass that information on to me. This is absolutely true. That's the only thing I can tell you is 100% true from my personal experience, but that is absolutely true. Adora did publicly disparage Radia. 100%. Let's continue reading.
Work to continue Radia's isolation at the Off-Kai convention and other various social events inspired implied threats against uninvolved third parties seen speaking to Radia during the Off-Kai convention due to extreme isolation and an overwhelming sense of hopelessness regarding the situation. Radia attempted suicide, an act that was only narrowly averted.
All the things that I heard, chat, just to be clear, was all at Off-Kai. All the negative things that I heard directed about Radia were all things that happened to Off-Kai, just to make that clear. But, you know, any actions that when you have an action as a person, whatever you do, and it leads to this, I mean, guys, that's serious. That is beyond serious. And again, I know that we all have different mental, fortitude, but this is your friend. And to get to that point, guys, that's beyond messed up. Doxing of personal information. Here we go. Guys, there's no excuse for this, period. I mean, I don't know how you're going to explain this, you know? How are you going to explain this? There's no refuting this.
It would later become increasingly apparent that the situation had never been either private nor in good faith. Over the next month,
absolutely,
more and more information came to light regarding Adora's subterfuge nearly from the beginning of the situation, which only intensified as time went on. Despite Radia's attempts to resolve this issue quietly and privately, Adora has continuously and consistently attempted to discredit Radia's name to everyone she could contact.
I can confirm that is at least partially true.
This was not limited to people directly involved with Project STEM or close friends, but was spread to a still unknown number of people, several of whom were contacted before the initial confrontation had even happened. These are the whispers in people's ears mentioned in the introduction to this document.
I mean, guys, this is why I'm a lot more inclined to believe the stuff that's in here, because, I mean, I can confirm I've heard some of these things that were said to disparage Radia before, right? And I know that they came from Adora, so it sucks to see this and also know that it's 100% true. I need an individual Adora give the info to and have spoken to them. I can confirm this happened 100%. Yeah. Right, call, I can confirm. I can confirm. Yeah, I mean, and the information that I think everybody received was all different, right? Like, it was, but it was just meant to make her look bad at the end of the day, right?
These whispers ranged from vague warnings about something potentially coming that Adora would try to keep them out of, to full-blown tales about Radia's purported bad behavior and untrustworthiness.
And that right there, guys, is unacceptable.
This also included her roommate, anyone she had recently collabed with, and an unknown number of others.
Why are you going to people and sharing that?
This, unfortunately, to a point, worked. Radia began to isolate herself both emotionally and physically in fear of the whispers that now arrived thick and fast at her door, including from those she loved or believed she trusted.
Hi, Radia. Absolutely, of course. This is my second and a half time reading this document. Thank you for giving us something, Radia. I appreciate that. It's, oh God, it's been a tough read, Radia. Yeah, it's been a tough read. I'm sorry. All I can say is I'm sorry. I have no words for you other than I'm so sorry. You know, just, yeah, it's, I don't know. I have no words. I think that I wish that I knew. I wish that I knew. And I have to tell you, Radia, I feel like that I have not tried to reach out to you or form a friendship with you because of things that were whispered in my ear. And I want to apologize to you about that. I'm really sorry about that, Radia. I had no idea. You know, I had no idea, and I heard things recently at Offkai, and I was like, what? You know, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything that you dealt with, you know. I really, really am. And it makes me sad because I feel like that I lost out on a potential relationship. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. And more so for you than anybody else. I shouldn't even be like feeling sorry at all for myself or anything, because you are the one that has been affected by this so horribly. So I'm so sorry. I know that, you know, we're reading through this and trying to give it the attention that it deserves. So I'll do my best as I do with all this stuff. But I appreciate you. And I do want to wait till we get Adora's side as well. before I reach out for any other questions that I might have. But I mean, I pretty much when we look at this, we can agree. Number one, the way that they treated you when it comes to the actual discussion, right? Um, and the way that they treated it, they didn't set you up for success. They put you in a really bad situation, and they weren't willing to admit how they fucked that up. Blaming it for what happened while I was here. I'm just pretty amicable person, but I don't hold any real will. Even to Adora, I just want to sin. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I cannot imagine in your place having someone that you cared about so much finding out these things, right? But at the end of the day, like, I think it's wonderful that, you know, despite everything, you still want her to be okay and just to move on, you know? And I hope that that ultimately is the outcome. But at the same time, I hope that everybody does take accountability for everything, because I think that is one of the most important things that needs to happen here. You know what I mean? I really, really feel like that is such a big part of all this. So anyway, let's continue
It
here.
had the secondary, and likely intended, effect that this would also break Radia's confidence.
I appreciate you, Radia.
She
Thank
began
you.
to stream less and felt she was not worthy of the attention and goodwill she
That means
received
a lot,
from
so
her
thank you.
community. She described herself as running on 5% and did not believe her streams were up to par. She
Yeah,
would
I mean, the
grow
mental
fearful of
damage, it
spending
just-
money on
it
herself and
grows.
would often forego eating. She became more drawn into herself, quiet,
Right.
difficult to talk to, and would even attempt to end things with her partner because she wasn't worth it.
Just the fact that they dumped this all on Radium. I know I keep going back to this point, but like it's so important. And this is what I want you to take away. If you have a friendship and you have a problem within the friendship, you really need to consider where they are mentally, and you need to make sure that you have a discussion with them, a critical discussion that is full of actual feedback in a productive setting, in a productive way. If you just dump shit on somebody, that's not helpful in any way, shape, or form. Like, just discuss it with them in a healthy environment. Have somebody involved that can, you know, really like help you through it in a third party. Because again, we saw the excuses like, oh, well, we had to do it, this and that. Like, no, you didn't. you could have waited. It's crazy
At
to
this
me.
point, the lion's share of evidence comes from testimonials from other parties who came forward over time to provide evidence of Adora's lies. As communications between Adora and Radia had halted, and Adora, presumably due to becoming aware that she was
Right.
leaving an extensive paper trail, moved most of her communication
Right, this
into
was mentioned
VCs.
earlier.
Our picture of the extent of
Yes,
this
we mentioned
slander
earlier.
is likely incomplete. We have no way of determining how many people this reached, but we have confirmation from independent, uninvolved third parties that this reached at least one content creator with a multi-thousand viewer count, as well as a representative of a
Holy
corporate
shit.
entity.
Below is the compendium of relevant testimonials during this time period, which lasted from mid-June until present day. I still want Adora's side. Don't get me wrong, guys. I still want to see Adora's side. But again, as I've said before, I don't see her being able to refute a lot of these statements. I want to ask you really quick, Radium, if you don't mind. What do you expect from Adora's response? Because you're in this, right? You know them. What do you expect is going to be the actual response here to everything? So let's get Laserpig's statement. And I gotta say, reading through this the first time, I really like, I don't know Laserpig, but I really like Laserpig. I'm gonna be honest. The way they speak, it's very forward, it's very transparent, it's very educated. So this part of the document is very well written. So anyway, let's keep going.
So I never really wanted to be part of this. Radia and Adora were two very close friends of mine, so I kinda had my head out the window, so to speak. I wasn't paying attention, didn't care. Better stuff to attend to than hot girl tuber drama. Yeah, okay, I heard things on the grapevine. Did
Sure.
you reached out to me a few times and I was a little suspicious of things and said I'd maybe talk to Adora or Radio, but I was
Right.
halfway into the video editing hole and basically had my head up my ass. What I said one day I'd forgotten the next. Then
Right.
Radio goes into the hospital and suddenly I have my best friend crying over a voice call, worried that he is going to lose his girlfriend over this, and that's when I started paying closer
Absolutely.
attention to what was going on.
To be blunt, I want to hope for an apology. It's all I ever wanted, but historically I expect a scorch earth. Speaking of how I made her do this. I mean, I've said this, and judging off her message right here, she said she's gonna have a document today or tomorrow. I think it's just gonna be scorched earth. That's my guess. I think so as well. We'll see though. We'll see. Adora is someone I always trusted. She was a friend. She helped me out with my OBS problems, showed me how to run streams, and helped her get a leg up on YouTube. We were always there for each other. I was on her streams a lot, and I was always happy to promote her to my audience because I genuinely felt like she had talent, and her streams were excellent. She's a person I once described as if I were straight. That is how close we were, so none of this makes any fucking sense. So I talked to her, and obviously she's confused and upset, and she cries a little, but she assures me nothing is going on. I ask her for the truth. I want to hear her side of the story, and that's where things start getting a little odd. Trust your gut, guys. If something doesn't seem right, there's probably not something right. Suddenly a tear stops, suddenly her voice goes a little flat. She starts rambling about something off topic. She starts blaming Radia's declining mental health and how this is all delusion, fantasy, cooked up by her and Digi, etc. Ask again, what's going on truly? What's Radia's done to cause you both to split like this? She can't answer me, and now she's no longer upset. Now she's getting frustrated, and on the third attempt to cook an answer out of her, she alludes to some long ago stream where Radia said something about fake friends. Watching has nothing to do with Adora. I'm now a little confused. That's kind of where things snap back in my mind. A little red light I've been ignoring. And so I did my due diligence and started digging. I hit us with it, dear.
I've been down the Ukraine rabbit hole for the better part of the past 4 years. I get attacked by Z-bots almost
shit.
every day. I'm up to my asshole in Russian propaganda, bad OC bros, scammers, vatniks, conspiracy goons who think cultural Marxism is real because they saw a homeless guy on the subway, and people who just want to troll or get a rise out of me. A huge part of my job has become to separate fact from fiction, and I've become really good at telling when people are lying to me, and Adora is lying to me. In fact, I don't think you'd need to be someone with any skill to know Adora was lying. The crocodile tears were hints enough, but the sudden frustration and being unable to answer a basic show me on the doll what she did wrong question.
That
But
definitely.
it's when I start talking to others in the tubing sphere that it just becomes more than obvious.
And I think that, what Laser is alluding to here is that, Adora has done stuff behind the scenes, right? And if for all of those that are just tuning in and missed the beginning, I showed many instances here of other people talking about their problems with Adora. Tommy, even going back to Marina, etc. Right? I mean, the most egregious of this probably has to be, of course, Aphrodite and Sprixer, right? But it just adds weight to their claims, right? All right, let's keep going.
Everyone I talked to trying to work out what the hell was going on were all giving me different stories about what Adora had said. It's more than obvious she's just making shit up on the flight to hurt Radia for reasons that I don't fucking know. And that's what shook me. Adora is my friend and she lied to me. She continued to lie and cannot fathom why. And then I see the document and it all starts to fall into place.
I just don't understand where it all stems from, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess it's jealousy. I don't fucking know, dude, but why go through the effort of making a group with somebody that you already, had it out for? What? It makes no sense to me. I don't get it. My brain does not compute. My brain does not work that way. I don't know why you wouldn't be jealous of somebody like that.
I've been hurt in my past. I make no secret of that. I was in a highly toxic relationship for 10 years. The
This is
details
Laser
of which
Pigs.
I'll spare you because this isn't about me. But because of that and consequently the therapy I've had regarding it, I have come to recognize the language of the abuser, the way they talk, the way they act, the subtle things they do to keep you down. And that document sent to Digi is textbook. The way Adora talks to Radia, the way she acts, the things she says, I recognized it immediately. I lived with that for 10 years.
Right.
It stood out like a fucking firework display, and at that point I knew exactly what was going
Maybe
on.
deception. Maybe I don't know. As a scorn man once said, keep your friends close to your enemies closer. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I don't. I don't think that way. You know,
An
I really
abuser's
don't.
motivations can be complicated and never clear. Sometimes they have none, it's just how they live. But one thing
Yeah.
they like to do is involve as many people as physically possible, so that the whole drama becomes exhausting for everyone and you are put under pressure to let them get away with it for the sake of everybody else. There are
Yeah,
a number
that's
of
true.
tubers who knew exactly what was going on and had the power to stop it but choose not to for their own sake. I know who those people are, and you wanna bet your ass they are on thin fucking ice with me.
Man, that sucks. I didn't know it was like. I didn't know it was like to that widespread. If that makes sense. You've already been undermining me, pitting a false narrative for me over a year, and I didn't believe I was sick for over a year, but feigned sympathy. Yeah, like I don't understand why they didn't think you were sick. Like. Or bother to ask questions for clarification, like even the thing about the lactose intolerance. Why not just be like, hey, like, didn't you say this? And be like, oh no, I take pills. Oh, okay. Like you said, it can literally be solved in 15 minutes. Like, just ask the question. But it was never, the clarification was never, nobody seeked for that at all, right? But for their sake, we tried one last time with Adora, sent a call between her and Radium, attempting to establish a dialogue. My motivations were I could get the two to hash it out. Later, maybe we could learn to live with each other, move on. That is not what happened. All right, let's go. Let's see it.
If you only know Adora through her streams, it would be difficult to describe what she was like in this call. Her usual bubbliness and offensive charm was gone. She spoke in a bizarre, utterly monotone, emotionless way and simply repeated the same three things over and over and over. We both hurt each other. It was a private matter. I'm ready to bury the hatchet. I asked her a grand total of 7 times to explain what
I couldn't
Radia
really
had
answer
done
that.
to hurt her, and she avoided the question each time,
That's why I told you
refusing
to put that on the
answer.
shelf, chat.
When I asked Adora if she thought Radia deserved an apology, all she could muster was a "I'm sorry you feel it's come to this." When Radia finally blurted out she had tried to take her own life, Adora's response was an utterly hollow, almost eerie "Okay, I hope you get help."
When I asked Adora if she thought Radia deserved an apology, all she mustered was, "I'm sorry you feel it's come to this." It's disappointing. The response is disappointing, you know what I mean? Right, yeah, exactly, Rekla. It's just disappointing. It's disappointing. All around. I mean, the thing is like, well, the thing that I've been looking for, even when I've been reviewing this again, is what exactly, and maybe Radia, maybe you can shed some light on this. What exactly did Radia do to Adora that hurt her so bad? Because that's what I've been looking for through my entire 2.5 times reading this document. That's what I've been looking for, you know? I don't know. I literally don't know because I cannot find the answer to that. And I don't think there really is anything, you know?
The call finally ended when we simply
I don't
grew
think there is an
exhausted
answer.
of trying to get her to say literally anything else. Maybe Adora was ready to finally bury the hatchet, but would you trust someone who had driven you to suicide? Who couldn't even apologize, tell you what you had done so wrong to offend them, or even offer
Exactly.
any hint or
That's your
remorse or
friend.
guilt?
That's your friend,
And so
you know?
I choose to help make this document, adding in sections where I think it should be made obvious to the reader the kind of person Adora is, though I am not qualified
like,
to
or at least
offer
a contributor, you know?
diagnosis. I can assure you this is behavior I recognize and know well. I lived with it every day for a decade. These are the actions of an abuser, one who delights in the feelings of power and control they hold over others. I truly hope I am wrong, but I don't think I am.
I just existed and dared to ever complain, dared to be human. unknowingly living under abuse from a friend. I mean, like, just again, I don't see what you did exactly, you know? And I guess Adora's gonna try to address that in the document, you know, but look, you contributed to this person wanting to no longer be on this plane of existence, right? Where is the remorse for that? When you know that you treated things wrong and bashed them in this meeting, you know that was the wrong thing to do. Like, accept that. Guys, can I tell you something really personal? And it's very relevant. It's very relevant. When you are even 1%, part of something that's serious, I feel like you need to be remorseful, and I feel like you need to say that you're sorry. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're the slightest 1%, itty bitty. I had a friend in high school, and they're not with us anymore, chat. And right before he called me, and I didn't pick up my phone. I still beat myself up about this to this day, but I remember going to his funeral, and I apologized to his girlfriend and his parents and everything, because I felt like that I was responsible. I felt like even just 1%, and I feel like everybody that sees somebody go through that and knows that happens needs to understand that you need to be remorseful, and you need to, care. And so to not care about this is just like, it just hurts me. You know what I mean? Like, oh God, it just hurts me. I just cannot, I cannot understand that. Like, if you contributed to somebody no longer wanting to be around, why would you not, knowingly that you contributed to that, even in the smallest way, have some sort of remorse and empathy and understanding? It just like, oh my God, that tears me up. That hurts me in my chest. That gets me really bad, chat. Deep in my chest, that gets me just. Yeah, I can't with that. Yeah. Laser Big is seen as a ghost friend by many with the VTubing sphere. He still remains something of an outsider. He's in a different world. However, Laser Big has been the subject of abuse previously, having been in several abusive relationships under both his family. It's from somebody he loved for over 10 years. He recognized the language and tactics of the abuser. Almost instantly, he's provided several resources helpful in highlighting the more subtle nature of coercive control and the tactics of those with narcissistic tendencies. God, that's big words for me. The one saying this should have stayed private, or talked about privately, is being done privately. Right, exactly. Yeah, it wasn't until something spilled over so much to the point that Brady attempted no longer wanting to be here. Absolutely, mama. The point of Adora Docs Radio, it can no longer be private. Yep. No. I don't think that anybody has argued anymore that this needed to be private anymore. It's definitely blown up past that point, Anonymous account of doxing. It's necessary to note that the individual is willing to provide a statement and deem evidence of Adora doxing radio. It asks for their name to be removed due to concerns regarding their professional obligations and their own mental health. So, this is what this tiny little message says. And this time I actually looked at it and I tried to squint, so give it to us, Jara.
On June 5th, 2025,
That's
I was
right here,
having
chat.
a conversation with Adora Bunny. During this conversation,
it can no longer be
that
private.
she was distancing herself due to several reasons, including the fact that Radia had allegedly lied about her master's degree. Adora brought up Radia's LinkedIn, and I stated that I didn't know Radia's IRL name to even be able to look it up. She then gave me Radia's
Why do you
IRL
have that
name.
in the
Since
first
June
place?
5th, Adora has removed the name, but I still have the search history from that day. I was sent Radia's name even though I did not know it previously, nor should I have ever known it unless Radia herself told me.
Exactly. Why do you have that? I kept my LinkedIn devoid of much info due to things like this. Yeah. Just to stay clear, never worked to undermine her career, even with all this, I just want an apology. Absolutely. And by the doxing very early on, I was willing to forgive. As long as I could get a simple, genuine apology. Absolutely. Bro, why do you have that? You know what I mean? Like, why would you talk about that in an open space? You know, this was shown really early on at the very top of the document, but like, why do you have that? This is like, what? On unrelated note, letting you know I'm going to be distancing from radio very soon, as is Plum and Finn. Fortunately, during the Enemy North this series, a small ice happened that she wouldn't take any responsibility for. And now we looked around, realized unfortunately she's lying about her degrees. She just has a bachelor's, no master's. It's why I didn't stream Wednesday. I'm really devastated. But like, number one, just because you looked on somebody's LinkedIn doesn't tell you everything you need to know about them. Like, spoiler alert, but like, looking on a LinkedIn does not actually tell you all of their education and work history. I don't know, maybe you've never used LinkedIn, but that's pretty like basic. If you need proof of how to make it, that makes no sense. Just go look at her LinkedIn yourself. You'll see vtuber stuff quietly. Getting into it as of recent this year. I don't even know what her IRL name is, so I can't even look. What you do promise not to link it. There's no excuse, chat. This right here is nope. There is no retort to this. Nah, bro. This ain't it. Done deal. Yeah, like, and the other point of that, Kaiju, like, I would argue as well, like, who the fuck cares? I mean, like, I don't give a shit about your degrees. I mean, mostly because I didn't go to college, but I don't give a shit about your own stuff. You know what I mean? I don't care. That's not my business. Why are we trying to make your private business my business? I don't care. I don't care if Vampy is the Queen of England. I don't care if, you know, Kaiju has a fucking, like, I don't know, degree in underwater basket weaving. I don't care. I literally don't care. And it's not my business, and it shouldn't be your business either, chat. If you want to share that with you, between you and them, that's between you and them. But why are you like searching for this stuff? And people are gonna be like, oh, well, they're lying about who they are. Well, bro, you realize half the information that you can access on the internet doesn't tell you the whole story behind somebody that's private, because private information is in for fucking reason. Like, I said before with Adora, I just can't. I'm sorry, I'm crashing out. This is because she demands to know everything about you. If you're a friend, yeah, that makes no sense. I'm sorry, I'm crashing out, chat, but really no point considered to the sharing of IRL information or socials to others, especially to those outside this situation entirely. So if you are concerned about this, chat, it is in very, very large red text right here, you know? Yeah, I can't even imagine radio. This post this picture is immediately just, yep, I was actually on streaming my real life name, my daughter's. Oh my god, I would be absolutely mortified if my best friend did anything close to that to me. I am so sorry, what the fuck? They did that to you on stream? Dear god, I'm so sorry. What the fuck? People are fucked up. So here's Anna Markey's statement as well, chat. Here we go.
I want to make it clear that from the outset of this situation a few months ago, I made it abundantly clear to all parties concerned that I wanted no part of this entire fiasco in any capacity. In fact, I was completely oblivious to any wrongdoing on the part of everyone involved prior to me being notified, and quite frankly it should have remained that way. I had no idea what was going on, and I had no desire to know. However, the fact that I am now publicly involved and openly partisan is a testament to both the severity of the situation and a vindication of Radia's position. My involvement in this drama began immediately after Adora submitted her demands seemingly on behalf of Project STEM to Radia as outlined in the associated
it's like information brokering, exactly.
I received a Discord call at something like 4 a.m. Australian time from Adora, who informed me about the developing situation and the escalating conflict between Radia and the rest of Project STEM.
Sure.
Now, I want
but
to
why
make
does
it
it matter?
Here.
Why did they need to like give them that information?
With every member of this VTuber group, at least I hope so. So this came as something of a shock given I had no warning or inclination this was happening. All of a sudden
Right.
at 4 o'clock I am being told that a dear friend of mine and the romantic partner of one of my best mates, Digital Vagrant, is apparently engaged in defrauding her audience by begging for money due to her various medical conditions while simultaneously undermining the lives and personal relationships
Why were they
of
even
the
brought
other
into
members
this?
of Project STEM.
That's my question. Why were they even brought into this, chat? I don't understand that. Yeah, it feels that way. You know, like people say like knowledge is power. Sometimes, chat, realistically, knowledge is not power because I don't need to know who you are. I don't need to know your personal information. I want to know you as a VTuber. I want to see Red Claw's, very attractive IRL face. I don't want to see that. I want to see Red Claw's little tiny dino arms, you know? I don't care about what goes on in his life. You do you, Red Claw. I'm going to do me. So why are we just like... What is everybody's obsession with wanting to, like, know this information? You know? Like... Why do you need to know this? Like, what knowledge, what power do you gain from having this over somebody? You know what I mean? Like, I really don't understand why you would even want to know that to begin with.
Now, to be fair to Adora, which given the circumstances seems ridiculous, yet context is vital. I've known Raiden for a while now
guess it is
and have
just
heard more about
power
her
with
personal
fear.
life than most people have, with the exception of the aforementioned individuals involved in this scandal. For the sake of her privacy I will not divulge specifics, but suffice to say her medical issues and personal traumas are very real. Experiences which have resulted in serious issues regarding her neurological ability to socialize. There aren't enough letters in the alphabet to provide an acronym for the amount of HDs and tisms she possesses, layered upon a physical wreck of a frail constitution.
And I'm sorry that that's out in the open now. I'm really sorry about that, by the way.
Able to open up, her scientific and analytical mind gives her a tendency to be hyper self-conscious while simultaneously being exceedingly direct. She has said publicly on stream that the reason...
Oh, we gotta cut off. The reason she got into streaming as a VTuber was to have an anonymous identity where she can meet people and improve her social skills without having to worry about the constraints of her real life. Urban, thank you so much again for keeping us up to a Libra. And McKay, I really do appreciate you and your support today. I'm really sorry, Radio, that this is all kind of like coming out because at the end of the day, it's not my business what goes on with you medically. I don't want to know. That's fine. I'm sorry that you have your own problems. But I don't need to know what they are, you know? I'm really sorry that you're having to go through that. But again, everybody now has to be now, like, aware of a focus on your medical well-being. And I'm sorry about that because it's not anybody's business. And I'm really, really feel bad about that we have to talk about this, you know what I mean? Yeah, that was a bar, right? But don't get me wrong. I do understand why having that knowledge is a power where, I know who you are IRL, right? But what I don't understand is why you want the information in the first place, you know? That's what I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, at least to me, why you would want to possess somebody's information like that. It's okay. I had to unfortunately divulge a lot of due to slander share. No, it's okay. Radio, don't feel bad or anything like that, you know? Like, you've already been through enough. Like, we're just gonna read this and hopefully we bring it to light. You know, there's people who are able to know what's going on and support you because of it, you know?
So, when Adora said that Radia had been insensitive, spoken out of turn or shared information and opinions that hurt both her and the people around her, I had no reason to not believe her.
Sure,
I considered
absolutely.
Adora a very close personal friend and wanted to believe that if such a thing were happening she wouldn't let
Thanks for giving us some to go now.
However, I also suspected that while these
Yeah, thank you
concerns
so
of
much.
Adora's were legitimate, I got the feeling that Radia had simply not been told about any of these issues prior to the point of it blowing up in her face, and that Radia was simply being open and honest about her thoughts and feelings which had been misinterpreted as hostility or outright malicious.
That's pretty much what I thought about it
maneuvering.
too.
I mentioned this to Adora, and she told me that it had been a constant ongoing issue that was coming to a head with the support of the other members of Project STEM. As such, I spoke to my friend Pomato Master, who corroborated Adora's story, but at the same time she admitted that she was not
exactly happy about the way Adora was going about it. Multiple people told you, this is not the way to do it, bro. Don't do it. And it's like, nope, we're going to do it. Thank you again for giving us something, Kono. All right, see you later, Red Club. We're not exactly happy about the way Adora was going about it. I was concerns that there was mean girl bullshit going on. I started with sneaking suspicion this was not as it seemed, but at that time, I said to everyone I was going to embrace the skills of my Swiss German ancestors and embrace neutrality on top of my own little mountain, avoid it all. Yeah, the sharks are circling on this one. So here we go. Continuing here with their statement, chat.
So, I sat on my own and waited it out, watching things unfold while making a pointed effort not to get involved. Regardless of what happened, I was resolved to stay friends with everyone because as far as I was concerned, this was mean girl bullshit and everyone was acting like immature children who just needed to sit down and hammer out their differences. I personally must admit I didn't believe Adora's accusation against Radia regards using her medical conditions to raise money. She has been open with her audience about her physical health, and I was on the stream where she supposedly did it. And it didn't come off that way at all. However, like with all neutral nations in times of conflict, eventually circumstances are going to bring the war to you whether you like it or not.
Subek, thank you again for the subbing. I appreciate you. You get a Bully McGuire. Thank you. I really do appreciate you and all your support, guys. Thank you for launching us to Subathon Day 246. I really, really do appreciate that. Knowledge is a blessing and a curse. I mean, like, here's the thing again. If you have doubts about somebody's medical whatever, let me ask you a question. Number one, what made you believe that in the first place? And number two, did you try to gather context and evidence about that? Did you ask the person that you allegedly have an issue with, could you explain what's going on? Or just like, hey, can we talk about something? I have a concern. But that was never done. It was just like, hey, guess what? We're calling you up. So you're a liar and you're a horrible person, and you know what I mean? Like, why are we treating our friends not like that? You know, like, ask questions. Discovery questions are there to solve issues. Communicate back and forth. It didn't need to be like this attack. But we already know their meeting was not in the best way it should have been. We already know that.
In my case, it was the attempt by Adora to undermine Radia's relationship with Digital
Yeah,
Bacon.
that for me is
Now,
just too
forgive
much.
me, but I have a confession of my own to make. I am perhaps the most stereotypical man there is. If there is an entry for toxic masculine stereotype, you'll find my picture there. At this point I was happy to remain neutral because I wanted nothing to do with the drama, even involving my friends. I figured they were adults and could sort things out themselves. The words I used at the time were "they're big girls, they can handle it on their own." However, an attack on one of the boys is another thing entirely, so I started talking to Digi to find out the extent of what was going on, only to be met with a completely different story from what Adora told me.
Wow, what a surprise. Give me some medical tests before and been privy to my surgeries. Anytime I would answer the question, whenever I was posting any. I mean, that's what I kind of assumed, you know. Wow, different stories. What a surprise. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's when stuff gets sketchy, right, chat? Because you're like, wait a second. Why is this completely different? What this person told me? And when this happens to you, chat, the little thing in your head that goes wee woo, listen to it.
This naturally led to alarm bells going off, so I finally decided to sit down and speak to Radia. WHO again gave a completely different story. Alright. So now I knew something was wrong. I went around everyone I knew who was at least aware of the situation, and sure enough their version of events did not match up to the version of the story I got from Adora. Then I decided to feel my way around some of the people who weren't aware of what was going on, only to discover that half the VTuber community apparently knew. I had been told by Adora in a voice chat that Project STEM was going to keep the dispute in-house to protect the careers of everyone
that's the way
involved.
it should be.
They stressed they didn't want to hurt Radia and wanted her to improve herself and come back like a concerned friend, staging an intervention. only for me to find out that Adora had essentially spread the information about the ongoing drama to half of her friends and several very large creators.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem, right? Again, if you're gonna if you have a problem, and you're gonna say that you're gonna keep it internal, right? You better keep it internal. You know what I mean? And the second that you tell somebody else, even if it's one person, chat, it doesn't matter if it's one person or 500 people, you broke your promise. The second you tell somebody else that it's not involved, you broke your promise. Yeah, of course, Kono. You're fine, sweetheart. Yeah, seriously, hey, guys, if this is too much for you, feel free to dip, you know? But if somebody promises you, hey, I'm not going to talk about this, and you go to one extra person, you broke your promise. Let's continue. Just going around and, defaming somebody like that when it's a private matter. Yeah, this is unfortunately the vtuber community does this quite a lot, and it's really sad.
While I can't name names, there were at least 2 creators who are considered globally famous in the tuber space.
Yeah, I got you.
Began
no
asking
worries.
questions about Radia to senior figures in the community, including sponsors, to find
going
out
on
what was
sponsors,
going
bro?
on because they'd heard
That's
the rumors.
crazy.
So, I began asking around my friends and chasing up the rumors only to once again get a completely different story from each one.
Yeah, sponsors.
I even found out she had been doing similar things to a number of other creators who she supposedly considered friends. And that several of my friends had essentially been bullied out of our communal spaces by Adora for various reasons that I knew to be complete and utter nonsense. However, for their privacy I shall not elaborate.
It may have been some of the people that we saw a little bit earlier, so obviously we're gonna let them come forward on their own time. But yeah, man, just if you're gonna look, if there's a private matter that happens, and you need to talk to somebody to I guess confide in somebody, bro, you need to involve a third party at that point. You know what I mean? If you're just gonna go around and tell everybody, then it's no longer private, right? This is why if you're going to have a very serious conversation, you have somebody that is involved that is a third party. Yeah, again, I don't know how Adora is going to retort to this.
It now became obvious what was happening. Adora was very intentionally spreading rumors and slandering Radia, making all kinds of accusations, and then customizing the story to achieve the maximum effect depending on the person she was speaking to. She had framed her story as an ethical concern to me, because she knows my left-wing political views would make me sympathetic to issues regarding the principles of ethics and justice.
Sure.
She changed the story to one about betrayal when talking to her girlfriends, she changed it to one of business concerns when talking to her professional acquaintances.
Yeah,
that's
messed up, dude.
She edited the information to remove any wrongdoing or mishandling of the situation on her part. The severity with which she pursued it, the threats and aggressive moves she made while doing it, the attempt to spread slanderous rumors to every corner of the community could only mean one thing. Adora was intentionally attempting to destroy Radia's career.
I mean, that's Adora's attempting to destroy Radia's career. And the more she said and did, the more obvious it became she had no interest in reaching an amicable or acceptable conclusion to the situation. I would almost argue as well that the call that Laser and Radia and Adora had, Laser mentioned she had a very flat tone. He probably realized it was kind of gonna happen at this point. And that's probably why. And I would agree that there's probably no interest in reaching that amicable solution, you know? Oh, gracious. Oh, gracious. I don't understand, man. If you have a disagreement with somebody, just move on. It's not that serious. Why do you gotta go and slander other people, you know?
Thus, I was asked to act as a go-between, to do some reconnaissance and find out what was going on because Adora and I were still on good terms at this stage. So I decided to go incognito and very carefully ask her what was going on. Saying that I had heard a bunch of conflicting stuff and I was worried that it could hurt all my friends, which was definitely me being very polite.
Absolutely.
I gave her every single courtesy and handled it delicately. I desperately wanted the entire affair to be resolved peacefully and efficiently to everyone's satisfaction
Yes,
without risking the
exactly.
livelihoods
But we didn't get
of the
that.
people involved. This is where the screenshots of my conversation came from. She spun the entire thing as though she was a master politician, accused Digi of being a misogynist for pointing out that the members of Project STEM were being rather aggressive towards radio with the wording of the document and the manner in which it was delivered. Only to tell me I actually realized afterwards you...
Yeah, I actually realized afterwards you didn't need to be involved. And I'm sorry for mentioning it, perhaps realizing she made a mistake involving me. What she had. Well, that's what I don't understand. Why was she even involved in this? Why did they pull her into it? I don't get it. Him. I don't understand why they involved him into the situation. Like, this is a person that Adora went and talked shit to, that started asking questions, and they went, oh fuck, okay, beep, eject seat. That's all good. I just want to check on the whole situation going on because I'm starting to get dragged in by virtue of the fact that there seems to be factions forming. I don't want to get involved, but Digi is one of my close friends, and he is really pissed off right now. He has kept it between the people who know present. I'm wondering what the fuck is going on, really. There are multiple people afraid speaking to me in a list of lies and accusations. Yep, that's, we know that, which is crazy. But again, like, the way that they went about that meeting and laying that out for you, it was not constructive, and it's not meant to actually, like, nurture helping you in any way, shape, or form. But because, to be honest, this is getting out of hand fast, wondering what's going on. I wouldn't worry too much about factioning, but unfortunately ended up spotting more lies I'm not happy about. And I don't really care what Digi says in this, because I had to watch him when he talked to Palm, call her aggressive. Literally, as the first thing he ever said to her when she was literally talking normally. I mean, I would like to hear what Palm says about it, but maybe that's just, they just didn't understand each other's tone. I don't know, but I don't think it's this fixable, but it's really up to Ray the next time we talk to him. I generally don't care if you remain friends with folks, by the way. It doesn't involve you and anybody who says you need to pick a side is really mistaken. I only realized it didn't involve you when I talked with you. Then why did you bring it up? I genuinely don't care if you remain friends with folks. That's a weird thing to say. Yeah, there should have just been communication, exactly. I'm hoping that's the case because I was into not seeing friends with everyone. Anyway, consider you all very close friends, which is why I desperately want to fix it. I no one has asked me to pick sides. However, they've asked me to resolve things if possible. Radio can be insensitive, arrogant, and oblivious to people's feelings, as well as rude and uncaring. But she seems perfectly willing to apologize, at least that's what she said to me. I don't know, man, everybody's upset and angry, and it's not good vibes. With the lies I realized while just sort of reflecting on, or at least very least gaslighting, it'd be difficult for me to continue to be friends with her. And it's admittedly mostly in her court in that regard, so I don't know if you could do anything to fix that. I'm not going to speak on what the lies are, since I generally don't want to bias you in this regard. How would they be biased? Just tell them. Everybody has asked you and you never tell anybody. She did reach out to Palm and Finn. Not me, but I also told her to give me a break distance for a bit. I can't be upset about that. So I figure we just, when we do talk directly, and again, I hope we can hopefully end it well and it be a road to healing. Hope so too, because the stuff I heard was very hostile from everyone on both sides. You know, no one seems able to communicate peacefully here. To be honest, I don't know if the relationship is repairable in the short term. From where I'm sitting, if you want my opinion, I think what needs to happen is clear-cut boundaries and demands from everybody so proper negotiations can happen. There we go. Yes, exactly. Clear boundaries and demands. Remember at the beginning, Adora wouldn't really tell Radio how long or what she needed to do. This is what we need. Very clear boundaries and demands. Then an actual plan for peace. That way it resolves itself one way or another. Exactly. Let me resolved happily rather than in a disaster. Because I don't want you or any of the other people involved in this shit show to get hurt any more than it is. I will say I do genuinely believe it was not hostile at all on our side. And Digi is heavily biased due to the dealing with the Ray's crash out over a week. Trust me, we approach it gently so it goes out, literally, baby. Can you really say that, though? When Radia... Look, there's a cause and effect, right? So the effect is what you got for Radia for that week, right? You were the cause of that. So how can you not look at that and go, you know, we were slightly responsible for that. Maybe we could have done better, right? But every just turn, it's like, nope. Like, Adora, person to person, like, please, like, if you're watching this, like, you know you fucked up on that. You could have done better on that. It's such a small concession to make. Just admit you fucked up on that. You did. You did. You did not approach it the best. You did not put them in an environment that set them up for success. You rushed into it. You messed up. It's okay to fuck up. It's okay to make a mistake. But when you get an effect like this, bro, you got to take responsibility. And there is that screenshot that we saw before. These date formats, in contrast to the rest, are in Australian date format. They even went to another party right after and admitted they fucked up. Wouldn't say that to me and only double down. Right. That's crazy. That's crazy. Who did they say that to? That they fucked up? Because it's like, I want to see that, you know?
After this interaction we decided we needed help, so
Right.
Digi and I coordinated with Laserpig to act as another neutral party to confirm our suspicions. As evidenced by his earlier statement, he did confirm our suspicions.
There it
The
is.
rest of the story you can find in the other parts of this document, as from that point onwards I very intentionally avoided speaking to Adora or hanging out in her server, choosing to instead help Radia recover from the immense emotional trauma inflicted on her, trauma which very nearly cost her life. An outcome
Right.
that, should it have come to pass, would have been a
Yeah, no,
devastating
that's okay.
loss to the world
Of course,
and a
Radia, of
shameful
course.
indictment on behavior which has become distressingly common in the VTuber community, behavior perpetuated by vindictive, spiteful individuals.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're fine, Radia. You're fine.
But what hurts me the most
This
is
has
that
happened a
Adora
lot,
was
guys.
a
It's
close
really
friend
sad.
and a member of
Really
my
sad.
international trade union. To me it always appeared that she used her platform to elevate and collaborate with other creators. We are stronger together,
Absolutely.
not apart. We do not have to tear each other down to advance, we can march forward as one, inspiring our colleagues
Absolutely.
to greater achievements with our own success. Helping the smaller talents among us shine through and come to the fore, we can achieve so much if we work together.
Now look at Mighty
Yet
Mouse,
Adora
chat.
and
Look who we
others
did.
like her, most famously a certain infernal canine, do nothing except tear others down, projecting their insecurities and inferiority complexes on people who trusted them to have their back. Adora's actions are not just immoral, they are a betrayal of both
good
the
example.
personal and professional trust of everyone around her, and in doing so has brought shame not only on her, but on myself as well. She was a friend and fellow.
She was a friend and fellow comrade who has supported without questioning this situation. It was almost too late. I will not absolve myself of that responsibility or my failure to hold her directly to account until now. I mean, you didn't really know. I hope you don't beat yourself up too much about that. But you didn't really know. No, of course, maybe I'll see you later, cutie. Hope you have a great rest of your day, all right? Let's continue.
Suffice to say, solidarity is stronger than division.
Yeah.
Supporting each other is the
It
only
is.
way
It's
to
a good
triumph
example.
over both AI and the algorithm, not tearing each other down. And with that in mind I issue this statement as both one of support for Radia, and a warning against the evils of abusive relationships in content creation.
Yep.
I'm going back to
It's-
History YouTube
It's
now.
messed up.
It's safer there. At least there people just question my intellect and yell slurs at me. That I can deal with.
Yep, that's the YouTube in a nutshell. Oh my god. But it's true, chat. Like, sadly, it's being normalized in this space, and people just it's all spite, it's all hate, and it just I despise that so much. I really, 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 really despise that. The fact that we just can't build each other up and support each other. Going on here, Party Demoness. Other statement says, on June 4th, Adora approached me to inform me that her friendship with Iridium was coming to an end. I requested for no further details on the subject matter, as have been heard many, many times in this space at this point, and Adora knew and addressed that. why was like Adora going to them and been like, our friendship was like coming to an end? Like, why is that needed? Maybe I'll understand the relationship, but you know what I mean? Like, why do they need to know that? She still decided to tell me the vague reasons and things anyway, despite you previously stating not to know. So there again, breaking boundaries. I expressed that I believe that they'd be able to work this out as they're both adults. This resulted in Adora giving me more vague information of painted Rain in a bad light. Bruh. This doesn't sit right in my mind. I said, just heading me north not that long ago and everything seemed fine. In fact, everybody sounded like they had a good time. I was confused about it and decided not to dig too deeply into it. It was the first time I'd had friends butt heads over something and make up. I left it as is and just entered my own IRL problems that had become quite distracting from the entire thing. So there you go, chat. There you go. It was meant, the messages were meant to defame radio. It's right there. Like literally said, okay, I'm sorry you're having issues. I don't want to know. And they said, well, guess what? I'm going to tell you anyway. That ain't it. We didn't want to drag anyone into this, but being forced to at this point. And I don't know how deep this went until I was told about Ray's attempted unaliving. I was filled in that this has been going on for a good while now. I sent screenshots of Adora's behavior. I did not condone actions that endanger my friends in general. This moment, I did not almost lose a friend, but I almost lost someone who I consider to be one of my own family. I would not have lost a friend that night. I would have lost a sister. Further party demoness provided DM's evidence of Adora ever-shifting narrative and direct evidence of her duplicity. In brief, Adora was lying directly to Radia's face regarding her intentions as early as June 3rd to 4th. The below screenshots are less than 24 hours apart. By break, I mean break from us putting our content as part of our friendship. I don't want to stop being your friend. I will say my friendship with Radia is most likely coming to a close. Yeah, pretty two-faced. And I remain cordial in my mutual space with her. I also know this situation cannot be fixed, and that's okay. Yeah, she was leading you on. It's what I really hate is that false hope. I really hate when people do the false hope thing. Really, really don't like that. And of course, here are screenshots to kind of back that. I'm not going to read all of these ones, but I do at least want to show that, you know, I'll say my friendship with Radius is likely coming to a close. There's a message that sucks. Unfortunately, cannot trust her. I won't proud of pride. There it is. I mean, literally just like, hey, I don't want to know. You know what I mean? It's not my business. Not causing any problems in the space, though, because you've been too kind, so don't worry. No sides here. Appreciate the reassurance because this stuff gets messy. Gonna worry mine for a bit, but I don't want any fallouts. But thank you for making me comfortable enough to say at least as much. Of course, you did it with a lot in the space, so I apologize a lot, at least on my end, for not recognizing this issue between me and her sooner. But I genuinely cannot be a friend of her. Bro, they said they don't care to know. Like, stop pushing it. That's like, since I'm more in this, to move on. Be strong and support them. I love, like, friends like you, etc. I'll not be pursuing extra info about it, but yeah, it's been rough from past experiences. He's already talked poorly about me. Bro, they said they don't want to know. Leave them alone. And they didn't even, like, talk poorly about you on stream. I'm sorry, I wish I could get more proper words. She heard me, and that's okay. I just move on. Like, radio wasn't even talking about you. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, chat. Oh, my God. It's happened. Google Dockey has followed me. Yes. Yes. Oh, my God. My dreams came true. Google Dockey themselves has followed me. Oh, my God. Dreams do come true, chat. Holy shit. Adora states she wanted polite distance. She never made that possible via action solely on her own accord, and assured her time was dedicated brutally and systematically destroying my life. It was less than 48 hours later, she elected to dox me and provide my personal identifying information to an individual who prefers to remain anonymous due to professional concerns. I stated before, it's incredibly evident that Adora was and has always been lying about how she can move on. I mean, you saw that. You saw that, chat. It's literally there. So, Discord harassment. Let's continue, chat. There's a lot more.
During the course of Radia's attempts to move on, she discovered that any attempt to speak about what had happened in anything resembling a public fashion would be met with retaliation.
55.
Adora announced a hiatus during June, apparently due to poor mental health and needing to be a better person to those around me.
So I remember we covered this, right, chat? We were talking about that. For the next few weeks of July, Adora went on hiatus, right? I wonder what that was about. We didn't really know.
Radia assumed, quite reasonably, this may have included her poor treatment, and saw this as an opportune time to quell questions of why she was no longer streaming with Adora as quietly and non-committally as possible.
Sure.
She proceeded to make a short statement near the end of her stream, and a ping to her streaming announcement role in her Discord, attempting to explain her separation from Adora without appearing as if there was any drama to dig into.
We read this one as well, but basically it just says for those who are not present. Oh, it's right here. I'm sorry. Bro, I need to look at these. I swear to God. I really, really need to look down. Like, I'm about to, like, squint again.
At Radia ping for those who were not present, this is the written statement
That is
from
the
today.
third time, bro.
Good evening, folks. I'm sure there has been some relative curiosity into why I have not been present on Adora's streams nor she on mine. As outlined by her hiatus announcement, she is taking a period of mental and self-restoration spurred on by a negative mental space, which caused her to do and say things that she regrets. I will not be detailing actions taken, as I'm not in the business of sharing information that should ultimately be kept private. This past month has left me deeply saddened by the circumstances and actions taken, while in the immediate and foreseeable future I will be continuing to embark on my own path in regard to my friendship with Adora. I only express my deepest sympathies and support. While we could grow to nurture that bond, the future is uncertain, but it is certain that for now it's best that we move on our own paths.
Alright, there you go. Please note this changes nothing on a community level. It's merely a period of request of space on my end. I kind of like how Zin and Ariel have done, right? They made like statements for each other. And that's not very like unheard of, right? This action was met with immediate and angry response from Adora, both in DMs publicly in our own Discord. Hi everyone, I've noticed some speculation around my current hiatus. I wanted to gently clarify. This break is some answers from my own mental wellness, personal reflection, not related to anyone else or any external situation. Out of respect for myself at this moment, I won't be speaking further on it. Appreciate your understanding, kindness, and continued support. Okay, there you go. So since it's a now public statement, I'm going to say this. My situation has nothing to do with this hiatus. Do not speak on my behalf. You have actually no idea why I took this hiatus because you have not been speaking to me. For almost 2 weeks, my communication lines remain open as well. Okay, I mean, I don't know if I view this as angry, but okay. Let's see what happens. You do what's best for you. I'm happy to hear you're getting the help you need. That's great, but once again, do not speak on my behalf publicly. No, okay, so here you see it. I don't think the radio spoke on her behalf. She just like, hey, you know, while this is going on, like, we're taking a break, you know? You're talking about... Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that. Third night, Daybreedy was informed that fellow streamer in front of Adora, Alicia, had pinged her entire Discord to disparage radio for her comments in an immature and accusatory fashion. It is unknown if Alicia is aware of the extent of Adora's campaign and the depths of her deception. It's entirely possible that she has been given an alternate version of events like many others who attempted to defend a friend, albeit in an irresponsible manner. Hey folks, I was made aware of a bullshit statement by radio about Adora. Bro, I did not see this. I did not see this. Adora is taking a break because her and I had amazing heart to heart about life and growth. This does involve radio. Don't know why she's making it about herself. That's messy. I'll be real. This is messy now. This is messy. You all know I don't fuck with radio after she got pressured you guys to donate to her and got mad about someone mentioned supporting me. Now this is getting weird as fuck. Here is her random ass statement that she made in my community. What? Adora's completely fine. This was a decision made after a heart to heart with me. Don't know why other mofos really acting weird. Anyway, Adora will be returning, of course, just gonna be recording Logan solo while she's on break. Much love, rats. Guys, I'm gonna put this on the shelf, just because it's like, it's like, it's kind of messy. I don't think that it's super duper relative. I'm gonna put this one up on the shelf for now. Alicia is well known and sizable VTuber extremely large community. Directing the IRV community radio was both irresponsible considering the dangers of online fans and a clear retaliation of radio for speaking up to try to address anyone about what had happened. I want to know what exactly. I want to know exactly what they're talking about. This thing about like pressured you guys to donate to her and got mad when somebody mentioned supporting me. I don't know what this is about. So I'm going to wait to really speak on that till I get some more information. But that is in my notes. That I want to know more about that. So let's keep going here. All right, so here we go. So here's what we have to follow up on this.
At the time of her Discord announcement, it was unknown to me how large her Discord community was.
Yeah, this is still in my notes, by the way, chat.
I am a busy woman and not in the habit of occupying numerous Discords, so I never took it upon myself to look, let alone join.
Right?
This public tweet was put out on July 31st, with her Discord statement being in early July. Suffice to say, her Discord at the time was 17,000 plus members strong. Putting forth such a statement was not only incredibly reckless but also willfully engaging in behavior that could endanger my safety. With such a large and dedicated audience who trust you as a creator, engaging in this behavior is irresponsible to the highest degree.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for Alicia here. Maybe it was as there was the conjecture earlier, maybe Alicia doesn't know the full thing, but I'm going to let Alicia address this on her own. But definitely, I know you want to support a friend. Maybe she's just misguided. I don't know. All we can do is see what she has to say about it after Adora stuff comes out, you know? Anyway, let's keep going with it.
Alicia's statement is an incredibly false representation of a situation that did occur on the day of the Project STEM debut.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, guys. I know what you're talking about. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Donate to me. I will fully admit that I did eventually become short with one of her community members that had decided to pop into my chat, who was only identifiable as a supposed community member by them referencing a rat queen, after they had repeated the same message 5 to 6 times after being told politely the first time it was not a problem they couldn't sub as the content is inherently free. But this individual took it upon themselves to keep proclaiming over and over, despite assurance that it did not matter, that they were sorry they couldn't sub, as they gave all their money to their rat queen, Alicia.
Okay, I mean, sure, that's fine. Oh no, Nick, though, I'm reading what's in the document with TTS, just to save my voice.
In the past, Alicia was kind enough to pay for 2 video edits for both me and Adora from my former editor, Gobson, for which I was immensely grateful for that gesture and expressed my appreciation. To reiterate a certain earlier accusation of pressuring her community to donate to me, I had not had Alicia on my stream more than a handful of times.
Right, I remember you guys collab.
I do remember that. Involve myself in becoming a mainstay on hers. At no point did I request her community do anything for me. At no point did I request anything other than the thumbnail tips she did graciously offer, as well as provide an edit for one of my videos in which she is credited as the thumbnail creator in the description, and for which I appreciated and still do despite this attack on my person.
I made it to a purpose to not overly involve myself in a deep friendship with Alicia, after seeing how heavily it was something Adora was pursuing. It desperately heralded as a fantastic new addition to her life. I sort of know better than to get in the way of what Adora wants, be it a person or anything else. I hope that you and Alicia are able to resolve this. Radia, I'm not gonna get... I don't really know what to tell you on this one, I'm gonna be real. I think that it's probably better y'all speak. Just because we don't know what Adora said and vice versa. We don't know her thoughts. And it's wrong to assume or try to understand how she feels or what she knows, right? So yeah, I mean, again, if you're saying at no point that you requested for that community to do anything, maybe she just misunderstood. Yeah, maybe she jumped the gun. I would say just talk to her. I have no idea, merely wants space from the abuse. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that I think that we got to see what Adora says, but I do also think that probably some of that has been fed over to Alicia as well. Because Alicia's one of those people that has like very strong sense of justice, you know what I mean? So I think it'd be hard for her to look at this and be like, oh yeah, Adora's innocent. Like, there's just no way. So I think that, yeah, I think it might have just been like they were just being friends, right? But I'm not going to put too much conjecture out there. I think that Alicia needs to make her own comments, and that's it. You know, we'll see though. I have no idea, Red. What did she say? Yeah, the fighting on there was not a good look. I agree. I made it on purpose to not overtly involve myself in a deep. Oh, sorry, I already read that. Whoops. I stated above in Radia's statement Alicia had previously abruptly cut contact mere minutes after the conclusion of her conversation where Radia was ejected from Project STEM, citing an incident where Radia had disrespected one of her community members. Here we go. Hey, Radia, I want to keep this short and simple. I don't really feel comfortable. Agreed, it's only there's supporting evidence. Right, exactly. I remember, guys, we want to keep this about Adora, not so much about Alicia, so allow people to resolve that and update themselves on their own information and maybe potentially resolve that in the future. I want to keep this short and simple. I don't really feel comfortable being friends with you after what you spoke to my community member on stream. Understand that you are and respect that. Rather than ask for a change, I'm going to quietly dip out. Whatever goes on between you and the others is y'all's business. That boundaries when it comes to my friendship with the community, and I wish I behold that. Sure, and that's her own prerogative. There you go. The incident in question was confirmed by multiple third parties to be benign. Video had snapped it at the chatter for attention, thinking after repeated multiple times to the streams that he cannot donate to them because they'd given all to the Rat Queen. This is known as heavily frowned upon in many streaming circles, with some banning on site for similar comments. Absolutely. Regardless, already did not attempt to fight the cutoff, knowing it would was likely futile, as Alicia did not ask for her story at any point, and the timing was clearly no accident. As later confirmed that Adora had asked Alicia to hold off sending the message until Radio had been booted. It's unknown if Alicia is aware of the extent of Adora's campaign or the depth of her deception. It's entirely possible she's been given an alternate version of events like many others, is attempting to defend a friend, albeit in an irresponsible manner. So again, I would say, guys, allow some grace on this when it comes to that. Furthermore, Adora used this situation as opportunity to resume smearing Radio to other individuals, casting herself as the victim and the one being reasonable. I definitely do not think I can go forward with D&D this time with Radio involved. He refused to respond to my messages while also making public statements on my behalf from reasons of why I took a hiatus. I took a hiatus because my fucking house was a disaster, my hygiene was bad, my depression was made me act rash and badly towards everyone. I'm going to talk to her in weeks and chose ideas for myself, so I'm going to be the bigger person and step away. If this is like the main problem that she has, that definitely doesn't justify the actions, you know? Like, let's say this is the reason that she was hurt, quote unquote, right? This definitely does not justify the actions. The message received by Radio is extremely clear to the point. Any sign of perceived defiance or attempt to speak publicly on what had happened would be met with an immediate and disproportionate punishment. Whatever guilt Adora had publicly stated, Radio was apparently not part of it. Here is the amendum. The note the above account was offered with redactions of a name due to fear of additional retaliation to clarify the previous screenshot. The individuals in question wanted to highlight the instance due to the Corvidora's words and actions, even to people completely outside Radia's situation. One of the fits about this one, on one hand, the creator has to be a bit responsible regarding the members to make sure they aren't spreading a message of behavior that hurts their community. On the other hand, people can't control what others do, and it's not recommended to try either. Yeah, it's definitely, that part is messy. I think it's, let's put that on the shelf and wait. Main thing I could say is this, that conversation was a week after I was on her stream, and only weeks after she had recently referred to me as a close friend. Yeah, when a bigger streamer went to attack my character and credibility by telling me a lie that Adora knows for a fact is a lie, he chose to lead me to the wolves for her bigger, more successful friend. Despite constant claims of telling me she was actively trying to be a better person, he dropped me the moment her bigger friend went after me. Friends don't do that or let their friends do that. To others, I've learned that at the end of the day, whatever words are kind words or promises she'll make you, at the end of the day, Adora looks out for one person, and that's Adora. There we go, guys. So let's take a look here at the off-Kai harassment. And what happened with that?
During the course of this campaign, Radia decided to attend Dockey, as she had made travel arrangements before the initiation of hostilities and did not want to see them go to waste. It was her intention to avoid straying into the same spaces as any of her former friends, and focus on reconnecting with other friends that she had been forced to distance herself from due to the ongoing stress of the situation. Adora continued her campaign of harassment here.
I can
Radia
confirm
was left
that.
feeling completely locked out of social spaces due to Adora's heavy presence and rumor mongering.
I can confirm that.
This culminated in a completely unrelated third-party individual being approached by a known friend of Adora who had spotted them speaking to Radia, and launched abruptly into cryptically threatening statements about people getting what they deserve, statements that profoundly disturbed them, once Radia had walked away.
As I told you guys again, and maybe you're just tuning in, but I can confirm that this did indeed happen at Dockey. 100%. From me, my personal Alara self, I can tell you that that happened. Corroborating statement, the below DM has been destructively chopped up to avoid speculation on names. Based on character links or other methods, as names are mentioned that are not the focus of this document, the individually provided us has also asked their name be redacted due to fear of retaliation. All right, here we go, guys. I was talking to Radia on the last day of the con. We inadvertently, it was a very long weekend, meeting my community was in a very few points of joy. I was talking to Radia on the last day of the con, and we inadvertently went in the meeting room at the same time Adora was around. Radia excused herself to the bathroom for a second, left me alone while she was gone. Approached me. We had talked before at other cons, so this was not unusual to casually approach me, but the conversation went from cordial to weirdly intense, as they seemed to threaten me in so many words that people will get what's coming to them and reap what they sow, or something to that effect. I feigned ignorance and didn't rise to the veiled threat, and simply wrapped up the conversation with some conversation stuck in my mind as distinctly strange. Yeah, that that's very strange. Like, why would you walk up to somebody and say that? That's very weird.
It is after this event that Radia was unexpectedly contacted by Fenari Mori. Over the course of a multiple-hour call, she apologized profusely for her role in the initial intervention. She confirmed that neither her nor Palm had been aware of what had been sent to Digital Vagrant, nor that it had been doctored prior to sending in a way that placed the majority of the comments focused on the two of them. She was further instrumental in confirming privately the extent of Adora's duplicity and doxing, providing key info on who to reach out to in an attempt to determine how far things had spread and what lies had been told.
That's a big bombshell.
Was able to corroborate that Radia was not imagining things. Adora had embarked on an unhinged campaign to undermine Radia's life of her own volition. This so disturbed the other two members of Project STEM that they proceeded to distance themselves from Adora after failing to convince her to stop.
Yeah, that is a really, really big bombshell here because, again, number one, it talks about how Palm and Fenari didn't know what was going on. It was a surprise to them. And obviously they distanced themselves because of what was going on. Now, again, I do want to point out that Pomato did say that, she said there's something in the document. Also going through the documents because the many events described to Radia and the members STEM were massively mischaracterized to attack on her character. So she wants to add to this. I guess we'll wait for that. So just keep that in mind as we, continue to go through this.
It is also interesting to note that near simultaneously, Radia received the only thing resembling an apology from Adora's side. We have confirmed that this apology was likely spurred on by disruption of Adora's own friendships due to the discovery of her duplicity. Radia was not the only one to receive incredibly belated apology messages at the same time, leaving this
love bombing,
case of love
I've always said that's his damage control.
Damage control commonly used by abusers.
That's his
damage
control.
As far as we are aware, only Adora's victims received messages such as these. She did not contact anyone she had spun lies to, or make any attempt to undo the damage she had caused. The apology in question is below.
Here it is, chat. I'm gonna let you I'm gonna let you read this. I'm going to turn on my fan really quick because it's getting hot. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, y'all. It's just getting hot in my room, so I'm like, oh, gracious, I need to turn on the fan. But as you can see here, you know, we get the apology, right? Or a bit of an apology. Well, like you said, Chad, it's kind of empty, but at the same time, the thing that I want to point out here is it's more like, shit, I got caught, so I need to apologize. You know what I mean? Fenari already said that she is like on vacation. Hold on. Yeah, Fenari said that she's on vacation, and to, you know, wait and she'll get her information out. Description has been edited to redact personal information about Adora, so there you go. So as you guys read, I mean, I've already read through this thing so many times, but it's disingenuous. It's disingenuous.
This message is extremely disingenuous. Radia had not attempted to interfere or speak ill of Paul Morphin at all during this, or even spoken to them at all beyond the last conversation deciding her ousting from Project STEM. It claims all of Adora's actions to be a misunderstanding, couched the message in more subtle
you can't
accusations
misunderstandingly
and put
dock
zero
somebody,
offer to
you know,
correct the
like...
lie she'd told, either
Neither do you
privately
know.
or publicly. It also directly lied. Radia was by this point now well aware at this point that Adora did not consider her a best friend, and hadn't for the better part of a year, as confirmed by a third party. Rather than assuage Radia's concerns, this put the nail in the coffin of any hope Radia had that Adora had any intention of even trying to correct the damage she had done.
I could see that. I would probably think the exact same thing if I were you. So this is some
apology,
radium.
if you can even call it one, was couched with accusations in and of itself. My ire, as you so call it, was never directed at anyone but myself as I tore myself apart mentally for weeks as false accusations were lobbed at me and I lamented over the possibility of
I can't imagine
unintentionally
that.
hurting friends' feelings over unknown and previously uncommunicated situations.
I can't imagine that.
You did not send down a poorly edited version. You deliberately worked to remove mentions of yourself and complaints so that the onus of aggression was wrongfully placed upon both Pum and Fen while you played the part of a concerned sister, even if falsely so, with fabricated accusations with no evidence. This was not a miscommunication.
I mean,
in
you could
any
have just
way,
asked for
shape,
all of
or
this.
form. One does not simply dox someone in a miscommunication. You,
Yep.
Adora,
Yeah, literally.
elected to slander me to multiple parties,
And that's
fully
true.
knowing what you spread was false.
I can confirm that happened
This is
enough, guy.
behavior you have engaged in for years, taking advantage of my limited ability to be online and creating false narratives that you laid down as truth, coding many of my interactions, unknowingly to me, in a negative light from the onset.
That's heavy, chat. I mean, that's heavy. Shit, man, just fuck. And like, you know, I wasn't like the closest with Adora or anything, right? Like, I knew Adora for a while, and you know, we had some things occasionally here and there. Maybe we would you know, like message back and forth. I had a question about how guest star worked when it first came out, stuff like that, right? But I mean, it's just people you know and you see, and then all of a sudden, I mean, I've rated Adora a few times. You know, it's just like, it's like, fuck, dude, this just sucks. You know. You really think you know somebody, and then they go and turn out to be somebody that just doxes other people? Like, I mean, you can't refute those screenshots, chat. It's literally there. It's literally there. So chat, we are gonna get into the heavy part of the document. I should have wrote myself a note. So guys, just like a little warning, a little trigger warning. We're gonna get into this next part, okay? So I'm gonna give you a little beep, and we're gonna start. So there's your warning. So all right, here we go. I don't really want to read this. This is I'm gonna let Dira read this. This is yeah, this is
suicide attempt cut off from her friends, isolated from her support network, and with the fear of permanent
heavy.
ostracization
It's
from
heavy.
one of the few things in her life that brought her joy, Radia's mental health went into a sharp dive. On July the 12th, Radia attempted to take her own life. It is only through the actions of her roommate and her partner, driving through the night, and of the crisis hotline that Radia called, that she did not succeed.
I'm so grateful for that. I'm beyond grateful for that. I just I could not imagine. Imagine, chat, if it went the other way, you know? We're so glad you're still here with us, Radia. And I hope you're getting you know, the support that you need right now too. You know? Holy man. The current state of affairs, this section will attempt to provide a look at what the current state of affairs is, additional relevant information, analysis, and corroborating events, as well as a conclusion to draw the document to a close. Holy shit, y'all. So much love to you, Radia. I'm just like, it's a lot. As somebody that has been close to that in my own personal life, and it's like, you guys all know how important this is to not only me, but to Aya as well. You guys know about Aya's brother. These kinds of things are on our mind a lot. You know, it's very real. It's very scary. It's very heavy, you know, so I'm glad that you're here. You know, I'm very glad that you didn't succeed at that. And I'm really happy that you are able to be here and to celebrate life and to have this chat with us today, you know, and just know that you're supported. You know, we're here for you. We support you, and I know people close to you support you. And I'm glad that you're here. Yeah, you guys know. If you've ever watched Aya, or you know Aya even for a minute, you know about her brother. So, but let's continue about the ongoing effects here, guys.
Radia has in no way managed to recover from her ordeal. She remains
course, yeah,
in a
Radia.
continued state of mental decline. Even as this document is being written, Radia frequently tries to isolate herself from the collective, which has sought to aid her and will often limit. It would be easier to leave the streaming world behind, or to just
Which I'm glad you don't
disappear.
feel that way anymore.
She continues to suffer from a variety of effects, both lingering and recent, including but not limited to returning bouts of suicidal ideation due to the ongoing inability to clear her name or even speak her side of the story, ongoing
Jesus.
physical symptoms, shortness of breath,
Right.
recurring fevers, fainting spells, etc., as the result of the extreme stress aggravating her chronic and serious medical conditions.
Good lord.
There is a reasonable chance some of the damage done will be permanent.
People always undersell the fact how much stress can destroy your fucking body. And then on top of that, like, poor Radia's already got, like, medical issues, and you're just like, what did you gain from doing this? Why would you do this to somebody else? I swear, the more that I read these documents about people, the less understanding I have of the heinous things that they choose to do. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. I'm sorry.
Radia continues to struggle with reaching out to her
Selfishness
friends
and
and
jealousy,
those in her
man.
seriously damaged support network. With no idea of how far Adora's slander was spread, she fears what others will think ill of her, and that they will no longer wish to speak with her.
Yeah, absolutely.
She has been terrified that people will accuse her of forcing others to pick sides. It is this
That's
pressure
true.
that has made it so difficult to speak out publicly.
I can't imagine, especially because y'all were
Radia
so
was
close.
forced to stop most
Content-wise,
streams for
too.
2 weeks in an attempt to placate Adora's demands for contrition. Not only did this make no difference, but massively slashed her revenue at a time when she had numerous medical bills coming due and had been forced to take an effective pay cut at her day job. Radia's expenses, due to the family she needs to support and her own medical issues, are extremely high.
Yeah, absolutely.
This series of events directly endangered her ability to meet those obligations, and her ability to stream has been compromised to this day from
sheer stress. That's what I wanted to mention to you guys is remember, Radia is creating content and this is part of her income, right? If you were affecting somebody's income by slander, doxing, being a horrible person, spreading lies, being malicious, you are affecting their revenue and their livelihood. Literally, you are affecting it. So they literally, Adora reached into Radia's pocket. It took out the dollar bills and threw it in the fire. It's actually a real thing, chat. This kind of stuff is very damaging. Very damaging. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus, dude. And I'm sure that pressure as far as, like, how it looks, it sucks. Because anytime you come out of drama, regardless, you can be 100% right. There will be at least one person that thinks you're a horrible person and you're wrong. It doesn't matter. You can say the sky's blue, and there'll be one person out there that's like, oh yeah, the sky's purple. I mean, God, look at it, chat. We have people that still think the earth is fucking flat. Like, you know what I mean, chat? There's always one person that will just, no matter what, always be against you and your side. So, and that sucks. That's a very real fear. Very real fear.
Radia's roommate, whom she was helping to afford attending college, was forced to move out and make alternate arrangements due to the severe hits that Radia's income took during this. Radia was forced to delay re-entry into college classes to further her education. This resulted in the irreversible loss of nearly $10,000 in educational assist funds from her employer.
Damn, dude!
Radia continues to live in fear of
lots of opportunity too.
Her campaign.
Lots of
Adora
opportunity.
does not have a job outside streaming, and spends the majority of her time online as of this document's last knowledge. Conversely, Radia has a full-time job, her content career, a relationship, a household to manage, pet ownership, and a myriad of other obligations.
She's an adult.
She quite literally does not, nor ever, have the time to win an internet fight with someone who has considerably more time to devote to it than her.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Damn, dude. Early signs of abuse. During a compilation of this document, Radia found the courage to begin examining her past interaction with Adora, realized she'd been enduring poor treatment for far longer than she understood. Treatment she brushed off as normal, or concerns being selfish in the interest of properly portraying these. I almost said property portraying. Radia will be speaking on this stream in her own words. Guys, we are on page 71, so we are getting towards the end of this. I just want to take a moment. Everybody, if you could please just give some love to Adora, and thank you all for sticking with me through this whole entire thing. Just going through this. I know it's a very long document, but it did need to be discussed. So I appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you so much. Again, I'm going to keep giving this to Dear Ara to save my voice. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for being here. Requesting separation from artists.
In the weeks before departing for Anime North, I was asked by Adora to jump into a call with her to discuss a nagging matter. To preface this, the call was not recorded, and these are the only screenshots I can provide to A. Prove this call occurred on the date of May the 5th, mere weeks before Anime North, and B. Show that I attempted to provide her additional resources to aid her with obtaining other art pieces, from thumbnails to videos, in her
Why would they do that?
As that was part of her central issue.
Oh, did I say Adora? I'm so sorry. I meant Radia. I'm so sorry. I keep reading Adora. So, like, I apologize about that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, slip of the tongue there. Please support Radia, guys. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, look, my brain's fried after reading this shit. I'm so sorry, guys. Slip of the tongue there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't even realize I said it. Holy shit.
It's helped me digest.
All right, hold on. I need to drink a monster.
I
need to drink my monster.
At the day job.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that. I hate covering stuff like this. It sucks. You know, it sucks. Yeah, I declare whoopsie daisy. It's like subliminal messages. No, guys, please support Radio in all this. Obviously, the things that Adora's done is really messed up. Let me drink my monster because I need to be more mentally acute. I can't be falling apart like that. So I apologize for that mistake. Sincerely, I'm really sorry about that. That's a slip of the tongue. That should not happen. So I really do apologize for that. Okay. I'm doing a little stretch too. I'm getting myself out there. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's the issue. Somebody would like flip it out of context, you know what I mean? And I don't want that. So I do sincerely apologize about that, guys. To make myself clear, again, please support Radio during all of this stuff going on. Again, I really do apologize for that. Okay, let's continue here. So Dora says, why are you able to take my cup? But do we got something important to talk about that's been biting me? Sure. Oh, okay, so they asked you not to work with a certain artist here in this next part.
During the course of this call, I was asked if I could step back from commissioning a thumbnail artist we shared, and still do, who goes by QB. Adora asked that due to QB's workload delaying thumbnail delivery if I would step back from QB, as she cannot handle both thumbnail workloads.
Okay.
And you, Radia, can afford an artist that is higher in price range. At the time I agreed without fighting because I had zero interest in making this a point of contention, and due to QB's workload I was looking into other options. However, the continual assumption that because I have whatever amount of more money than Adora that I must step back shows a pattern of behavior.
Yeah, oh, you have more money so you can buy some, afford somebody else. What? No, dude. What? Hell no. Oh, you got money, so, yeah, you can pay for that. Hell no, dude. I get cringe. That is cringe.
Understand, I am grateful for the
That's
artists
very cringe.
Adora has shown me and shared with me, such as Pico or Mikami Michael. Without Pico, I would not have my model. However,
this is not a photograph time! This is not a photograph time, chat!
And that this was a small thing she was asking.
This is not a photograph time, chat! Read the room!
Most friends.
This is not a photograph time! Read the room! Oh my god. Not right now, chat! Radio, I'm so sorry. I misspoke and said Adora earlier. I am so beyond sorry for that. I'm gonna feel bad about that all day. I am so sorry. Read the room, chat! Okay, anyway, let me reread this to you. Understand I'm grateful for the artist Adora has shown me and shared with me, such as Kiko or Mikami. Without Kiko and not have my model. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm so sorry though. Never asked me to step back from an artist and a reason I could afford the extra hit. And this was a small thing she was asking in return for showing me very sorry. It's not behavior I believe most friends would engage in. I agree with that. I agree with that. Again, just because whatever you can afford is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, has nothing to do with it. Oh, I need this artist to give her money. What the fuck? Who says that?
In an effort to reciprocate that generosity, I provided artists
Yeah, no,
for
I need this artist
purposes
because
that were within reasonable
you got
price
more money.
ranges and hoped she
What?
could utilize them in the future. Through
Makes
the
no sense.
conversation she told me, I was afraid you were going to take this poorly, and I'm happy you understand. I try my best to understand
absolutely.
and exhibit compassion, but leveraging my higher earnings as an
Yep.
argument did not sit well with me.
I
However,
agree.
I complied as I always do.
Hey, so I know you make more money, so guys, unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to give you any more milk. Yeah, sorry guys, there's no milk for you. And that's because you know, some of you make more money, so you can pay for it. Here's all the artists that she worked with. No milk. Medical issues. So here's the other thing too, but I think is very egregious about this. Number one, how the fuck do you know her financial situation? And number two, why are you telling them what to do with their own money? It's constantly pushing the barriers, the boundaries of people's personal lives. You found their personal information. You're telling them what to do with their money. You're telling them to take a break from their streaming career. Nah, dude, that's not your business, man. It's not your business at all. What I do with my money, like take all my stream money and spend it on buying milk for chat to get back to them, that is my own volition, what I do with that. Medical issues, I will state I'm incredibly uncomfortable diving into the severity of my physical issues. It is both incredibly embarrassing and shameful, as reality cannot be played off as mere aches, pains, bad days, or tummy troubles. Again, I'm really sorry that you even have to spell this out. I apologize about that, Radio.
My gastrointestinal system does not function without the assistance of various medications and enzymes. My ability to eat solid food is, in fact, entirely dependent on access to these medications. The motility in my intestines has degraded year by year with the onset of issues first noticed in about 2018. Initially, these issues caused me to suffer from minor bouts of constipation, which I thought little of when the issues first began. By 2019, my condition had devolved into consistent vomiting, nausea, waste buildup, and repeated bowel obstructions, which required numerous hospital visits to clear the obstruction from my intestines. The process for attempting to clear a lower bowel obstruction, the most common of my obstructions, upper obstructions are another game, is a smog. It is an embarrassing procedure and one I do not personally wish to describe beyond comparisons.
Absolutely.
I will
that's your own personal stuff, and we should not be. We should never have known this in the first place. I'm sorry you have to even talk about it. I will only offer you what you imagine to shame you feel multiple people circle around to you as your weight during a colonoscopy. If you need to avoid yourself immediately in the center of a room, not even a bathroom because you never make it there, you have no control over your body at the moment, it is utterly humiliating.
In the present day, I have the ingredients for smogs kept at my home to help reduce the
if I
burden
get to
and
divulge that
embarrassment that
information.
an ER visit for this specific issue brings. Due to the high cost of going to the ER or being hospitalized, this is my first line of home defense against bowel impactions and resolving them myself. To describe what an smog is, it is an enema that is equal parts sorbitol solution, magnesium hydroxide suspension,
I'm learning so much.
mineral oil, and glycerin solution. Below are most of the items needed to make a smog. What is not pictured is magnesium hydroxide. I used my last bottle recently. Sorbitol. I used my last bottle recently. The bag this all gets mixed into, and the tubes required for this treatment.
Yeah, this does not sound pleasant in the least bit, but I'm learning a lot at least out of this. So here's the stuff. The components are pictured here. Holy gracious, girly, I'm so sorry. I do not tell my community my health issues. I'm so sorry. I mean, it's interesting, like medically it's interesting, but I am just like, I'm sorry you have to deal with that. And the fact that anybody assumes that they know what that's like or has to go through that or even assumes that what your problems are is pretty messed up.
Before I continue, please understand that revealing this much of my intimate daily routine, specifically my gastrointestinal routine, along with other aspects of my care, particularly at-home support methods, is incredibly embarrassing.
Absolutely.
I would detail my entire medical history if it was truly what would have ever satisfied Adora, but we would be here for hundreds of pages, and an unsatisfied Adora would remain, so that is a pointless endeavor for all parties. But to resume the detailing of this specific suite of issues, I continue on.
It really upsets me in such a big way that they're accusing you of defrauding your community over your medical bills when I've been talking about and showing all of these horribly specific, horrible daily routines that you've had to go through. Yo, what's up? How's it going, Raiders? Welcome in. Hi, Lydia. How are you? We are covering the radio document right now, actually with Radio. Radio's here, so I think of a rating. Welcome in, guys. Right, again, like, and the other thing, too, is just, like, if you wanted proof, just ask. You know what I mean? Just ask. So, yeah, Radio's here, so give her lots of love. Thank you for being here, Lydia. How are you? Hope you had a really, really good stream. What'd you do today? So, 2019 was the last year I was able to utilize my intestines without the assistance of a massive medication regime. As years progress, my condition is degraded considerably. Now require cocktail medication to artificially recreate gut motility. I can move solid food through my system. This comes with immense risks, such as but not limited to, and then all of these side effects and horrible things. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Adora basically just accused Radio of lying about her medical issues and basically like defrauding our community, asking for money or getting donations when we're literally looking at evidence of this shit that he's having to deal with, you know? She goes on to say, I fully accept these risks and was just judiciously informed by a team of physicians about these risks and what I can do to help ease the burden of them on my life. For me, these risks or struggles are far more appealing and less detrimental to my own life than having to undergo a colostomy. I don't know what that is. A word. Which would create an opening in my stomach known as a stoma, which waste would empty from. I got you. To reiterate, there's no shame in having undergone a colostomy, especially if there's the right choice for you as a patient. The choices are different for each individual and for where I am in my life. The thought of having a bag attached to my body being incredibly difficult to deal with mentally. Makes sense. Keeping up the illusion of being a healthy individual, at least on a physical level, is something I'll admit is important to me. And the pain of suffering my medication regimen is worth it for a small bit of normalcy in my human experience. And again, only you can decide that as a person, right? You can only decide that based on each patient, right? She goes on to talk about here are the bits of medication that she takes every single day. I'm not going to read all this, chat, but as you can see, it's very well detailed on the concoction that she has to use for her issues that she has. Here is Radia's beautiful nails, by the way. Damn, your nails look good, girl. Yeah, it's just for her guts. So here is everything. In addition, I take numerous other medications, but not limited to. You give us that one. Tell us what's up.
Immunosuppressant medications. Methotrexate is just one commonly used in treatment cycles. Antibiotics, primarily a daily
my nails are so ratchet. They look so
bacterial infections at bay.
My nails are just like gross.
Replacement
I haven't done anything with them in weeks.
Included but not limited to liothyronine, levothyroxine, and testosterone replacement for incredibly low T levels, pain medication, tramadol and gabapentin. These are rarely taken if I can avoid it, but are begrudgingly available as options for pain management.
Absolutely.
Plaquenil, aka hydroxychloroquine. It is a disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drug that has been a daily player in the treatment of my SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus. This medication also has degraded my sight as I have been using it for nearly 10 years and my care team is currently exploring other options.
So guys, literally, Radia just gave you her full-on breakdown of all of her medical issues, which she shouldn't have to ever do in a million years, to disprove one person that wanted to spread a bunch of lies. I just want to put that in perspective for all of you.
I would like to preface this section here on my lupus.
Just want to make sure you understand
issues stemming from lupus that heavily affect my CNS, along with other medical issues, will be much shorter, as this was added with what I can only describe as the last of my energy
I think it's
on
important.
August the 6th
and I'm very happy that you are sharing it.
PST. I apologize for a more scant section on this, but I highly doubt another dozen-plus pages of medical information will provide anything beyond bringing this document to a triple-digit page count. Furthermore, beyond my desire to not have this the length of a thesis, I am currently fighting another bout of pancreatitis and am racked with pain due to critically low sleep for over 2 months now and lack of food, as I cannot consume much without worsening the pain, and am constantly battling the immense stress put upon me, which has further exacerbated my issues.
I feel, again, I just feel bad you had to divulge all this information. You never should have, but I appreciate it being here because, I mean, I think it puts into perspective a lot of our own lives, right? Like, we all have struggles, right? But these are your struggles, right? And now that we know that, I think that we can understand and support you more because we have the information in front of us, you know? I hope that makes sense.
Please note this is not a full and complete diagnosis list, medical history, nor a full list of current symptoms that I must combat. You would force me to redact hundreds of pages of documentation, some of which is imperative in continuing to pursue ongoing as well as future legal
please
action
don't
regarding
apologize,
medical
Radio.
malpractice and workplace negligence at a former employer. At this time I am not comfortable, nor have I been advised to legally do so for the purpose of this document going public, and therefore will offer what I can comfortably and without risk to ongoing and future legal processes. I offer my deepest thanks in understanding that both the general public and Adora are not entitled to that level of intimate knowledge and insight into the full condition of my body. That is only for my care team, lawyers, and highly trusted confidants who exist in person incredibly close to me in real life. Cheerwall 100 quick side track. I ordered DoorDash a few hours ago and apparently I forgot about it. I guess it's a tell thing to do.
Tom, what are you doing, bro? Well, I will not detail the extensive history of medical issues, as we will be here for another 100+ pages. I will, however, offer part of my diagnosis list, an easy to read and understand format along with blood tests in the later half. I mean, the fact that you are going to this level is insane. I'm blown away by how thorough you guys have been through this whole document. But also at the same time, like, the fact that you even had to divulge all this, you know? Here is all of it, chat, by the way. Stated previously, I also suffered from bouts of acute pancreatitis. I can't believe I said that. Which caused me immense pains. Oftentimes, I've doubled over. Mainly crying from the organ pain. During these periods, I deal with nausea, fever, fatigue, vomiting, and ridiculously high lipase levels as shown below. This is normal, even what is considered a good blood cell count for me. It is commonly much worse. So you can see the comparison. Auto white blood cell count, for those who lack knowledge or require refreshment cells. White blood cells fight off infections. They're a crucial part of the immune system. Going on to cite what each of these things do. Again, I'm not gonna read through all this because this is like just a lot of medical information, but I will link you to the document if you would like to, you know, see all this yourself and read all these definitions. But I think we can all agree, and maybe you'll type 1 in the chat if you agree. Radia has definitely more than covered herself and explained her medical condition. You know what I mean? More than enough. More than enough. I'm a blood test here, and yeah. So let me play this part for you. It's an important part. Yeah. So Sylvie came out with something. I already have that. I'm gonna wait to bring that one up because unfortunately it's Sylvie. So yeah, there is some screenshots with it. I'll take news from anybody if it's trustworthy. I'm not saying it's coming from a trustworthy source, but I mean, there's screenshots, right? You can't deny that. Anyway, let me play this for you.
I do not enjoy having to have a mounting list of medications as the years pass, but this is the nature of not only degenerative chronic diseases but also part of the harsh effects of chemical exposure and exposure to radioactive materials in samples through prior employment. This is a long and arduous road to travel. My most comprehensive care has only even started to be served to me within the last 16 months as I moved to the West Coast for improved medical care and support, which I lacked in the south of the United States.
I can imagine the cost behind all this.
It's deeply embarrassing for me to reveal how degraded my body truly is. What is required to live life in a way I find comfortable is, to put it simply, a lot. I would not wish this on anyone. Juggling a complicated medical situation is another job in its own right, from treatment to seeking legal pathways for justice and compensation, from advocating for oneself and dealing with mounting
costs of care as conditions progress, along with missed opportunities. Simply navigate the hellscape that's the American medical system. So true. They're $15K a year out of pocket. Jesus Christ. Good Lord, girl. I'm so sorry. And this is why your bills are like, you know, This is why that money part is important, right? Ever to be transparent about the gravity of some of the costs I deal with on a constant basis. Please note this is not a comprehensive overview of my medical costs this year, but a snippet of them. So there you go, guys. I mean, look, Meridia, I feel like you have more than enough shown the proof is in the pudding, right? Like, I mean, it is there. Like, I don't know how anybody can sit there and be like, oh, you're faking it. Like, bro, it's all there, you know? I think everybody would agree with that. Wow. And again, like, why would you even, like, assume that anyway? Without asking questions or looking for information.
It is vital to note that Radia has, at no point, attempted to spread this beyond an extremely small selection of very close friends that she was using for mental support.
Yeah, sure.
And even then,
I mean, you
crossed
cross the line of
exhausting experience
of
in
not being able to
Radia
talk about
fully
this, you know?
open up about what has been going on.
Absolutely,
we
Kaiju,
still
it's
do not
expensive.
understand what actions Radia had done to deserve this, and what was expected of her to fix this and to retain her friendships, her streaming, and all of the achievements she has worked so hard for. Her alleged wrongdoing, as far as can be determined, extends mainly to her difficulty managing her anxiety and her unwillingness to fully divulge her personal details or medical history to Adora, out of concern that her details would be shared without her permission. Given the
track record
to do just that upon being angered, this fear now seems well-founded.
That's right. No, I'm actually playing what is written through TTS to kind of see my voice just a little bit.
Adora's
because
version
it's so
of events
much.
change with each retelling, and each person who has asked her. Her justifications have steadily degraded over the course of the past 2 months to the point where she is unable to point to any specific instance of what Radia has done to hurt her, and she has completely denied many of the things we have obtained proof of in
That's our
this
biggest
document.
question mark.
Whatever her motivations, she appears to be incapable of being honest about them.
That was our biggest question, chat. What was that thing that was so horrible that she did, right? And there's still no answer for that.
Radia has at no point attempted to dissuade people from being friends with Adora, nor has she ever instructed anyone close to her to attack Adora, either publicly or privately. This has been confirmed by nearly every person we have spoken with during the compilation of this document. She has consistently attempted to de-escalate the situation and keep the rift private. Adora has not provided her the same consideration. At this point, her actions can be considered little other than malicious.
I mean they are. It's flat out malicious, you know.
Furthermore, Adora has continued to actively feign innocence to any outside party who have attempted to determine what is going on and to attempt to mediate. She actively changes her tone and framing based on what she believes to be the most sympathetic angle to whoever she is speaking to, changing details to attempt to maximize her story's credibility, despite its ever-shifting nature. Due to this, and Radia's fear of speaking up due to concerns for not being believed or told she was overreacting, Adora has faced little to no consequences for her
she's facing them now.
and absolutely no public repercussions for the torment she inflicted.
So there was that final phone call, if you guys remember that happened between Radia, Adora, and Laserpig. So let's go take a look at what is under that section here.
Due to the concerns of some third parties who desperately hope that this could be resolved amicably, Radia, against her better judgment, agreed to a phone call with Adora on July 30th. Again, Laserpig chose to step in as an arbiter, a neutral third-party voice, to manage what they assumed was going to be a very emotionally fraught conversation.
And going off what Laserpig said, it did not go very well,
It had been Radia's intention to try to
it did not go well at all.
form of settlement, one that would include accountability and clearing her name, while not resorting to placing the situation at the volatile whims of the public internet.
Yeah, volatile whims. That's about right.
Publicly state some of the things she had done on her stream, not social media, and offer an apology. In return, Radia would do the same, issuing a public acceptance of her apology and publicly forgiving her. and asking that they be allowed to go their separate ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
She reasoned that this would be the easiest way to resolve the situation with
agree.
as little fallout
Yeah,
as possible.
I think that's the best way
as
to treat it.
staying completely private was not an option, as she had no way of verifying how many people Adora had spoken to, and the rumors had long ago traveled outside of the initial area.
I gotta say, Radio, you were far too kind. You were far too kind. Knowing this kind of stuff was already going down and just trying to walk away, you're a saint as far as that goes. Because I wouldn't have done that.
Of Laserpig did not intend to bring up the possibility of releasing a document, or even mention that there would be consequences should Adora refuse. She did not want to be perceived, by Adora or others, as attempting to blackmail or strong-arm Adora into submission. She also knew such things would only antagonize Adora, and despite everything that had been done to her, she still wanted to see if constructive conversation could be had.
There's always that hope, chat. You always want to fix things because it's a former friend, you know, like you really want to make it work. And sometimes, guys, it just doesn't work out.
What neither Laserpig nor Radia expected was to be met with a brick wall of a conversation. Adora seemed utterly disinterested in any sort of discussion. Her speech was flat, monotone, and devoid of any sort of emotional reaction to anything. The main phrase that she repeated, over and over again like a canned response, was "It was a private matter. I am ready to bury the hatchet. We both hurt each other. Let's move on and go our separate ways."
I think that she wanted to end it right there, then and there, and didn't want the additional talk because she already knew that she had kind of been found out, probably. That's at least my guess. But yeah, of course you want to move on and go your separate way because you kind of got outed, dude.
For
like, everything came out.
Laserpig and Radia attempted to get Adora to engage in some sort
People
of
knew what was going on then.
To clarify what Radia had done to hurt her, to explain any of her actions. Adora denied everything, including things this document has direct proof of. Even Radia revealing that she had attempted suicide provoked no response whatsoever. Adora only answered in a flat, emotionless voice, "I hope you get help." More disturbed than frustrated, Radia and Laserpig elected to leave the call, as it was incredibly clear that
there
no
was nothing else that could be done.
Conversation could be had with Adora, and it appeared to all parties that she did not hold any real remorse for what had happened.
I mean, everybody deals with different news differently, but I mean, you gotta realize that you and Hid were kind of part of that, and you should take a bit of responsibility because of that as well. So, and the conclusion here, chat, is becoming unfortunately more than obvious that this now goes beyond a silly internet drama spat between VTubers. Now, a very real and very dangerous situation, one that nearly ended in tragedy and in doxing. You know, going public with this is an unfortunate last resort attempt to halt Adora's grudge. All previous attempts at getting her to de-escalate and correct the record have failed. And we do have to give, you know, Radia credit here that Radia did actually go and attempt to resolve stuff. One final little Hail Mary, and unfortunately just didn't work. No amount of contrition, surrender, grounder spaces, or attempts at professional parting ways has satisfied her, and so she's made no real attempts to apologize, correct the record, or de-escalate. Her only apology was a naked attempt at avoiding consequences and sandwiched between more lies. There's no justification for the unhinged links she's gone in her attempts to oust Radia from the content community, engage in blatant spreading of falsehoods, twisted documentation, violated Radia's privacy, casually doxed other individuals, as well as directly and explicitly demanded Radia take cuts to her income, and streaming presence as some sort of penance, none of which appeased her in the slightest. Dora showed zero remorse, offering no apologies even when informed that Radia had needed to be taken to the emergency room when asked for even a token apology for the extreme disruption that caused multiple people's lives, or even when informed of Radia's attempt on her own life. Rather than allowing disagreements or bruised feelings to be settled privately, engaged in months-long crusade to systematically dismantle Radia's entire support structure, quite no extent to what Radia depended on it, and the grievous harm it would cause her. Again, went to Radia's partner, went to her friends. I mean, literally, they say systematically, they meant it. This all took place during the run-up of the first anniversary of the death of Radia's brother. A traumatic event that Radia's... I'm sorry to hear that, Radia. A traumatic event that Radia's personally attests that Adora helped her through, by effectively inserting herself as a surrogate sibling, something she has publicly proclaimed numerous times. It's impossible that Adora did not, it's impossible that Adora did not understand the damage she would do to Radia's mental health by doing this, especially this time, yeah. What'd you say, 128? Maybe this is cynical me, but I think Adora knows she's kicked. I mean, I look, you guys, we've looked at the document together. Tell me what you think. What do you think is going to happen from this? How do you refute a lot of these things, chat? I'm going to ask you, you've been here. You tell me. Video has been compiled. It's not compiled any sort of documentation whatsoever at this point, nor she attempted to express any kind of ire, hostile action. She constantly stated she merely wanted to be left alone. This document only began to be pulled together following the suicide attempt, as the situation can no longer be allowed to go on any longer. Absolutely. I mean, I can only corroborate the tiny things that I know, but I mean, again, I just don't know how you refute it, chat. But what is there? But what is there that Adora can say that would justify her doxing Radia? There's no justification, you know, like there's no justification, period. Wait, your mom? Oh, it autocorrected. I was like, wait, what the fuck? It nearly took losing your life. In the near inconsolable grief of those close to her losing her, finally get ready to be willing to voice what happened publicly. So great was her fear of being unkind or judged as guilty. All-consuming was her fears of further retaliation, even now she has required the assistance of several close friends to be able to put the words to print. Everything possible has been done to confirm and corroborate what has been written here, double-checking DMs, reaching out to confirm eyewitness accounts, comparing documents. I mean, guys, you gotta give these people a hand that put this document together. Insane. If Radia is lying, she has done so with the totality and flawlessness that defies credibility and successfully duped a vast variety of people. You're not lying here, Radia. I mean, do I want to still hear Adora's side as to what happened? Yeah, of course. But it's not going to change the overall narrative. You know, at the end of the day, Adora fucked up and she knows it. That's not going to change. You know, that part in itself is not going to change. Didn't Adora go after Takahata earlier this year? I'm going to tell you about the Taka stuff. I got no comment. I can't talk about that. So, you can put that one up on the shelf. If Adora has any exonerating evidence to the contrary, she's refused and or failed to produce it, even when approached by neutral third parties who merely wanted to hear her side of the story. Yeah, there's legality in that. That's a legal case we're not going to see for a while. Of course, her perspective will tell you in its own way, exactly. But I hope for an apology. I hope so too. Adora's behavior throughout this ordeal has been borderline of narcissism. She's done everything in her power to isolate Radia from her friends and family, to force methods of control over her stream schedule, her finances, who she could and could not talk to. And at times she would oppose a constant stream, belittling, mockery, humiliation, abuse, dressed up as emotional concern. All this in order to keep Radia in a position where she would constantly have to doubt herself, be forced to apologizing and again, offering herself as tribute in a desperate need to please Adora. Gar, I'm gonna let you read this part.
These are the classic signs of an abusive relationship, and it comes at a time where Radia would have been in an
there's like a legal thing involved.
Position, something Adora was fully aware
I can't say
of.
anything.
While some of this may seem cutthroat and mean, it should be emphasized that Adora is not the victim here. While she has persistently played the victim to her audience, and may continue to do so in the future, nothing has actually happened to her. She has not faced consequences of any kind. Though with the release of this document she may now do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Adora's life, social status, reputation with the VTubing community, and a career as a content creator, has been entirely unaffected and unchallenged. Her hiatus was due to unrelated issues that, with respect to privacy, we shall not dive into any further. Fair enough.
While cancelled documents may seem petty and dramatic, with some who were aware of this situation protesting
there's a
strongly
point where
for
it
the
needs to be
moral
talked
high
about.
ground, walkaway option, we will remind you again this document is the final straw in a long series of negotiations where Adora was given every opportunity, subtle and obvious, to back out. She has been offered every courtesy that Radia has not. She has been talked to, she has been allowed to state her side of the story, she has been allowed to structure a narrative to her audience to protect herself where Radia has remained silent. While the just walk away approach may seem the morally correct thing to do, as it is common mindset within the human
accountability
condition
on
to
her end.
appeal to the abuser, had we the ability to resolve this without the public spotlight,
Yeah,
we would have
you get to
taken
walk
it.
away from accountability. You know what I mean, chat? Like that's pretty much what it is. I think she knows that even before that it was coming, and was just trying to, damage control.
Each time Adora would reject what was offered and double down, with the end result being additional punishment aimed at Radia, making this considerably worse for her. Radia cannot turn the other cheek and walk away. Adora pursues her, enacting more punishments for each slight, and it makes things worse. And given where it has taken Radia, the definition of worse could be interpreted
As final, yeah. We also remind you Radia is not the only person Adora has done this to, that we may have focused entirely in the situation around Radia. And it's why I showed you, of course, all of these other accounts of people that have, weighed into this, validity or not. There are people that are stepping forward and, saying something has happened to them. I'm sure the validity and proof will come later. How we also include the ordeal of just a few victims we are aware of. We could have easily tripled the length of this document. Holy shit. There's a count from the other victim of Doris that cannot be public in the document due to the victim not wanting to be identified. Features disgusting levels of cruelty, financial exploitation, horrific violations of highly personal information, and emotional manipulation was been done to Radio. It's not a one-off. It is a pattern. Wow. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Alara, if Adora's side of her story post tomorrow, today or tomorrow, aftermath, do you think she'll recover from all this? No. I don't think she can come back. I think she can only see her side and walk away at this point.
An overarching, horrifying theme that became apparent while collating the info for this document is that people in the space are genuinely afraid of Adora, and
I never knew
actively
that.
avoid either telling her private
I never
info,
knew that.
as it will immediately be made public or divulged to others, or upsetting her, as she does not forget grudges and will go to rather insane lengths to persecute those that she feels have wronged her. She is incapable of
add me
admitting
to the
fault
list.
except in cases where it would benefit her, and even when she does it is done in a way that excuses her actions as much as possible and shifts the blame elsewhere. Furthermore, her behavior seems to worsen the greater the power disparity between her and the opposing party. It is likely no accident that she targeted
Yeah, that does
Lydia,
make sense.
who she knew to be emotionally fragile and
unable
unable
to
to
speak
up for herself.
Yeah, just targeting people like that, that you know are weaker when it comes to maybe physically or even emotionally or mentally, right? Yeah, you took advantage of somebody.
Radia has been left mentally scarred. She
Oh
will
God,
take
yeah.
time to recover and
I don't think
never
Radia will ever
fully,
recover
though
fully.
she has become extremely good at
I don't speak for
masking
you,
her
Radia, but
emotions to her audience,
I can imagine.
to her friends who have spoken to her mask off every day. It is more than obvious the effect this has had. Radia will need time and support to be able to recover, and all
Absolutely.
actions taken after the release of this document will be focused on providing
Absolutely.
that, not whatever actions Adora may take to discredit her or what has been stated here.
I mean, guys, somebody who no longer wanted to exist on this plane of the world, that is a lifelong weight that you will carry. You know, I'm not okay, but I laughed last night for the first time in Locked. Good. I'm happy to hear that. But again, these are everlasting scars, guys. You know what I mean? I'm really happy to hear that, though. I don't want to get too much into Palm and Fenari yet. We need to wait for their statements, right? I think there's a lot of people that are kind of running around with the tinfoil hat. I think the best thing we can do, guys, is just wait for their statements.
This document has not been written in the hopes of destroying Adora's content career, nor is it being written because she should be harassed. Both are wrong, and nobody involved in the writing of this document endorses or is calling for such actions.
Absolutely.
It has been written because all ideas to halt her spreading of lies and correct the record have been exhausted. Radia only wishes to no longer live in constant
that's
fear
a basic
of yet
human
another
right.
unexplained ending of contact, another cold shoulder from those she thought she was
Exactly,
friendly
Mass.
with, and a constant sense of fear and paranoia as to what information was being spread behind her back.
Please, Adora, please just go away. You get to a point, guys, where that is it. That's literally it. You just want people to go away. I've told you guys, I've had people that bothered me, and I'm just like, just go away. You do your thing in your corner, I'll do my thing in my corner, but to affect somebody so negatively like this, with no repercussions, is unacceptable. I will remind all you guys again, I didn't say it today, but, I want to say it one more time. Do not go and harass or attack anybody. Do not. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to educate, we're here to talk, and that's it, right? And to move on. So, this section here is documentation. The below section is solely composed of images to be linked to and further up in the document where the inclusion of the full images was either unnecessary or would have been disrupted the document excessively. There was one, hold on. I think there was one. Okay, there isn't. So let's go read what Radia has to say in her final thoughts, chat, on the whole situation before we kind of cap off everything today.
This is not the sole time I have been treated poorly by Adora. In fact, our entire relationship is littered with her abuse of me, for years. Degrading me, framing me in a negative light to those near her, as she had near infinite time to spend around them, while I, a readily employed individual with a very busy life, could not be online or around as often. When I state I am incredibly busy, it is not an understatement. I am someone who on top of content maintains a professional,
that's right, yeah,
corporate
you're really going
job,
above and beyond.
volunteers within my community and workspace. I mentor young soon-to-be graduate each quarter to give them insight into the engineering space, manage a household, and up until relatively recently was serving as a guardian and fiscal support system for a young chronically ill adult going to university.
Yeah, Radia's got a lot going on in her life,
obligations limiting exposure to me, Adora was skillfully able to amplify any minor situations, questions, or small issues for years, painting them
she's
to
gonna post one
encapsulate
tomorrow.
all of my personality to various
We'll
parties.
see, though.
She gaslit me continually, manipulated my own family to unknowingly continue her abuse by proxy, and contributed to a state of severe exhaustion and stress within one of my few social spaces that is not directly work or volunteer work related.
Yes, the most recent update, she said she'll release something today or tomorrow. But I don't know how you respond to all this that quickly. I don't think that's possible.
The realities of my personal
Honestly.
and professional life are of zero concern to Adora.
Or to
I
any
keep
of us,
my
for that
details
matter.
that are public under my real name incredibly scant and even more limited when speaking in the social media space for the exact reasons we see here. Adora has a historic issue with freely sharing personal information of others with non-involved parties.
That's
Early
true.
on in my
We've
friendship
seen it.
I noticed
Now
that
that we've gone through
behavior
it.
and was even warned she had a very loose set of lips. This flippant disregard for personally identifiable information is not only willfully negligent but also callous in nature. Doxing me is not a matter to lol about, Adora.
It's not. Blake, thank you for 30 months. Appreciate you. We're going through the Adora and the Radia's document about Adora. I mean, again, chat, just to add on to this, none of none of Radia's personal information could have ever been on the table, on the counter, on the chopping block. What is that noise? Why is everything getting dark? I don't like you. That's been reading this whole document. Yeah, that's been reading this whole document. What the fuck? Radia's personal life should have never been put on the out there for anybody to dissect. Period. You know what I mean?
You provided my personal identifying information without my explicit consent to try and prove your own deep neuroses created through your historical actions of being an untrustworthy confidant, which has only been reinforced to me by various outside parties in the tuber space. This air of caution extended to any of your close company by sheer proxy. The actions you engaged in were reckless in nature, with disregard to any risk, and you were fully hoping that revealing my personal identifying information would be used to harm me.
I hate to think like that, Radia, but you're probably right. Again, just why would you go looking for that information? It's
You
none of your
threatened my
business.
safety, you harassed and intimidated me, and through your own willfully reckless actions, you made me the target of undue
Thanks for
attention
giving us
and
some time.
further abuse. Bully is too light a word. You are a coward, one of the highest order, a duplicitous snake
Damn,
who takes
dude.
pleasure in undermining others for your own personal gain.
Holy shit. Oh my god. The only kindness you'll find from me is my belief in redemption. But for you to achieve redemption in any capacity, there must be condemnation for your actions. Good lord. Far too long have you suffered in silence out of sheer fear. Yo, Kiwi, thank you for the 2 months as well. Appreciate you, Tom, for the gifted sub, and Kiwi. Thank you as well. Far too long have you suffered in silence out of sheer fear that you would destroy their lives, their professional careers, and their dignity. We'd like to be free to live without fear. I would like to live without fear. Your promises mean nothing. You eliminated anyone who previously served as a force to perform checks and balances on your behavior. I highly doubt your next enforcer will last long enough either before you cut the rope. That being said, I fully believe in providing people chances to improve, but I've exhausted every option beyond full, unbearable silence to continue the long line of content corpses that hold your sins. Silence is not acceptable. There's no burying the hatchet. You ensured that with your own actions long ago. Damn, bro. I sincerely wish that you ruminate on your behaviors, halt your continual crusade painting your friends as morally corrupt targets, can be taken down and become a better version of yourself. I hope that amidst all this, you have friends who support you and help oversee the regulation of your more malicious behaviors. I do not wish for you to be alone. As you selfishly wish for me, I do not wish for you to lose your community, your livelihood, or your dignity. My genuine hope is that you take a look in the mirror and recognize what stands there. If you treat those who remain with kindness, I certainly will not be amongst them, not now, not ever. Again, goodbye, Adora. May this be our last encounter. There it is, chat. There is your full document about what Radio with help wrote about Adora. Wow. Again, chat, I just want to remind you, I don't possibly see how Adora could answer to this. You know, like, let's say like a hypothetical. To play like devil's advocate. Let's say hypothetically that, let's say some of the screenshots were doctored or something, right? That still would make up for the fact that all of these other people have come forward with their experiences. And that's just like a hypothetical. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. I don't see how you refute this. I think what we're going to see is Adora take accountability for it. I hope she will give an apology. And I think that she will probably just move on. Especially in her own words. I mean, she even said this, right? She just pretty much wants to move on. Wow. Holy. I don't know how to sum this up, chat. What do you think? What? Now that we've gone through all this, what do you think about all this? What's your thoughts, chat? Wasn't Finn spoken on the matter if they were in a call? So I've already addressed this, but I'll say it again. Both Finn and Pomato are on vacation. So they have not been able to share their side yet. So again, just have some grace, have some patience for them. I'm sure they're going to talk about it, but please remember that we will get something back from them in the future. I hope they take accountability. I mean, do I feel like it's going to be scorched earth? Yeah, but I do hope for at least to apologize. You know what I mean? Yeah, it does kind of feel that way. Yeah, I mean, again, I say have some grace about the Alicia and Pomato and everybody else. We just don't know that side yet. I think it's better to allow them to make their statement. Thank you again for all of the subs earlier. I really appreciate you. I owe you one big wheel spin, so let's see what you get. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I thought it was the 4 hours. I was about to cry, dude. Oh my God, I got so lucky. I got so lucky. Oh my God. It was only 2 minutes. Oh my God. At least it's been reach out to Radio. Let's hope this two can repair their friendship. I mean, first off, I want to thank you, Radio, for being here. I really appreciate you coming by and answering a few questions. And I think that I might have more questions after Adora stuff, but for now, kind of looking at how everything's been going, I felt like it was very pertinent to cover it today. Just because, I mean, even right now, I don't even know if we're going to get a document. How do you respond to something like that, dude? I just don't think you can. I think you make a paragraph. You just say, I'm so sorry. I fucked up really bad. I'm going to try to improve myself away from this space, and I'm walking away. I think that's all you can do. Literally, I think that's all you can do. So I appreciate your level-headedness, ability to learn from your mistakes. You're one of the bright spots of vtuber. I appreciate that. Thank you. But we all fuck up. We all make mistakes, guys, but it's what you do to those mistakes and how you pick yourself back up. Like when I can't say the right fucking names. When I say Adora instead of Radio. Like, what the fuck? I'm so stupid, but I mean, we all make mistakes, guys. We're all human, you know? And we have to learn from our mistakes. And that's all we can do, but this is Les.
For interrupting. I want to just say hello to you and Radia, and I hope you both have an amazing day.
Yes, absolutely. I want to remind all you, please don't harass anybody. Please don't go after anybody. And I also want to remind you all to offer your support to Radia right now. She definitely needs it.
I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Don't put the blame on me.
I was like, wait, what the fuck? That scared me to hell. And you know, Radia, if you ever want to chat or anything like that, you know, my DMs are open. And again, I'm really, really sorry to see all this and have to talk about it. It's just like, it's heavy, you know? It's a lot even for me. And I go through, I read a lot of shit like this, and this is rough. My goodness, I'm just sorry. I'm so sorry, you know? But I hope that maybe out of this we can maybe, you know, create a new friendship, and I hope that you are able to find peace right now. And I hope that you get the support that you need right now. Because it's bad, you know, so no worries, Nid. I didn't even know it's that loud. So whatever it is, chat, I have given you the full story, the full breakdown. We have gone through it. I appreciate you all for sitting here through such a large document. Thank you all so much. Yeah, this was a lot. I hope you'll take the time to kind of, you know, reflect on this, think about everything, and of course, come to your own conclusions. I can only tell you how I feel. I'm not going to tell you how everybody else feels about it. So,
sorry
let's
to
go.
bother
Thank
you,
you.
Laura. In my opinion of the whole Adora situation, I'm speechless of seeing this version of Adora. Like the chat said, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. Much appreciate everybody involved. You know, thank you to dear Ara for helping me say my voice. Thank you as well to, you know, Laser Pig and everybody threw everything into that document. Very, very well written. Very well written.
Thank you again for going through this. It helped me digest it better.
Bear, even my
Much
second and a
love to
half
you,
time.
Laura, and lots of love to
I needed
too.
to as well. It took me 2.5 times to go through this, to really get through it. So, come on, guys, we have a very big event. Please come out and support me. I need your support during the Night Rain event. I may be playing with Maxor later tonight, Night Rain. I don't know what time. I do know what time, but I don't really know where it's going to be. So, look out for the ping in Discord, and I'll let you guys know, okay? Let's go see Red Claw. Bye, everybody. Have a good one. Bye, YouTube. y'all later. Bye, Twitter.